Chapter 1. The Novice's Gift Pack. Li Shuai found himself transported into the realm of American comics, having bound himself to a system capable of summoning the Phoenix. The system interface was rather succinct. Phoenix Summoning System. Host, Li Shuai. Experience points, 0. Attack, Level 1, 1000 experience points. Speed, Level 1, 1000 experience points. Energy Shield, Level 1, 1000 experience points. Vision, Level 1, 1000 experience points. Hearing, Level 1, 1000 experience points. Language, Level 1, 1000 experience points. Phoenix, Level 1, 1000 experience points. System Space, 1 cubic, 100 experience points. System Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully traversed into the world of American comics. You currently find yourself in the instance of the boys. Below is a detailed explanation of the system. Attack. The attack parameter within the system does not refer to the Phoenix's offensive capabilities, but rather to your own combat prowess. Speed. It is crucial to note that speed encompasses not only your terrestrial movement, but also your flight velocity. Although flight is not explicitly listed as a separate parameter in the system panel, rest assured that you possess the ability to fly. The speed of your flight is contingent upon the level of the speed parameter. Energy Shield. This can be simply understood as a form of defense, however, it transcends mere protection as it represents a distinct energy field. As its level ascends, numerous surprises await your discovery, which you must explore gradually. Vision. Upon reaching level 5, you will unlock the ability to see through objects. Hearing. Your auditory perception will expand with higher levels, enabling you to hear more. Language. Your linguistic aptitude currently stands at level 1. Upon reaching level 2, you will comprehend any human language spoken on Earth. Phoenix. This is of utmost importance, representing one of your most formidable abilities. At level 1, you can summon a Phoenix. This Phoenix possesses remarkable defensive and offensive capabilities, and you can command it in battle with your thoughts. With each level the Phoenix ascends, you will be able to summon an additional Phoenix, each gaining enhanced defense and attack as their levels increase. Note that when the Phoenix reaches level 2, it will automatically trigger the function of Phoenix Resurrection, that if you happen to be slain by an enemy, a Phoenix will sacrifice itself in your stead. It is imperative to clarify that the Phoenix Resurrection can only occur if you have already summoned a Phoenix. Should you be killed without having summoned one, the system will automatically activate the reincarnation feature. The cost of reincarnation is a reduction of 1 level in your Phoenix summoning ability. As Li Shuai perused the system panel's notifications, he could not suppress his delight. This is fantastic. This system is truly exceptional. The Phoenix Resurrection. This signifies that I almost possess immortality. Li Shuai continued to gaze at the system notifications with unbridled excitement. The upgrade of various system parameters necessitates the consumption of experience points, which can only be acquired through combat. Once the system is bound, a health bar will be displayed above the head of any individual or creature encountered. This health bar will manifest in 3 distinct colors: green, yellow, and red. A green health bar signifies that the target cannot be harmed, and the Phoenix will refrain from attacking those marked with a green health bar. Should you inadvertently slay a target with a green health bar, a certain amount of experience points will be deducted. That a yellow health bar indicates that the target may be killed or spared. Eliminating such a target will not result in the loss of experience points, nor will it yield any reward. Conversely, a red health bar denotes a target that can be slain, and the experience points gained will vary according to the target's level. Li Shuai observed the system prompts, noting their similarity to game mechanics, albeit with a slight increase in complexity. Was the system categorizing these colors due to concerns over excessive bloodshed? Regardless, he decided to ponder this later. Soon after, another system notification appeared. Special reminder. Upon elevating any system parameter to level 5 or its multiples, a system lottery will be triggered. The nature of the rewards is contingent upon your luck. It is worth mentioning that the prizes are exceedingly generous. Host, do you comprehend the functionalities of your system? If you understand, please confirm. If not, please return to continue observing. The system was straightforward and comprehensible. Li Shuai clicked the confirmation button. Congratulations, host, you have fully grasped your system. As a newly traversed novice, the system has meticulously prepared a beginner's gift pack for you. Would you like to open it immediately? With such a fortunate opportunity, hesitation was unwarranted. Li Shuai promptly opened the beginner's gift pack. With a flash of golden light, another system prompt followed. Congratulations, host, you have opened the beginner's gift pack. Before you lies a group of armed individuals who have just pilfered a cache of diamonds and are currently fleeing. You may seize the diamonds they possess for your future sustenance. Although these armed individuals are all marked with red health bars, they are merely ordinary humans, and slaying them will not yield any experience points. However, it is crucial to note that a superhero is presently pursuing them, Queen Maeve of the Seven. She will pose the greatest obstacle to your acquisition of the diamonds. Nonetheless, rest assured, Queen Maeve lacks flying abilities and long-range attacks. Under the assault of the Phoenix, she is destined to be on the receiving end of blows. That said, host, given your current level, it is advisable to avoid close combat with her, as it could prove perilous. Wishing you a pleasant journey. The system panel's notifications concluded at this juncture. Li Shuai gazed at his beginner's gift pack with immense satisfaction. Although the armed individuals might not yield substantial experience points, the prospect of robbing diamonds could indeed lead to considerable fortune. Li Shuai focused his gaze. Peering intently ahead, just below his small hill, a vehicle was hurtling down the winding mountain road. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from the thicket, standing boldly in the center of the road. Li Shuai rubbed his eyes and observed closely. Illuminated by the car's headlights, he discerned that it was a woman clad in alluring armor, likely none other than Queen Maeve herself. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle collided violently with Queen Maeve. The front hood of the car was crumpled, creating a substantial dent that, in an instant, the car flipped over, crashing down onto the pavement. Remarkably, Maeve appeared unscathed. She approached the vehicle with a serene smile. Chapter 2: The Great Battle with Queen Maeve. Before her stood Queen Maeve, who had long awaited the arrival of these diamond-thieving criminals. With her formidable physique, she brought their vehicle to a halt, causing it to flip over and crash onto the road. Among the 4 robbers inside, 3 met their demise on impact. One, however, staggered out, gun in hand, his eyes glazed with terror and his body smeared in blood. Filled with dread, he fired 3 shots at Queen Maeve in a frantic, instinctive response. From his vantage point on the mountain, Li Shuai observed that the robber indeed bore a crimson health bar above his head. Yet, Maeve's movements were so swift that before Li Shuai could summon the Fire Phoenix to launch an attack, she had already lunged forward and delivered a punch to the robber's head, sending it flying several meters away. Li Shuai let out a soft sigh from his distant perch, understanding that these ordinary criminals would yield no significant experience points. Their deaths were inconsequential. Queen Maeve gazed at the lifeless body of the robber sprawled on the road, a faint, cold smile gracing her lips. She then reached for the car door, yanking it back with considerable force, effectively tearing it from its hinges. Climbing into the vehicle, she soon discovered a small box. Holding it in her hands, she smiled subtly, placing a hand to her ear as she calmly declared, "Mission accomplished, the diamond is secured." Returning immediately, just as she prepared to depart, Li Shuai summoned his Fire Phoenix from the nearby mountaintop. This Fire Phoenix, though not excessively large, measuring just over 2 meters, was resplendent in golden hues, its feathers resembling a suit of shimmering armor. Most notably, small flames flickered from various parts of its body. The creature circled Li Shuai, who gently touched its surface, noting its remarkable hardness akin to metal. While the tiny flames emitted no heat, Li Shuai swiftly commanded the Fire Phoenix to plunge down the mountain. Meanwhile, Queen Maeve, clutching the small box, was about to enter her vehicle and report back when she suddenly heard a gust of wind approaching from the mountaintop. Instinctively, she turned her head to look. What on earth is that? The massive bird zoomed past her with astonishing speed, a sight that would surely terrify any ordinary person. However, as a superhero, Maeve instinctively threw a punch as the Fire Phoenix swept by her, grazing its tail. The impact sent the majestic bird veering off course. Maeve truly possesses remarkable strength. With a mere casual punch, she has depleted 97% of the Phoenix's health. This is hardly surprising, considering the Phoenix is currently only at level 1. At this moment, Maeve realizes that the creature is not attempting to attack her, but rather to snatch the box from her grasp. She is utterly astonished that a bird would dare to seize her belongings. As Maeve readies to strike the Phoenix once more, it flaps its wings and soars high into the sky. In an instant, the box vanishes from its claws, as it is directed by Li Shuai into his system space. After seizing the box, the Phoenix ascends to a height of several dozen meters. With a swift twist of its wings, it turns and begins to dive towards Maeve. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the Phoenix unleashes a torrent of blue flames from its beak. These flames, reminiscent of those emitted by an electric welder, shoot forth for several meters without dispersing. The rapidity and strangeness of these events catch Maeve completely off guard. She is still pondering why this grand bird would want to snatch her box when the blue flames strike her chest. An overwhelming sensation of searing pain compels her to cry out. Nevertheless, the Phoenix's flames do not leave any scars upon her body. After all, it is merely a level 1 creature, and extinguishing Maeve is no simple task. Li Shuai observes Maeve through the Phoenix's perspective and notices a red health bar above her head, indicating her vulnerability. Maeve finds herself nearly helpless against the Phoenix's onslaught, as she lacks the ability to fly or launch ranged attacks. The Phoenix hovers several dozen meters above her, continuously unleashing flames. Maeve attempts to leap twice, but her efforts prove futile. She cannot jump that high. While her skin remains unburned, the intense pain is becoming unbearable. Moreover, the relentless flames have reddened her skin. If she does not devise a means to vanquish the creature or escape, she will inevitably be consumed by its fire. Meanwhile, Li Shuai continues to monitor the health bar above Maeve's head, which has begun to show signs of decline. Although it has decreased slightly, Maeve is recovering swiftly. It appears that with the current level of the Phoenix, extinguishing her will require considerable time, akin to gradually wearing her down. However, Li Shuai is not short on time. Maeve, now devoid of the will to fight, realizes she cannot reach the Phoenix. She has even attempted to gather stones and hurl them at the creature, but they would likely fail to inflict even the slightest discomfort. Frantically, Maeve covers her head and runs forward. As she ran, she covered one ear with her hand, shouting loudly, "I am being attacked by a giant bird. Hurry, send help. Come save me." Indeed, a miniature communication device was nestled within Maeve's ear. At that moment, several staff members at the water company were remotely assisting Maeve in her mission. Upon hearing her frantic call, they were taken aback. "Queen Maeve, could you please repeat that?" She exclaimed in exasperation. "A giant bird is attacking me. Send someone to rescue me." The staff exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to why the superhuman Queen Maeve would be afraid of a mere bird. Chapter 3. The urgent rescue of Queen Maeve. Maeve ran with remarkable speed. Yet no matter how swift she was, she could not outpace the fire phoenix. The creature relentlessly pursued her from behind, its blue flames mercilessly searing Maeve's back. At this point, her hair had been singed, and the exposed skin on her back was a painful crimson, gradually turning black. From a distance atop a hill, Li Shuai watched the scene unfold with a bemused expression. Without intervention, it was certain that the fire phoenix would eliminate Maeve. However, through the perspective of the fire phoenix, Li Shuai observed Queen Maeve pressing one hand against her ear, shouting fervently. It became evident to him that she possessed a communicator and was desperately calling for help. Li Shuai promptly commanded the fire phoenix to direct its flames towards her ear. The fire phoenix swiftly adjusted its wings, soaring to Maeve's side, unleashing blue flames aimed directly at her ear. Although the flames consumed her hand, the intense heat still permeated to her ear. Soon, Maeve heard the crackling sound of her communicator. Panic surged through her as she exclaimed, "Can you hear me? There's a giant bird attacking me. It can breathe fire. Send help immediately." The small team assisting Queen Maeve, though initially bewildered, quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. One of the operatives reassured her, "Do not worry, Queen Maeve. I will contact someone for your rescue." As he spoke, he typed furiously on his computer. In no time, he grasped the microphone and shouted, "Queen Maeve, you must hold on. Shinsei is nearby, and I will alert him to come to your aid." At that moment, Maeve had reached her vehicle. Yet, Li Shuai was unwilling to let her escape. He immediately commanded the fire phoenix to incinerate the car's fuel tank. Upon witnessing the flames engulfing her vehicle, Maeve hesitated to enter and continued to sprint forward. Just moments later, the car erupted in a violent explosion, flames shooting into the sky. The fire phoenix relentlessly pursued Maeve, its flames ever present. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away, Shinsei was engaged in a mission of his own, assassinating a significant target. He emerged from a building, holding a severed head. Just as he stepped outside, he received an urgent command through his earpiece to rescue Queen Maeve. At that moment, a helicopter descended from the sky. Due to the urgency of Shinsei's assignment, the What company had provided a helicopter equipped with 3 armed personnel. As the helicopter neared the ground, Shinsei, still clutching the head, leaped into the cabin with agility. The helicopter's captain and armed personnel received directives from the company, prompting them to swiftly navigate towards Queen Maeve. The helicopter's rapid ascent, coupled with Queen Maeve's formidable defenses, rendered it challenging for the Fire Phoenix to claim her life in a short span. Thus, they quickly followed Maeve's coordinates to locate her. "Oh my heavens! What is that?" the pilot exclaimed, pointing forward. Schwanza and the 3 armed personnel gazed down through the helicopter's window, witnessing a colossal bird engulfed in flames, exhaling blue fire as it pursued Queen Maeve, singeing her hair. Desperately clutching her head, she sprinted forward. Although the forest was relatively sparse, the ground was strewn with dry grass and branches, many of which had ignited from the flames. The captain and the armed personnel turned pale with fear. "What is that creature? Is it a bird? Did you not see it breathe fire?" "It could very well be an unmanned aerial vehicle." "No, it lacks propellers. It does not resemble an aircraft at all. It is likely a bird." "Indeed. It is quite probable that a bird has acquired supernatural powers." "What? A bird can gain such abilities? How else could it breathe fire?" As Schwanza listened to the armed personnel's discussion, he vigorously pounded on the helicopter seat, signaling the pilot to descend hastily. He intended to rescue Queen Maeve. Perhaps due to the urgency and significance of the mission, in the headquarters of Water Company, aside from the 2 staff members assisting Schwanza, their employer, Edgar, was also present. Monitoring the situation on his computer, equipped with a high-definition camera on his chest, Schwanza allowed Edgar to observe the battlefield in real time. Initially perplexed by the reports from his staff, Edgar was astonished. How could Queen Maeve, with her extraordinary combat prowess, fear a mere bird? What sort of bird could it possibly be? When Edgar discerned the flaming creature on his screen, he was taken aback, shaking in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the display. My heavens! This creature resembles the phoenix from Eastern mythology. Indeed, it is the fire phoenix. Is this not a legendary bird? How can it truly exist? The other two staff members assisting Schwanza jumped from their chairs in fright. My heavens, what on earth is that? It breathes fire. Their exclamations drew two more colleagues to the computer, who too were gasping in astonishment. Goodness, that is. One staff member, more well-versed in lore, quickly recognized the creature. Phoenix. That is the fire phoenix. A bird from Eastern mythology. How can such a being actually exist? Clearly, these individuals have been thoroughly intimidated by the fire-breathing bird. However, the helicopter pilot, despite his own trepidation, displayed considerable composure. In the midst of battle, there was little room for contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he accelerated the aircraft, heading directly towards the phoenix of fire. The three armed personnel aboard the helicopter leaned out, brandishing submachine guns as they aimed at the magnificent creature and commenced firing. Given that the phoenix was merely 20 or 30 meters away from Maeve, the armed men refrained from indiscriminate firing, opting instead to take careful shots with their submachine guns. Meanwhile, the staff members at Water Corporation stood frozen, their eyes glued to the computer screens, holding their breaths as they anxiously monitored the unfolding battlefield. One of the employees shouted, Hey, they're firing. They're firing. This isn't going to work. You can't kill something like that with a gun. Be quiet and watch. Among them, Edgar also held his breath, his eyes wide as he observed the dynamics of the battlefield. Chapter 4. The Dark Phoenix strikes. The marksmanship of these armed personnel was indeed commendable, as bullets ricocheted against the Dark Phoenix. However, the lethality of these projectiles was negligible in the grand scheme of things. Yet, their incessant assault provoked the ire of the Phoenix. Through its perspective, Li Shuai discerned the three assailants aboard the helicopter. Their health indicators, initially yellow, had now turned crimson. Before Li Shuai could issue a command to the Phoenix, it twisted its wings, emitting a piercing shriek as it surged towards the helicopter. Oh my God! It's charging at us! Cried the helicopter pilot in a panic, desperately maneuvering the aircraft. The pilot appeared seasoned, likely having piloted military helicopters before. Instead of merely ascending, he executed a diagonal arc to evade the impending attack of the Phoenix. Simultaneously, several personnel in the company gasped in unison, "Oh my heavens!" Despite the barrier of a computer screen, the ferocity of the Phoenix's assault sent shivers down their spines, prompting instinctive backward jumps. Edgar too flinched, his head instinctively tilting aside, yet he remained fixated on the unfolding chaos. On the helicopter, two armed individuals faced the oncoming Phoenix. Not fearing collateral damage to the Queen of Maeve, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the approaching avian beast. However, the Phoenix's speed and agility rendered it far superior to any mechanical contraption. In the blink of an eye, it darted past them with astonishing swiftness. Good heavens! It's too fast. Get out of the way! They shouted in desperation, firing wildly. At this moment, it was too late for the pilot to execute any evasive maneuvers. The Phoenix, engulfed in flames, charged towards the helicopter, and the entire cabin was soon enveloped in fire. The outcome was catastrophic, whether due to its velocity or sheer fury. The Phoenix collided with the helicopter, creating a gaping hole in its side. It then soared out through the opposite end. The staff at what company erupted in frantic exclamations. Oh my God, it's over. Each of the three armed personnel was equipped with a camera, allowing the staff to monitor the battlefield through their feeds. However, they lacked access to the Phoenix's camera, leaving them to witness two armed individuals plummeting freely from the helicopter's grasp. One armed personnel remained in the helicopter, but through the screen, he could see flames raging before him. Two timid staff members huddled together, exclaiming in disbelief. As two of the visuals rapidly dove, they crashed into the ground with a resounding impact, causing the camera feed to vanish. The remaining staff quickly shifted their attention to another video feed. At that moment, the helicopter was spinning rapidly. Within mere seconds, it plummeted to the earth, erupting into a fierce blaze. The video feed subsequently faded away. The staff members were now trembling in fear. My heavens! What on earth was that? Could it truly be a creature from myth? Meanwhile, two others sat on the ground, pale and gasping for breath. One individual, quicker to react, seized the microphone and shouted, "Armed personnel are injured. Dispatch a helicopter for assistance immediately. Dispatch a helicopter for assistance." As he spoke, he furiously typed on the computer, relaying the coordinates of the situation to his companions. Edgar, witnessing this, clenched his teeth. He had lost a helicopter, a pilot, and three armed personnel. Though not significant in his eyes, it was still a painful loss. He remained fixated on the screen, observing that the remaining personnel were still engaged in combat. Edgar then exhaled slowly. With the demise of the 3 armed personnel, experience points were awarded, +10, +10, +10. Li Shuai shook his head in resignation, realizing that these ordinary individuals, these minor characters, gained little to no experience. Meanwhile, the remaining personnel had mounted the Phoenix of Fire. It was evident that their agility was remarkable at the moment the Phoenix burst through the helicopter's cabin. They grasped its wing. As the Phoenix leaped out, they swiftly rolled onto its back. The Phoenix, feeling the weight upon its back, neighed and began to roll and fly rapidly, attempting to dislodge the rider. Yet, they clung tightly to the Phoenix's neck, remaining steadfast despite its wild maneuvers. Though the Phoenix radiated flames, the rider's high defense and armor rendered the heat inconsequential. Realizing it could not shake off its rider, the Phoenix twisted its wings and began to ascend into the sky. As it climbed, the rider stabilized their position, one arm firmly around the Phoenix's neck while the other swiftly drew a dagger, plunging it into the Phoenix's back. At this moment, Edgar was intently observing the battlefield through the dark chest-mounted camera. His heart raced, and he instinctively covered his mouth with one hand while fixating on the screen. Among the members of the Super 7, Black was undoubtedly Edgar's favorite, without exception, although he recognized Black's formidable prowess. The fiery aura surrounding him and his rapid ascent into the sky made Edgar anxious, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his temples. After being struck fiercely by Black, the Fire Phoenix lost all momentum, its eyes closed, wings drooped, and the flames that once emanated from its body extinguished. Black carried the Fire Phoenix, plummeting like a heavy stone from the heights. With a thunderous crash, they struck the ground, creating a substantial crater in the grass. Chapter 5. The resurrection of the Fire Phoenix. Xiansei was thrown back quite hard, yet he appeared unscathed. Slowly, he descended from the Fire Phoenix's body, retreating a couple of steps before settling onto a nearby stone. At that moment, Queen Maeve's wounds had nearly healed, but her once lustrous long hair was now singed in patches, rendering her appearance quite unsightly. Gritting her teeth, Maeve approached the corpse of the Fire Phoenix, unleashing a frenzied roar. She leapt forward, kicking wildly at the lifeless bird. Meanwhile, Edgar, seated in his office, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Instinctively, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, only to realize that his palms were also slick with perspiration. The tension had been overwhelming, and he pulled a tissue from his desk, meticulously drying his hands before taking a couple of deep breaths and straightening his tie. Although Water Corporation had produced numerous superhumans, some of whom exhibited formidable combat capabilities, none could compare to a creature as bizarre and terrifying as this mythical bird. He made a mental note to investigate further. Edgar grasped a glass of water beside him and gulped down a few mouthfuls. However, at that moment, Xiansei, startled, leaped from the stone. The massive bird he had just slain suddenly erupted in flames. Instinctively, Xiansei drew his dual blades, adopting a stance poised for battle. Maeve, still venting her fury upon the Fire Phoenix, was engulfed by the surging flames, causing her to instinctively leap back several meters. With eyes wide in terror, she positioned herself defensively, feet apart and hands crossed over her chest. Just as Edgar began to relax, having taken a couple of sips of water, he noticed on his computer screen that the bird's corpse was once again engulfed in roaring flames. A shudder ran through him, causing him to spill the remaining half of his water all over his face. His eyes widened in shock as he clenched his teeth, the empty glass trembling in his hand. Despite being a man of considerable experience, having encountered various superhumans and witnessed the most brutal experiments in the laboratory, he found himself losing composure. Today's events were unlike any he had previously encountered. This was not a mere superhuman produced by their corporation. This was a creature born from myth, its power and intentions utterly inscrutable. This mythical bird, which Xiansei had just dispatched, was now ablaze once more. Had it truly come back to life? Water streamed down Edgar's face, but he paid no mind to wiping away the droplets. The empty glass in his hand continued to shake, yet he made no attempt to set it down on the desk. Instead, she maintained her posture, holding her breath and staring intently with her large eyes at the computer screen, fixated on every movement on the battlefield. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. With a flash of fire, the corpse of the great bird suddenly vanished into thin air. Although the remains of the Fire Phoenix had disappeared, Xiansei and Queen Maeve on the battlefield remained vigilant. Instinctively, they backed against each other, scanning their surroundings. They were completely bewildered as to why the bird's body had suddenly erupted in flames and then vanished. Was its corpse consumed by fire? Or had it employed some trickery to retreat elsewhere, lurking behind them for a surprise attack? Both were tense, observing the situation around them. At the same time, Edgar, seated beside the computer, maintained his stance, continuously scanning the area through the camera embedded in Xiansei's chest. Time ticked away, and indeed, the Fire Phoenix had disappeared along with the blaze, for it was not a bird in the truest sense. Li Shuai, perched atop a distant hill, strained his gaze downward. Having lost the perspective of the Fire Phoenix, his vision barely allowed him to discern two figures standing back to back at the foot of the mountain. A cold smile crept across Li Shuai's face, aware that his current Fire Phoenix level would struggle to eliminate them. It would require a lengthy endeavor, gradually exhausting them until they succumbed. Yet, in reality, such a scenario was improbable. The What Company had undoubtedly dispatched reinforcements, perhaps an armed helicopter or the country's heroes, the Storm Lady and others. They could arrive at any moment, and even if he summoned the Fire Phoenix now, it would scarcely be able to defeat them. At that moment, Li Shuai retrieved a small box from the system space and slowly opened it, revealing a dazzling array of diamonds within. Although these diamonds were not particularly large, their quantity was substantial. Grasping a handful, he noted their fragility akin to shards of glass. Gradually, he released his grip, allowing the diamonds to tumble back into the box with a soft clatter. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the diamonds sparkled brilliantly. A hint of a cold smile played on Li Shuai's lips as he thought, "Maeve, you should not persist in attacking the Fire Phoenix's remains." He placed the box and its contents back into the system space and summoned another Fire Phoenix. While it may not be able to slay the two figures, it could surely torment them. As the newly summoned Fire Phoenix took to the air, propelled by the wind, it sped toward Maeve and Xiansei. Just a few hundred meters away, Xiansei suddenly noticed the Fire Phoenix radiating flames, charging back toward them. Meanwhile, in the office, Edgar, through the camera on Xiansei's chest, spotted the magnificent bird. Startled, his hand trembled, causing a glass to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the floor. Edgar, ever the gentleman, now found himself utterly indifferent to the shattered glass cup. He craned his neck, intently scrutinizing the computer screen. Perhaps it was the tension, or perhaps the sheer surprise, but Edgar's head nearly grazed the surface of the monitor. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Had this bird been extinguished only to be resurrected? Beads of perspiration continued to cascade down Edgar's face, with a few droplets landing on his keyboard. Yet, he remained unmoved. His gaze fixed intently on the screen, his eyes nearly bloodshot from the strain. Meanwhile, the Phoenix hovered a few dozen meters away from them. With a piercing cry, a jet of azure flames surged forth, directed straight at the obsidian. Chapter 6. The seizure of the black dagger. Xiansei trembled in fright, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He could not comprehend how the bird could be slain yet somehow resurrected. Moreover, from whence had it come? At that moment, Queen Maeve, standing behind Xiansei, heard a familiar and terrifying screech emanating from behind her. Instinctively, she spun around, positioning herself beside Xiansei, her hands clasped before her chest, poised for an offensive. Even though she understood the futility of such a stance, knowing she could not reach the avian foe, the bird, soaring high above, unleashed flames upon them with impunity. Although Xiansei wielded twin daggers, he found himself powerless to strike at such a distance. Presently, the blue flames emitted by the Fire Phoenix struck Xiansei's chest. Initially, the flames were not particularly broad as they erupted from the Phoenix's beak. However, upon reaching Xiansei's armor, the blue fire coalesced into a mushroom-shaped plume radiating outward from his torso. Meanwhile, in the office, Edgar could not discern the battlefield-esque condition, for the blue flames had engulfed the camera entirely. Anxiously, he clutched the screen, instinctively slapping it twice in desperation. Yet, within mere moments, the signal on the screen flickered and vanished, as the camera embedded in Xiansei's chest had been incinerated by the flames. Close to madness, Edgar pounded the LCD screen, fully aware that such actions would not rectify the signal. Nonetheless, his anxiety and disbelief compelled him to act. After a flurry of fruitless strikes, he pushed the screen away in frustration, causing it to crash to the ground with a resounding clatter. Slumping back into his chair, he sighed in resignation, noticing the moisture on his face, which had soaked through his shirt. With a shake of his head, Edgar inwardly calculated the situation. While the bird may have returned, it posed no threat to Xiansei or Maeve. The battlefield had merely transitioned into a state of tense stalemate. With this thought, Edgar's demeanor lightened somewhat. He swiftly grabbed a handful of tissues from his desk, removed his glasses, and began to wipe his face and the dampness on his chest and trousers. Meanwhile, Xiansei and Maeve in the battlefield found themselves in a defensive position, unable to fly or leap to safety. Although the Fire Phoenix's flames were not capable of inflicting grievous harm, they could do little but endure the assault. In a moment of desperation, Xiansei retrieved a small dagger from behind him and hurled it with all his might at the Fire Phoenix. Despite his precision, the distance proved insurmountable. Moreover, the Fire Phoenix possessed remarkable agility, causing Xiansei's blade to miss its mark entirely. His dagger clattered to the ground. Li Shuai hastily commanded the Fire Phoenix with his thoughts. After all, Xiansei's knife was a prized possession. The Fire Phoenix swiftly turned its body and dove toward the ground, its claw grasping the dagger. Upon receiving Li Shuai's command, the Fire Phoenix promptly stored Xiansei's small dagger within the system's space. From his vantage point atop the hill, Li Shuai retrieved the dagger, holding it with great excitement. Indeed, Xiansei's dagger proved to be an exceptional item. The blade was not particularly long, scarcely exceeding that of a fruit knife, yet it gleamed with a deep, lustrous black hue, and its edge was remarkably sharp. Li Shuai was hesitant even to touch the blade, fearing an accidental injury. Clutching the small dagger, he found its handle to be perfectly proportioned in both length and girth. It felt neither excessively rigid nor uncomfortable in his grip. How splendid this was! He had not anticipated that today's battle would yield not only a bounty of diamonds, but also Xiansei's dagger. It was noteworthy that this dagger could indeed inflict harm upon the Guoren, in stark contrast to Li Shuai's exhilaration. Xiansei and Queen Maeve found themselves in dire straits. The dagger launched by Xiansei had failed to vanquish the Fire Phoenix, and he still possessed 2 short blades. Xiansei briefly considered discarding his dual daggers, but quickly dismissed the idea, recalling how the previously thrown dagger had vanished without a trace. Losing the dual blades would be a significant setback. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether his daggers would even strike the Fire Phoenix. Even if they did, it did not guarantee the creature's demise. Moreover, despite having seemingly slain it moments ago, the Fire Phoenix had suddenly revived. It emerged from an unknown source, its combat prowess as formidable as ever. In comparison to Xiansei, Maeve had far greater experience. She had already fled a considerable distance, cradling her head in panic. When Xiansei instinctively glanced around, Maeve was nowhere to be found. With a frustrated stomp, Xiansei brandished his dual blades and began to run desperately. Both of them had suffered damage to their cameras and wireless communication devices due to the flames. Although they were aware that reinforcements would soon arrive, they dared not linger in battle, for they had no means to attack and could only endure passive assaults. The two raced across the grassy expanse. While the Water Corporation had lost visual contact with them and could not communicate, commands had already been dispatched. A contingent of armed personnel was racing to the rooftop, and 2 helicopters had taken flight. Yet Edgar felt uncertain. He immediately contacted the Guoren. Guoren, I am sending you a location. Xiansei and Maeve are engaged in combat and have encountered a formidable adversary. You must rush over immediately to rescue the 2 of them and ensure the annihilation of the enemy. At that moment, the Patriot was participating in a television program, resting in his green room, preparing for the second half of the recording. When he unexpectedly received a peculiar phone call from Edgar, he was taken aback. It was rare for Edgar to issue direct commands to him, and the urgency and anxiety in Edgar's tone were palpable. The Patriot had no time to inquire about the specifics. The gravity of the situation that could provoke such distress in Edgar was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was highly likely that Xiansei and Mei Fei were in grave peril. Therefore, without greeting anyone, the Patriot shattered the window and soared into the air, racing at full speed towards the battlefield. Chapter 7. The Homeland's Warrior. The warrior from the Homeland soared through the skies with remarkable velocity, swiftly arriving at his designated location. In the distance, he beheld an enormous bird, ablaze with flames, gracefully soaring through the air while relentlessly spewing fire, pursuing Xiansei and Mei Fu. Without hesitation, the warrior accelerated his flight, unleashing 2 crimson beams of laser that struck the Phoenix's back with tremendous force. The power of his laser vision was formidable. In that singular moment, it obliterated the Phoenix's very essence. The lifeless body of the Phoenix plummeted to the earth like a colossal stone, creating a deep crater upon impact. A faint, chilling smile curled at the corners of the warrior's lips as he descended beside the fallen Phoenix. He called out to Mei Fu and Xiansei with a triumphant voice. Hey, Xiansei, Mei Fu, was it this magnificent creature that attacked you? Worry not, for it has been vanquished. With a smile adorning his face and hands resting on his hips, he stood proudly next to the Phoenix's remains. At that moment, Xiansei and Mei Fu halted their flight, gazing at the warrior beside the lifeless bird. A sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, the warrior, upon observing Mei Fu, could not suppress a chuckle. Her once resplendent form was now charred black, her beautiful long hair reduced to singed, tattered remnants. With a playful grin, the warrior remarked, Ah, Mei Fu, your appearance today is quite unique. Mei Fu shot him a disapproving glare. The warrior merely nodded, still grinning at her. He then retrieved his phone and dialed Edgar. Boss, the danger has been averted. This great bird lies beneath my feet. As the warrior spoke with pride, he suddenly noticed the Phoenix's corpse erupting into flames once more. Instinctively, he recoiled several steps in alarm. Be careful, Queen Mei Fu shouted instinctively. Simultaneously, both she and Xiansei stood frozen, hesitant to approach, for they had previously witnessed the Phoenix's resurrection and the peril that ensued. Mei Fu's voice was filled with terror and urgency, echoing through the receiver and reaching Edgar's ears. Edgar had just donned a crisp new suit, feeling a sense of relief upon receiving the warrior's call. However, upon hearing Mei Fu's warning, his heart lurched into his throat. Without delay, the warrior activated his laser vision, directing 2 beams of red light towards the flames. Yet, just as the lasers were about to connect, the Phoenix's body inexplicably vanished. A smirk crept onto the warrior's face as he continued speaking into the phone. Ha ha ha. No worries, boss. that bird simply self-ignited. Remain vigilant. Edgar spoke nervously to the compatriot. Just moments ago, Shinsei had killed it, and it had self-ignited. Then, out of nowhere, another one emerged. You must be extremely cautious. As the compatriot listened to Edgar's words, compounded by his evident anxiety, he noticed Maeve and Shinsei instinctively back-to-back, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The compatriot too began to feel a surge of tension. Could this truly be happening? Yet, he coolly replied, "Rest assured, boss, everything is fine." He hung up the phone and activated his supervision, commencing a search of the area. Meanwhile, Li Shuai was on the opposite side of the hill, a cold smirk still playing on his lips. However, he quickly became anxious, realizing that the compatriot possessed supervision, although he was concealed behind the hill. Whether he would be discovered remained uncertain. If he were to be spotted, given his current capabilities, he would stand no chance against him. Moreover, the Fire Phoenix was only at level 1, meaning its resurrection ability had yet to be activated. This was no time for recklessness concerning his life. What should he do now? Gritting his teeth, Li Shuai summoned another Fire Phoenix, directing it to assault the compatriot. At the very moment the Fire Phoenix soared from the hilltop, Li Shuai initiated his own flight, skimming the ground along the hillside as he swiftly retreated. As he fled, he observed the battlefield through the Phoenix's perspective. When the Fire Phoenix emerged from the hill, the compatriot had his back turned. This was indeed fortunate. The compatriot was oblivious to the Phoenix's origins, thus unaware of Li Shuai's presence. "Watch out. Behind you." Queen Maeve shouted in terror. The compatriot immediately turned around. And sure enough, a Fire Phoenix, ablaze with flames, was diving rapidly towards them. The compatriot merely smirked coldly. 2 beams of laser shot from his eyes, instantly striking the Fire Phoenix. Before it could unleash its fiery assault, the Phoenix was swiftly reduced to nothingness, its body crashing heavily to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Li Shuai had managed to fly several kilometers away. The compatriot, now seething with rage, gritted his teeth, continuing to unleash lasers upon the Phoenix's lifeless form. "Aren't you supposed to resurrect? Come on, bring yourself back. Let me see," he spat venomously, advancing toward the Phoenix's corpse. It was precisely because the Fire Phoenix captured the compatriot's attention, coupled with the hill obstructing his view, that he remained oblivious to Li Shuai's presence. Although the Fire Phoenix had perished, Li Shuai could still observe the compatriot's movements through the Phoenix's perspective. As Li Shuai maintained his rapid flight, he let out a sigh of relief. "Never mind," he thought. "I shall refrain from engaging with them for now. It is time to level up. Once I attain a sufficient level, I can truly enjoy the game with them." Li Shuai continued his swift journey, covering several dozen kilometers. He contemplated that, given his current speed, it seemed he could not match the Fire Phoenix. Thus, he summoned a Fire Phoenix and mounted its back, with a powerful flap of its wings. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky, indeed flying several times faster than Li Shuai. Soon, he reached the outskirts of the city. The Fire Phoenix was incredibly resplendent, radiating flames that made it exceedingly conspicuous. Therefore, Li Shuai promptly dismissed the Fire Phoenix and continued his descent into the city using his own flight. Chapter 8. The Patriotic Ones continue the live broadcast at this moment. The enraged Patriotic Ones beheld the lifeless form of the Fire Phoenix before them, which suddenly erupted into a fierce blaze. With a flash of light, the body vanished once more. The Patriotic Ones shouted in fury, "Damn it! Come back! If you have the guts, return. Each time you come, I shall slay you." As they raged, they activated their enhanced vision to survey their surroundings. Despite being surrounded by mountains, which were mostly barren, the sun had now set, and apart from a few birds and animals, there were no signs of human presence on the peaks. With utmost diligence, the Patriotic Ones utilized their enhanced vision to scrutinize each bird, searching for one that bore resemblance to the earlier Phoenix. However, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing. The trio maintained their battle-ready stance, waiting for an extended period. Yet the Fire Phoenix did not re-emerge. Suddenly, one of the Patriotic Ones let out a howl to the heavens. "Ha! You wretched bird, come forth if you dare." At that moment, Xuanza and Queen Maeve exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually approaching the Patriotic Ones. Maeve, with a weary tone, remarked, "Enough, enough. It seems it won't return. I wonder if it revived, or if there are 3 such birds." Just then, a distant rumble of mechanical thunder resounded, as 2 helicopters dispatched from the top floor of the water company arrived at the scene. The helicopters, manned by a dozen fully armed mercenaries, circled cautiously around the battlefield. Having received intelligence from water employees regarding the situation, these mercenaries, seasoned in combat yet feeling unnerved, gripped their submachine guns tightly, ready for intense conflict. Observing the helicopters hovering above, the Patriotic Ones steadied their nerves and waved cheerfully, "Hey, it's all clear now, descend." Although the personnel aboard the helicopters could not discern the words of the Patriotic Ones, the sight of them waving indicated that the danger had subsided. Thus, the helicopters began to descend slowly onto the battlefield. The mercenaries swiftly disembarked, guns at the ready, cautiously approaching the Patriotic Ones. "Patriotic Ones, Where are the enemies? Have they been eliminated? The patriotic one smiled with pride, shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, there is no need for you to be this tense. The danger has passed. How about this? You take Schwanza and Maeve back to the company. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, they did not dare to lower their guard, maintaining their combat formation with weapons drawn. Maeve and Schwanza, feeling drained, boarded the helicopter. The mercenaries, while keeping a vigilant watch, carefully backed onto the helicopter as well. After the last individual boarded the helicopter, 2 aircraft descended swiftly amidst a cacophony of mechanical roars, heading directly towards the Watt Company building. The armed personnel aboard promptly reported to headquarters, declaring that the danger had been averted and that the Patriots had vanquished the enemy. This announcement from the mercenaries sent several employees at Watt's headquarters into a jubilant frenzy. They erupted in fervent cheers and applause, exclaiming, "Oh, yes, yes," while exchanging high-fives with one another. Meanwhile, Edgar, present in his office, received this exhilarating news through his headset. A sigh of relief escaped him as he gradually removed a miniature communication device from his ear and placed it on the table, finally allowing himself to relax. He leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes vigorously. After a brief respite of merely 30 seconds, he donned his glasses once more and picked up a telephone on his desk. "Hello, technical department? Dispatch a few personnel immediately to the recent battlefield for a thorough search in hopes of uncovering any valuable traces or clues." "Yes, sir," came the prompt reply as the technical department mobilized 4 individuals. They, along with several other mercenaries, equipped with the necessary tools and apparatus, split into 2 vehicles and set off for the battleground area. At that moment, the Patriot had also taken flight, as he had a subsequent segment to record. Although his flying speed was impressive, his round trip did not consume much time. Conversely, the television crew was in a state of panic. This was a live broadcast, and the Patriot was the most crucial guest. Initially, they planned for a brief intermission, but the live event commenced immediately, prompting frantic staff to rush to the director with alarming news. "Director, it's bad. The Patriot has flown out through the window." "What?" The director's face paled upon hearing this. Yet, there was little to be done. They could only wait for the Patriot's return. If he did not come back, they would have to fabricate an excuse to appease the audience eagerly awaiting the broadcast. As the live broadcast time approached, the director, with no alternatives, instructed the host to delay for as long as possible. Just as despair enveloped the room, the Patriot returned. The television staff hurriedly converged around him. "Did you have an urgent mission?" "The live broadcast has already begun." The Patriot smiled warmly at the staff. "Indeed, there was an urgent task. But the danger has now subsided. We can resume the broadcast." "Okay," one of the staff exclaimed, immediately grabbing a walkie-talkie to announce, "The Patriot has returned. We are ready to proceed with the broadcast." The host, having heard this report through his miniature communication device, breathed a sigh of relief, for he had not prepared for such an extended program. The moment was entirely spontaneous, and many spectators present, along with those watching at home and online, were eagerly anticipating the appearance of the esteemed guest, the national figure. A slight misstep could easily invite a torrent of criticism, potentially leading to a sudden decline in one's fan base. Thus, upon hearing this, the host exuberantly declared, "Okay, now let us welcome our most illustrious guest, the national figure." At the sound of the host's proclamation, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause. The national figure, wearing a warm smile, gracefully ascended the stage, greeting all those involved in the recording. "Thank you all." Upon settling into the sofa, the host glanced at the director seated below. The director responded with an emphatic nod. The host then inquired, "National figure, we noticed earlier that you flew out after crashing through a window. Were you engaged in some urgent mission?" Chapter 9. Emergency takeoff of Air Force fighters. Upon hearing the news, Gorin couldn't help but smile with pride. "Indeed, you are quite astute. I have indeed undertaken a minor yet urgent mission." The audience erupted in excitement, applauding fervently, with some calling out, "Gorin, can you divulge the nature of your mission?" The host also gazed at Gorin with eager anticipation, curious to learn about the task he had just completed. This unexpected turn of events held far greater journalistic value than the original interview plan, captivating everyone's attention. Gorin waved his hand to the crowd, signaling, all right. The matter is rather straightforward. My dear friends and colleagues, Schwanza and Maeve, are currently engaged in a highly classified operation. However, an enormous bird unexpectedly appeared in their operational area. For reasons unknown, this colossal avian has been relentlessly attacking them. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. "Oh my God, a bird?" The host looked at Gorin with skepticism, inquiring, "Did you just say a bird? A bird is attacking Schwanza and Maeve?" "Yes, indeed it is," Gorin replied, his smile unwavering as he met the host's gaze. "Allow me to clarify, this is no ordinary bird. It is exceptionally large, emanating flames from its body, and it even breathes fire. As you know, Schwanza and Maeve are formidable, yet they lack the ability to fly. They could not strike this airborne creature. Thus the company dispatched me to handle the situation. The audience was further astir, their curiosity piqued. The host regarded Goran with a perplexed expression. Are you suggesting that there exists a bird capable of breathing fire? Is it some sort of superpowered avian? The audience buzzed with speculation. Could this truly be possible? Is there a bird that possesses such extraordinary abilities? After all, how else could it breathe fire? Meanwhile, online viewers were equally enthralled, flooding the live stream with comments and questions. Are you certain Queen Maeve referred to a large bird and not a man? Could it really be a bird? They typed furiously. Schwanza and Maeve are both exceptionally skilled. How could they possibly struggle against a mere bird? Didn't Goran mention that the bird can fly? What kind of bird could unleash flames? While Goran could not see the viewers' comments, he noticed the astonished reactions of the live audience and the host's expression of bewilderment. His smile broadened as he declared, yes, even I find it hard to believe. Yet I witnessed it with my own eyes, a bird, indeed, engulfed in flames. Moreover, it is capable of breathing fire. However, fear not, for I have vanquished it. Yes. The host enthusiastically applauds the patriotic individuals, and the audience below joins in fervent applause. Meanwhile, discussions among netizens regarding this matter have been incessant. In this era, truly anything can manifest. Not only can humans develop extraordinary abilities, but birds can as well. Perhaps one day, our household pets may also sprout laser eyes or something of the sort. However, let us not indulge in fanciful talk. Several netizens have already come across pertinent information. Indeed, we have uncovered this entity, possibly referred to as the Fire Phoenix. It is a mythical creature from folklore. Let us not be foolish. Can a creature from myth truly materialize in reality? Some have even unearthed related photographs online, posting them in the comments below. Could it be? Does a creature from myth genuinely exist? If so, why would they attack Xianxei and Maeve? The entire discourse on the internet is now centered around this interview with the patriotic individuals. Countless people are frantically searching for this flame-breathing bird online, engaging in endless debates and arguments. Today, the excitement is not limited solely to the television station and water company. It also encompasses a local Air Force base. When the Fire Phoenix clashed with Xianxei, the personnel at the Air Force base did not perceive any anomalies. However, when Li Shuai returned to the city, he had ridden a distance on the Fire Phoenix. It was this very distance that caught the attention of the Air Force. The detection of Li Shuai and the Fire Phoenix did not come from the Air Force's radar, but rather from an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Two soldiers operating the drone were diligently recording the various data transmitted back. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared on their screens. The soldiers, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly reviewed the footage. The video was exceedingly blurry. What was that? A ball of fire? No. Based on its shape, it resembled a bird. No. It appeared more like some sort of aircraft. Observe its shape. It is diamond-like. It must be an aircraft, driven by their military instincts. The soldiers concluded that the Fire Phoenix was indeed an aircraft and immediately reported their findings to their superiors. This information swiftly reached General Rhodes at the Air Force Base. The discovery of an unidentified flying object could not be taken lightly. General Rhodes promptly dispatched 2 fighter jets for an urgent ascent. Simultaneously, he ordered the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to continue its search for the target. However, the drone's speed was insufficient, and it had already lost sight of the target. Locating Li Shuai and the Fire Phoenix again would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, the more elusive the situation became, the more vigilant and tense the soldiers grew. General Rhodes, a white man in his 50s with graying temples, quickly donned his military uniform and proceeded to the command hall. General, everyone rose and saluted the general. The general merely gestured towards them and hastily approached the drone operators. The 2 operators had conducted an extensive sharpening of the images recently intercepted by the drones. However, despite such efforts, the visuals remained exceedingly vague, primarily due to the considerable distance and the rapid velocity of the target. General Rhodes promptly donned his glasses, scrutinizing the image with great care. It bore a striking resemblance to an aircraft, yet, peculiarly, it seemed to emanate flames, which was counterintuitive as such crafts are typically designed for utmost stealth. Report, General, could it be self-ignition? General Rhodes regarded the computer screen, arms crossed, and nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that such a possibility indeed existed. He pondered when this aircraft had entered their airspace unnoticed by their radar. At that moment, a radar operator swiftly addressed General Rhodes. Report, General. Had it not been for its natural state, we would have failed to detect it entirely. The general cast a skeptical glance at the radar operator, who promptly added, Indeed, General. Moreover, following its natural state, our radar has captured no information regarding it whatsoever. Chapter 10, The Aircraft or the Great Bird. General Rhodes stormed before the radar operator. Soldier, are you asserting that our radar cannot detect this target? Yes, General. It is completely invisible on our radar. Upon hearing such a report, Rhodes's expression darkened. It is perplexing. Our radar is remarkably advanced. How could there be an aircraft capable of evading our monitoring? Furthermore, it has reportedly self-ignited, yet our radar remains oblivious to its presence. What exactly is this aircraft? Who is its master? What purpose does its arrival serve? It is troubling that we remain entirely ignorant of its duration in our airspace. More critically, it can traverse our domain at will, posing a significant threat. Although it may currently be conducting mere reconnaissance, should it choose to launch an attack, we would be utterly defenseless. We might even be caught unaware while enemy missiles approach our doorstep. General Rhodes promptly addressed the drone operators. You too. Immediately deliver the captured imagery of the drone to the relevant experts for meticulous analysis. Additionally, from this moment forth, maintain vigilant surveillance for any anomalies in our airspace. No detail, however minute, should be overlooked. Yes, General. At that moment, two F-35 aircraft, freshly airborne, reached their designated positions. Report, General. Falcon 1 has arrived at the designated location. No enemy aircraft detected. Report, General. Falcon 2 has reached the designated location. No enemy aircraft detected. The reports from the two aircraft were entirely anticipated by General Rhodes. He swiftly picked up the microphone, declaring, "This is General Rhodes. Falcon 1, Falcon 2. Expand your search parameters. Be advised, the opposing aircraft may be stealthy. Exercise utmost caution." Falcon 1 acknowledges. Falcon 2 acknowledges. Following the command, the two helicopters commenced an expanded search in their vicinity. After issuing orders to the fighter jets, General Rhodes seized the microphone once more. Immediately summoned Captain Bart of the Cheetah Strike Team to the operations command room. Within 3 minutes, a formidable soldier clad in camouflage hurried into the command room. General Rhodes regarded Captain Bart of the Cheetah Strike Team. The situation is urgent. There is no time for lengthy explanation. You must lead your team to conduct a search in this area. As he spoke, Rhodes traced a rough outline on the military map with his finger. The objective is to locate an aircraft, which may have self-ignited. Remember, it is of utmost importance to us. Currently, our radar is entirely incapable of detecting it. I require you to lead the personnel here at the earliest possible moment and locate it. Be advised, if there are pilots aboard the aircraft, attempt to capture them alive. Yes, General. Captain Bart of the Cheetah Assault Team immediately turned and, with his subordinates, split into 2 helicopters and 2 military off-road vehicles, hastening towards the designated location. The area delineated by General Rhodes on the map was vast, compelling the soldiers to conduct a thorough search. However, it was evident that their efforts would yield no results. As it was not an aircraft, nor had there been a crash, General Rhodes and the military personnel at headquarters busied themselves with palpable tension. At that moment, a female soldier entered, adorned with the rank of colonel. Despite her gender, she sported a short hairstyle akin to that of her male counterparts, which, along with her uniform, lent her an air of competence. Upon spotting her, General Rhodes promptly greeted the officer. "Ah, Colonel Susan, did I not authorize your leave?" Colonel Susan saluted the general, replying, "Sir, I just witnessed 2 F-35s take off in haste. Is there an urgent military operation underway?" General Rhodes regarded Colonel Susan with a satisfied smile and proceeded to show her the footage captured by the drone. He then recounted the recent developments to her once more. After viewing the footage, Colonel Susan appeared perplexed. "That cannot be. Our radar systems are among the most advanced available. We must await the return of the search teams before drawing any conclusions." As she concluded her statement, she stood at attention and saluted General Rhodes once more. "Sir, given the gravity of the situation, should we inform the Secretary of Defense?" General Rhodes, with his arms crossed and head bowed in contemplation, deliberated for a moment. "No, not yet. After all, this matter has yet to be fully clarified. We cannot engage in unfounded speculation. Let us wait for the search teams to return with any valuable leads before deciding whether to report to the Department of Defense." Just as General Rhodes and Colonel Susan were engaged in discussion, the General's phone rang. It was a call from Mrs. Rhodes. Despite the pressing military circumstances, General Rhodes answered his wife's call. "Is there something urgent, my dear? I have significant matters to attend to." "Significant matters?" Mrs. Rhodes replied with a chuckle. "Could it be a fire-breathing bird you're referring to? Is the military interested in such matters?" "What bird?" General Rhodes responded, visibly displeased. "Madam, we are currently executing military duties. This is not a time for jest. If you have no urgent matters, let us discuss this upon my return home." No. Mrs. Rhodes promptly sent General Rhodes a live video from the internet. "I suggest you take a look to see if it pertains to this matter." Rhodes hung up the phone, casting an awkward glance at Colonel Susan and the surrounding soldiers. He then opened the live stream link. On the broadcast, the compatriots were animatedly discussing the great bird, describing how it emanated flames and attacked Schwanza and Maeve with fire. The general watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, thinking, could it be true? Colonel Susan, observing beside him, also displayed a look of alarm. "General, I find it hard to believe this is mere coincidence. Could it truly be a fire-breathing bird? Yet, surely our compatriots would not brazenly lie on television. Has the what company produced a bird with supernatural abilities?" Rhodes and Colonel Susan exchanged glances, each wearing an expression akin to having just tasted bitter melon. Chapter 11. The great bird consumes the dark blade. General Rhodes and Colonel Susan settled into 2 chairs in a corner of the Grand Command Room, attentively watching the live broadcast from the homeland. The patriotic announcer, animated and eloquent, recounted events in great detail. Colonel Susan furrowed her brow in skepticism, pondering the authenticity of the claims. If the narrative from the homeland was to be believed, it resembled a mythical creature from Eastern legends, the phoenix, a bird said to be reborn from the ashes of its own flames. General Rhodes, after listening, let out a cold chuckle. Regardless of its nature, any entity that enters my territory must seek my permission, otherwise, it shall face annihilation. Colonel Susan, we must remain vigilant. The homeland's representatives may fabricate tales for the sake of spectacle, conjuring whatever stories they wish. However, as soldiers, we must prepare for the worst. Camouflaging aircraft to resemble birds is not a novel tactic. Our base is replete with such designs. Yes, General. Colonel Susan immediately stood at attention. General Rhodes continued, Susan, in the coming days, keep an eye out. If anyone in the military propagates these mythological tales, convey my message to them. Anyone who dares to create disturbances in our domain will be met with our weaponry. Our machine guns and missiles are not mere decorations. Yes, General. Meanwhile, Queen Maeve and Dark Blade had returned to the What Company. Upon entering the office of the Super 7, they discovered Storm Woman and Locomotive were still present, seemingly waiting for their arrival. As Maeve stepped in, Storm Woman and Locomotive exchanged astonished glances at Maeve's hair. My goodness, they both stifled laughter, attempting to contain their amusement. Maeve, feeling scrutinized, halted, placing her hands on her hips. Why are you two still here? Locomotive swiftly approached Maeve, his eyes narrowing into slits. Haha, Maeve. Don't be like that. The boss had to leave unexpectedly and asked us to wait for you. Storm Woman chimed in cheerfully. Indeed. You both must be exhausted from today's endeavors. Are you unscathed? At that moment, Dark Blade turned to exit. Locomotive, observing Dark Blade's retreating figure, exclaimed, Hey, is Dark Blade leaving already? Wait, where is your dagger? Dark Blade paused briefly, then continued walking. Everyone was well aware of Dark Blade's temperament. Locomotive shrugged helplessly, redirecting his gaze to Maeve. Maeve sighed. His dagger was consumed by that great bird. What? Locomotive and Storm Woman gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Maeve's words. Locomotive's eyes widened, hands spread in astonishment as he stared at Maeve. Meanwhile, Storm Woman, brimming with excitement, pulled Maeve to a seat. Her expression animated as she looked at Maeve. Maeve, you pondered what kind of bird would consume a dark-hued knife. The locomotive, with a swift whoosh, settled beside Maeve, equally exhilarated as it gazed at her. The peculiar abilities of the dark-hued entity were well known, and this marked the first occasion it had lost its weapon. Moreover, it was astonishing that it had been devoured by a bird. Hence, both individuals were enveloped in excitement and trepidation. If even the combined efforts of the dark-hued one and Maeve could not subdue this bird, its prowess must be formidable. The thought of encountering it again was indeed troubling. Although the compatriots claimed that the bird had been slain, Storm Girl and the locomotive remained convinced that the creature would resurrect. With a sigh, Maeve recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her account, Storm Girl and the locomotive were left astounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Could it be true? Was it the same bird that could revive, or were there 3 identical birds in existence? Maeve, shaking her head in resignation, admitted her uncertainty. However, she speculated that resurrection was likely. If there were indeed 3 identical birds, why would they not appear together, instead of one perishing only for another to emerge? After Maeve spoke, the trio fell into contemplation. Moments later, the locomotive, still perplexed, remarked, But if it can revive, why didn't it return after dying for the 3rd time? Logically, if it could revive, it could continue to engage with you. As Storm Girl absorbed the locomotive's words, she nodded vigorously in agreement. Maeve shrugged, shaking her head in resignation, pondering how anyone could truly know the creature's intentions. Perhaps it harbored doubts about vanquishing the 3 of them, leading it to retreat. After a brief silence, the locomotive enigmatically suggested, There are numerous rumors circulating online, claiming that a bird has acquired extraordinary powers. What do you think about that possibility? Following this statement, the trio lapsed into silence once more, each engaged in their own analysis. They were all aware of the existence of Compound Number 5, and logically, given the boss's anxious demeanor that day, he should have been oblivious to these events. If this bird was indeed a product of the Vort Corporation as laboratory, the company would certainly be aware of its capabilities and how to counteract it. Thus, it would be reckless to send the dark-hued one to assist Maeve and exercise in futility. Conversely, if the tales circulating were accurate, and this bird had emerged from mythology, that would be utterly bizarre. Moreover, what could possibly motivate this bird to steal Queen Maeve's chest? If it were merely a bird, its primary concern would likely be sustenance, suggesting that it might have viewed Maeve as potential prey. Yet, what purpose could it have in seizing Maeve's chest? Additionally, the disappearance of the dark-hued knife was equally mysterious. Maeve had distinctly seen that knife embedded in the body of the large bird, yet when the bird's carcass fell to the ground, the knife was nowhere to be found. Moreover, subsequently, its corpse spontaneously ignited, leaving nothing behind, including the obsidian blade that vanished alongside it. Logically, such flames and temperatures should not have been capable of damaging the obsidian knife. Could it truly have been consumed by it? And what of Maeve's chest? Was that also devoured? Why then, does this bird feast upon such objects? Yet, it seems illogical. If it had a penchant for metallic items, Maeve's vehicle was nearby. As was the robber's car. Why did it not indulge in the automobiles or the robber's firearm? Indeed, the entire rationale appears to crumble. At that moment, the locomotive, as if struck by a revelation, gazed anxiously at Maeve, asking whether she had observed that the bird, beyond its assault on her, had targeted others as well. No. I mean, there were 4 robbers present. Did the bird consume or incinerate their remains? Queen Maeve pondered deeply, then vigorously shook her head, declaring, no, it did not. The bird was relentlessly pursuing us. Chapter 12. Unlocking the Phoenix S. Substitute Maeve, Storm, and the locomotive spent an extensive duration in the office. Yet they were unable to arrive at a conclusive understanding. The night had deepened significantly when the trio finally departed the office to head home. Meanwhile, Li Shuai wandered aimlessly through the city. Although he possessed numerous valuable diamonds, his foremost dilemma was how to liquidate these gems. Nonetheless, the allure of precious items rarely lacks for buyers. As dawn approached, Li Shuai stumbled upon a black market. There, he sold several diamonds, amassing a substantial sum of money. Through the black market proprietor's connections, Li Shuai acquired a set of legitimate identification documents. In this city, the proliferation of individuals capable of producing such documents was staggering, and they exhibited remarkable professionalism. Mysteriously, individuals often vanished without a trace, in many cases went unreported by their families. Over time, some individuals began to exploit these missing persons records. Given the sheer volume of such cases, they colluded with government officials to fabricate false identification if someone desired counterfeit documents. They would sift through the archives to find individuals with similar appearances and create documents under those names. If the compensation was generous enough, they could even replace the photographs in the government files. Now endowed with considerable wealth, Li Shuai was not perturbed by these illicit dealings. He procured a relatively authentic set of documents, aiming to facilitate his future endeavors with greater ease. When midday arrived, Li Shuai checked into a luxurious hotel, securing a lavish suite on the top floor. Since the money was acquired without effort, he spent it liberally. Li Shuai ordered an extravagant lunch at the hotel and indulged in a long, soothing bath, eventually drifting into a deep slumber until nightfall. Upon awakening, he leisurely enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. As the clock approached 11, he extinguished all the lights in his room and stealthily opened the hotel window. His choice of hotel was strategic, for it boasted the highest floors amidst a sea of lowly residential buildings, allowing him to soar unnoticed. Particularly, his Phoenix was an arresting sight, radiating a fiery glow visible from afar. Li Shuai launched himself from the window, fully aware that the black-robed enforcer's realm was rife with bars catering to those with extraordinary abilities. These venues attracted a considerable number of such individuals, serving as a veritable treasure trove of experience points. As he soared through the air, he surveyed the ground below until he identified a bar. The patrons entering and exiting this establishment were clad in remarkably eccentric attire, far surpassing the so-called odd fashions of youth. He gently descended onto the rooftop of a nearby high-rise, using the bright lights illuminating the bar's entrance to observe the scene below. Just then, a car arrived, and 2 men disembarked. The space in front of the bar was already filled with vehicles, leaving only a narrow gap, which meant their car could not maneuver in. It appears that these 2 individuals have no intention of parking their vehicle at a considerable distance. Therefore, one of them effortlessly lifted the rear of a car in front of him, maneuvering it as if it were a mere toy, pushing it forward slightly. Subsequently, he elevated the front of another car behind and nudged it backward a bit. The 2 then parked their vehicle in the middle and joyfully entered the bar. Li Shuai mused that this was indeed the case. Individuals with supernatural abilities tend to congregate. His assumption proved correct, as this establishment catered specifically to those with extraordinary powers. Most of these individuals, leveraging their abilities, often engaged in illegal activities. Neither the local gangs nor the police could manage them, since these individuals acquired wealth with ease. They also spent it generously. Consequently, some bars focused exclusively on serving those with special abilities, providing everything they required. This particular bar was not overly large. Its main hall resembled that of other bars, filled with booths. The interior was dimly lit, the music resonating at a deafening volume with an electrifying beat. Supernaturally gifted patrons drank heartily, laughing boisterously. Some showcased their powers, with individuals standing upright against the wall at a perfect 90-degree angle to the ground, appearing as if they were standing on solid ground, while still nursing a large mug of beer. Others floated gracefully in the air. At the back of the hall, several private rooms offered a different atmosphere. Within these spaces, the pulsating music continued unabated, and most of the men and women were unclad. They displayed their abilities, executing intricate poses unattainable by ordinary humans. Just as these individuals were enjoying their usual revelry, a thunderous crash reverberated through the bar as its windows shattered. In an instant, a magnificent bird flew in, the fire phoenix summoned by Li Shuai. Upon seeing the majestic creature, the majority of the patrons were rendered speechless. Good heavens! What is that? It's ablaze. It's on fire. However, a few individuals showed no fear. Instead, they became extraordinarily exhilarated. One young man, captivated by the fire phoenix, whistled enthusiastically, leaped onto a sofa, clapped fervently, and shouted, "Okay. Incredible! So cool! Whose masterpiece is this?" With his exclamation, two others joined in the excitement, exclaiming, "My word! This is simply magnificent!" As more patrons echoed their enthusiasm, the bar erupted into applause and cheers directed at the fire phoenix. Some joyfully raised their glasses in tribute to the extraordinary creature. Through the phoenix's perspective, Li Shuai observed the patrons. The majority bore crimson health bars above their heads, while a few displayed yellow. Li Shuai promptly commanded the fire phoenix to commence its assault. With a majestic spread of its wings, the creature emitted a piercing shriek. Following this, it opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of azure flames that directly struck a supernatural being standing before it. In an instant, the unfortunate individual was engulfed in the blue inferno, emitting frantic cries for help. "Ah, save me!" he shouted, desperately seeking shelter. However, just as he turned to flee, he had taken but a few steps before his lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Concurrently, a notification appeared on Li Shuai's system panel. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a level 1 supernatural being, earning 1,000 experience points." Gazing at his system panel, Li Shuai was overwhelmed with joy. To think that slaying a level 1 being would yield 1,000 experience points. This is sufficient for leveling up. Without hesitation, he tapped the plus sign behind the fire phoenix. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated the fire phoenix to level 2, consuming a total of 1,000 experience points, with 0 points remaining. The next upgrade will require 2,000 experience points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. The fire phoenix has been successfully upgraded to level 2, automatically activating the phoenix's resurrection ability." Chapter 13. Ascending 3 levels splendid. Li Shuai promptly summoned another phoenix of fire. The majestic bird flapped its wings and soared towards the bar, which was now in utter chaos. At first, the onlookers, witnessing the grand avian, believed it to be a transformation of one among the ability wielders. They applauded enthusiastically. However, panic ensued when the phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames, claiming the life of an individual. It was only then that they comprehended the imminent danger. Within the bar, the phoenix selected its second target, unleashing blue flames upon a particular individual. Among the numerous patrons indulging in libations, one stood out remarkably, armed and adorned with bullets that encircled him like a belt. Through the phoenix's perspective, Li Shuai recognized him as the ability wielder known as Gunpowder. This individual produced a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the phoenix. The bullets struck, but their impact was negligible against the formidable creature. At that moment, a second phoenix burst through the window, disregarding the others, and directed its fiery breath at Gunpowder. Instantly, he cried out in distress, redirecting his weapon to fire at the second phoenix. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Li Shuai's mind. "Congratulations, host. Your phoenix has successfully slain a level 1 ability wielder. Experience points 1,000. Now, both phoenixes unleashed their flames, targeting Gunpowder. In a mere 2 seconds, another notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. Your phoenix has successfully slain a level 1 ability wielder. Experience points 1,000. Amidst the turmoil, some patrons fled through windows and doors, while a majority opted to confront the phoenixes. Some expelled flames in retaliation, while others fashioned ice spikes from the drinks atop the tables, hurling them with ferocity. Simultaneously, furniture, sofas, coffee tables, glasses, and bottles were launched towards the fiery beings. Li Shuai, observing from a distance, noted that he had amassed enough experience points, 2,000, and promptly clicked the plus sign behind the phoenix. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the phoenix to level 3, consuming 2,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 0. Next upgrade requires 4,000 experience points." With a mere thought, a third phoenix materialized beside Li Shuai. He commanded this newly summoned creature to pursue the fleeing ability wielders from the bar. Among them were the 2 particularly strong individuals who had just exited, now preparing to escape in their vehicle. The blue flames of the phoenix struck one of them squarely in the chest, eliciting a cacophony of screams. Now, the fire phoenix has reached level 3, its attack power significantly increased. In less than 2 seconds, a gaping hole was burned into the chest of one unfortunate individual. who subsequently ignited into flames, transforming into a being of fire. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 1 superhuman, earning 1,000 experience points. Meanwhile, a companion who had escaped alongside him discovered that the colossal bird had mercilessly taken the life of his ally. Rather than succumbing to panic, this individual merely shifted his shoulder, producing a spear seemingly from thin air. However, this spear resembled more of a stout stick with a sharp point at the end. Although Li Shuai possessed the perspective of the Fire Phoenix, he could not discern the material of this spear. With his eyes ablaze with fury, the superhuman charged at the Fire Phoenix, thrusting the spear forward with considerable force, causing the Phoenix to sway slightly. In response, the Fire Phoenix swiftly turned, unleashing a torrent of blue flames. As the flames engulfed the assailant, he experienced excruciating pain, prompting him to retreat abruptly and hurl the spear away. With a clatter, the spear struck the Fire Phoenix and fell to the ground, only to vanish moments later. Realizing he was no match for the Fire Phoenix, the superhuman fled. But the Phoenix was relentless, continuing to spew blue flames in hot pursuit. Despite the approach of midnight, the streets remained teeming with onlookers, who were utterly horrified by the spectacle. Oh my goodness, look! A giant bird that breathes fire. Is this the legendary bird spoken of by our ancestors? It hasn't perished. They did not kill it. Run. Get out of the way. Some individuals hastily drove away, while others ducked into narrow alleys, clutching their heads in fear. A few audacious souls, however, crouched behind corners, recording the scene on their phones and broadcasting it live. The Fire Phoenix relentlessly pursued the fleeing superhuman, engulfing him in flames. Clearly, this individual was formidable, as he would dart a few steps before casting the spear at the Fire Phoenix, only for it to vanish upon impact and reappear in his grasp, allowing him to launch it again. After several tense moments, a large hole was finally seared into the back of the fleeing man. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 3 superhuman, earning 7,000 experience points. Remarkably, this brought the total experience points to 8,000. Li Shuai promptly tapped the plus sign behind the Fire Phoenix. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 4, consuming 4,000 experience points, leaving 4,000 remaining. The next upgrade requires 8,000 experience points. Just as Li Shuai upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 4, a disheartening message appeared. Regrettably, host, your Fire Phoenix has been slain by a superhuman. It turned out that the remaining 2 Fire Phoenixes were engaged in a fierce battle with a group of superhumans at a nearby bar. The extraordinary beings rose in rebellion, and the 2 Fire Phoenixes appeared feeble in the face of such a multitude. One of the Fire Phoenixes had already been completely vanquished. Upon witnessing the demise of one of their own, the throng of extraordinary beings erupted in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Oh yes, splendid. You beast, at last, you have perished." Ha! They then swiftly redirected their focus to the second Fire Phoenix. In mere moments, the second Fire Phoenix also fell to their assault. Regrettably, host, your Fire Phoenix has been slain by the extraordinary beings. The lifeless forms of both Fire Phoenixes lay within the bar. The jubilant extraordinary beings reveled in their triumph, with several continuing to smash the corpses with bottles and bar stools, while others leapt and danced upon the remains. Their celebration was wild and unrestrained, with some shouting, "Boss, bring forth the drinks." Yet, amidst their raucous revelry, a sudden flash of fire ignited the corpse of the first Fire Phoenix, swiftly followed by its disappearance in a blaze. Chapter 14. The Massacre of the Fire Phoenix. This sudden turn of events startled the psychics, causing them to retreat hastily. Each individual assumed a combat stance, unleashing their unique abilities. In an instant, the sofas and coffee tables that had just landed, along with the shattered stools, soared into the air, swirling around the lifeless forms of the 2 Fire Phoenixes. Small fireballs danced in chaotic circles around the corpses, while a dozen ice spikes hovered ominously above them, poised to descend at any moment. Others, unarmed, positioned their hands before their chests, ready to engage in combat, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at the fallen Phoenixes. After the first Fire Phoenix vanished, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. A mixture of astonishment and fear painted across their expressions. Suddenly, one among them shouted, "Did everyone see the live stream from the patriotic people? They once killed such a bird, claiming it could resurrect. Will it truly come back to life?" Just then, flames erupted around the second Fire Phoenix's body, intensifying the tension among the psychics. Some felt beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, yet their eyes remained fixated on the Phoenix. As the flames subsided, both Fire Phoenix corpses had disappeared. Those brave enough to approach the spot where the Phoenixes had lain found nothing remaining. Instantly, they became vigilant, scanning the bar's vicinity and the rooftop with keen eyes. Observing from a distance atop the roof, Li Shuai noted the alert on his system panel, realizing he had lost 2 Fire Phoenixes. However, he remained unperturbed. For these Fire Phoenixes were not truly dead, he merely needed to summon them again. Moreover, his Fire Phoenix had now reached level 4. Meanwhile, another Fire Phoenix outside pursuing fleeing psychics, had concluded its task with swift efficiency. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 1 psychic, earning 1,000 experience points. With a mere thought, 3 additional Fire Phoenixes materialized beside him. He commanded all 4 to charge toward the bar. The windows and walls of the establishment were shattered upon their impact, and the 4 Fire Phoenixes surged into the bar, sending the psychics into a frenzy of terror. My heavens, 4 of them, for more have arrived. In an instant, the chaotic surroundings, combined with fireballs and ice spikes, cascaded toward the Phoenixes. The level 4 Fire Phoenixes boasted formidable attacking power. One of them emitted a piercing screech, unleashing a jet of blue flames that struck a psychic standing opposite it. In scarcely a second, another notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 1 psychic, earning 1,000 experience points. As the psychics, once united in their assault against the Fire Phoenixes, began to scatter in fear, a significant number remained, their bloodlust overwhelming their instinct for self-preservation. Since acquiring their extraordinary abilities, they have grown accustomed to their unchecked arrogance and have rarely faced any adversity. In their minds, apart from their homeland and the so-called Super 7, there is nothing to fear. Moreover, they had just successfully slain 2 birds. Thus, they relentlessly continued their assault on the Phoenix. Congratulations, host. Your Phoenix has successfully killed a level 3 ability user, gaining 7,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your Phoenix has successfully killed a level 1 ability user, gaining 1,000 experience points. Regrettably, host, your Phoenix has been killed by an ability user. The battlefield had descended into a stalemate. Yet, Li Shuai stood atop a distant high-rise, wearing a constant smile. He had accumulated 14,000 experience points. Without hesitation, he clicked the plus sign behind the Phoenix. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the Phoenix to level 5, consuming 8,000 experience points, leaving a balance of 6,000 experience points. The next upgrade requires 16,000 experience points. Li Shuai promptly summoned 2 additional Phoenixes. These new Phoenixes immediately flapped their wings and rejoined the fray within the bar. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the Phoenix to level 5, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw now? Li Shuai beamed at the system panel. Of course, he would draw. He no longer needed to engage in the battle himself. He eagerly pressed the button for an immediate draw. With a flash of golden light, congratulations, host. This time you have drawn a random skill upgrade by 1 level. Would you like to upgrade immediately? A random upgrade was quite satisfactory. Moving up a level was always beneficial. Li Shuai quickly pressed the confirm button. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded vision to level 2, consuming 0 experience points, leaving a balance of 8,000 experience points. The next upgrade requires 4,000 experience points. Upon reaching level 2 vision, Li Shuai noticed a remarkable clarity. Standing atop the high building, he could discern even the license plate numbers of cars on the street. Ding. System special notice. Your vision is now at level 2. Upon reaching level 3, you will gain night vision capabilities. Congratulations, host. Your Phoenix has successfully killed a level 3 ability user, gaining 7,000 experience points. Meanwhile, an intense battle raged within the bar, where dozens of ability users surrounded the 5 Phoenixes, launching a frenzied assault. Regrettably, host, your Phoenix has been killed by an ability user. Congratulations, host. Your Phoenix has successfully killed a level 1 ability user, gaining 1,000 experience points. Remarkable. He now possessed 16,000 experience points. Li Shuai immediately clicked the plus sign behind the Phoenix. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the Phoenix to level 6, consuming 16,000 experience points, leaving a balance of 0 experience points. The next upgrade requires 32,000 experience points. Li Shuai immediately summoned 2 more Fire Phoenixes, which promptly joined the fray. How could their numbers multiply so rapidly? And they seemed to grow even more formidable with each clash. The once confident ability users had now completely lost their morale. Their fighting spirit had evaporated. Many began to flee in panic. As they made their escape, the 5 Fire Phoenixes pursued relentlessly, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Some individuals dashed away at incredible speeds, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Others took to the skies, soaring through shattered windows. Meanwhile, those who lagged behind became easy prey for the Fire Phoenixes. The fleeing ability users cried out for help, racing frantically down the streets. The 5 Fire Phoenixes did not scatter. Instead, they concentrated their fiery assault on a single target. After dispatching one foe, they swiftly shifted their focus to another. This strategy greatly enhanced their efficiency, allowing them to eliminate targets with remarkable speed. However, the downside was evident. Numerous ability users had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 15. Unveiling night vision and X-ray vision. After the Fire Phoenixes had eliminated all their targets, Li Shuai made a mental gesture. causing the 5 fire phoenixes to vanish into thin air high above. He continued to focus on the system panel. During the recent frenzy of pursuit, the fire phoenixes had dispatched 3 level 1 ability users, 2 level 2 ability users, and 2 level 3 ability users, accumulating a total of 21,000 experience points. The slaughter had been exhilarating, propelling the fire phoenixes from level 1 directly to level 6. However, the accumulated experience of 21,000 was insufficient for further elevating the fire phoenixes, though upgrading other aspects remained relatively uncomplicated. In truth, Li Shuai favored the enhancement of the fire phoenixes. For the higher their level, the greater their numbers and attack power when summoned. Directing the fire phoenixes from behind the scenes ensured his own safety. Yet, for the sake of precaution, he decided to upgrade some of the other parameters. After a brief contemplation, he clicked the plus sign next to vision. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded vision to level 3, consuming 2,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 19,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded vision to level 3. You have now acquired night vision capabilities. Ding. System special notice. Upgrading vision to level 5 grants the ability of X-ray vision. Li Shuai pondered this and found it quite agreeable, so he clicked the plus sign next to vision twice more. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded vision from level 3 to level 5, consuming 12,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 6,000. Next upgrade requires 16,000 experience points. Li Shuai blinked and resumed his gaze downward. Indeed, this time was markedly different. The once pitch-black streets transformed into a vibrant scene before his eyes, akin to daylight. Simultaneously, he spotted 2 individuals huddled in a corner. They appeared to be a young couple, initially filming the fire phoenixes as they pursued the ability users. What began as curiosity or a quest for a few coins had turned into sheer terror as the fire phoenixes continued their rampage. Now, the frightened couple cowered in the corner, fearful of being discovered by the fire phoenixes. Although the fire phoenixes had vanished from sight, the young couple remained too terrified to look out, curled up in their corner. Li Shuai observed them clearly, and he could effortlessly see through their clothing, rendering them almost as if they were unclothed before him. However, when he attempted to examine the structure of their bodies, such as their blood and bones, he found it impossible. Looking down at the concrete beneath him, he noted that it obstructed his vision. It appeared that the so-called X-ray vision at level 5 merely allowed him to see through a layer of clothing, to see through buildings or vehicles. It seemed that upgrading vision would be a protracted endeavor. Well, that would suffice for now. The rest could wait. There is no need to upgrade the attack for now, as there is no necessity for direct involvement. At present, the speed suffices, so if the Fire Phoenix is not to be upgraded, it would be prudent to enhance the energy shield instead. In the event of danger, the energy shield can indeed be a lifesaver. Although the Phoenix possesses a substitute function, one cannot constantly summon multiple Fire Phoenixes to hover nearby. Should one inadvertently fall victim to an attack, the Phoenix would be reduced in level, resulting in a significant loss of experience points. Li Shuai pressed the plus button twice behind the energy shield. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the energy shield from level 1 to level 3, consuming a total of 3,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 3,000. Next upgrade requires 4,000 experience points. Well, everything else is of little consequence. I shall reserve these 3,000 experience points for future use. Li Shuai stretched lazily and surveyed his surroundings. Were it not for his newfound night vision, he might have thought it was still daytime. However, the midnight streets, typically tranquil, were in disarray. Though the superhumans had seemingly vanished, the chaos had drawn the attention of numerous police vehicles, their sirens blaring as they rushed to the scene. The officers appeared exceedingly tense as they slowly exited their vehicles, weapons drawn, cautiously encircling the lifeless bodies of the slain superhumans. Some had been incinerated entirely, reduced to ash, while others bore large charred holes in their chests, their forms still recognizable as human. These officers, clearly on edge, had witnessed the live broadcast from their homeland, which spoke of a terrifying bird. Yet, reports claimed that it had been slain. Now, however, an alarming call had come in, indicating that this dreadful creature had reemerged, unleashing havoc in the city. Despite their riot shields, bulletproof vests, and firearms, the officers remained visibly apprehensive. Observing their anxious demeanor, a cold smirk crept across Li Shuai's lips. The rooftop on which he stood was among the higher points in the vicinity. Amid the recent chaos below, coupled with the arrival of police cars, many had opened their windows to gaze at the street, unaware of the figure above. Li Shuai swiftly activated his flight ability and returned to his hotel with remarkable speed. Now, the hour was late, and silence enveloped the surroundings, drawing no attention. He glided through the window of his room and into the interior. Li Shuai required no light. To an ordinary person, the room would be pitch dark, but for him, it was as bright as day. He casually washed his face, poured himself a glass of beer, and grabbed some snacks before shedding his clothes and sinking into the lavish bathtub by the floor-to-ceiling window. The luxurious hotel bathtub offered an exquisite comfort as he relaxed, indulging in snacks and sipping beer. At that very moment, the Patriot and the locomotive arrived at the entrance of the bar. The presence of these two superheroes brought a wave of relief to the police officers on duty at the scene. The crowd gathered nearby, and on the upper floors erupted in excitement, chanting, "Patriot! Patriot! Locomotive! Locomotive!" The Patriot, with a radiant smile, waved at everyone, exclaiming, "Hi, thank you. You are all heroes." The locomotive also waved enthusiastically at the crowd, occasionally blowing kisses to the onlookers. At this juncture, a middle-aged police officer holstered his weapon, evidently the leader among them. He approached the Patriot with palpable excitement. "Patriot, your arrival is truly fortuitous. The large bird described by the witness bears an uncanny resemblance to the one you dispatched in the outskirts." The Patriot responded with a tranquil smile, "All right, rest assured. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter." Chapter 16. The Fire Phoenix shakes the internet. The police, accompanied by the local populace and the locomotive, diligently conducted an investigation at the scene of the incident. Upon their arrival at the bar, they found that the flames had been extinguished by the firefighters. The local populace, the locomotive, and the police collectively surveyed the site within the bar. Due to the devastating fire, very few valuable clues remained. However, the local populace discovered a charred chair. The legs of this chair were crafted from thick steel pipes, which had been warped and deformed by the intense heat. Moreover, some portions exhibited early signs of melting. The local populace pondered silently, realizing that the bird's offensive capabilities had significantly increased. When they had previously confronted it, the temperature of its flames had not been so high. Could it truly be, as rumored, that this fire phoenix could be reborn from the flames, and upon its resurrection, its power would be greatly enhanced? If that were indeed the case, it would pose quite a dilemma. A method to eliminate it must be found swiftly. Outside, a throng of journalists had gathered at the entrance of the bar. The locomotive, however, showed little interest in the investigation. Instead, he was joyfully waving and smiling at the reporters. He reveled in the limelight, standing before the cameras while the flashbulbs flickered incessantly. The reporters clamored with inquiries. "Locomotive, we hear a fiery bird attacked this bar. What was the casualty count? Locomotive, have you encountered this bird before? Is it truly indestructible? Locomotive, will this creature reappear in the city? Why did it target this bar?" With hands on his hips and a broad smile, the locomotive cheerfully responded to the reporters. Okay, everyone. First and foremost, we express our condolences. By the time we received the news and arrived, the battle had already concluded. Several individuals with special abilities tragically lost their lives. Whether any civilians also perished remains uncertain. However, the local populace has personally eliminated 3 of these birds. As for whether they can indeed resurrect, as claimed online, that remains to be seen. We must wait for the professionals to provide an expert evaluation. The cacophony of voices and the incessant flashes of cameras caught the attention of the local populace. With hands clasped behind his back, he emerged with a cheerful demeanor, greeting the journalists. As the reporters spotted him, their excitement escalated. They flocked around him, exclaiming, "Hey, local populace! Local populace!" "Okay," he responded, waving at the reporters. "Thank you all. You are the true heroes." Local populace, is the large bird that attacked the bar today the same as the fiery bird you killed yesterday? Have they resurrected, or are their companions seeking revenge? The Patriot continued to smile broadly, waving at everyone. Clearly, all present were educated individuals, and it should be understood that the notion of death followed by resurrection is utterly unfounded. Contrary to the rumors circulating online, these creatures do not emerge from mythological tales. They merely bear a resemblance to one another. I have personally dispatched 3 of these birds, yet upon our arrival today, the battle had already concluded, and the birds had mysteriously vanished. However, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to locate them and eliminate them. Upon hearing the Patriot's declaration, the journalists erupted in excitement, chanting, "Patriot! Patriot!" The Patriot beamed, savoring this moment of public adoration. Indeed, numerous individuals captured videos of the fiery phoenix battle against the superhumans in the city. Once uploaded online, these recordings swiftly became the focal point of attention. The clarity of the footage was remarkable, as it was filmed from a close distance. Although it was already late at night, the enthusiasm of netizens remained undiminished, with a multitude of viewers flooding the comments section with messages and reactions. "I have verified the information. This is indeed the fiery phoenix. Legend has it that it can be reborn from flames, and with each resurrection, its combat prowess significantly amplifies. Could it be that such creatures are invincible? Yet, the Patriot clearly dispatched 3 of them. If they were slain by the Patriot, why then did they reappear in the city today? I suspect they possess the ability to resurrect. No, I believe they cannot resurrect. They simply share a striking resemblance. Could it be that these birds have come to seek vengeance? After all, when the Patriot killed their companion, Why did they not target him for revenge, but instead attack innocent bystanders in the bar? I suspect they are indeed seeking retribution, being birds. They likely do not discern between the patriot and ordinary citizens, attacking indiscriminately. However, upon closer examination of the footage, it is evident that their assaults are targeted. Observe the fleeing crowds. These birds did not engage them. Indeed, the video clearly illustrates this. At that moment, many ordinary individuals were fleeing in panic, some tripping and falling in their haste. Among them, 2 fiery phoenixes struck down a superhuman, soaring directly over the heads of the fleeing populace without harming them. Brothers, I have made a startling discovery. These birds' attacks are exclusively aimed at superhumans. Take a close look. They do not assault any ordinary citizens. Yes, this brother is correct. At that time, these birds targeted Queen Maeve and Shinsei, both of whom are superhumans. My goodness, these birds are terrifying. Emanating flames from their bodies and spewing fire from their beaks. Patriot, swiftly vanquish them. No one can guarantee that they only target those with abilities. As long as they roam the urban area, we are equally at risk. My God, it is highly probable that this is yet another creation of Water Company, capable of transforming humans into those with abilities, as well as birds into extraordinary avians. The remarks made by the brother earlier hold truth. It is quite possible that they orchestrated this to incite panic, thereby enhancing their own stature. In truth, the authorities and the locomotive have no genuine intention of investigating. They will not conduct reconnaissance or scene analysis. Their primary objective is to stabilize the public's emotions, but more importantly, they seek to assert their presence. They wish to convey to the populace that they are diligently pursuing the source of these suddenly emerged colossal birds, that they are wholly devoted to safeguarding the citizens' safety. Thus, after delightfully concluding interviews with reporters and media, these 2 individuals hurried home to indulge in slumber. They may have fallen asleep. Yet a vast number of others remain wide awake, including General Rhodes from the military base. General Rhodes has also received reports from his subordinates and viewed the videos circulating online. Clad in his military uniform, he rushed to the military base overnight, vowing to unravel the truth behind this incident. Chapter 17. Stirring the Defense Department. General Rhodes had just arrived at the military base when he encountered Colonel Susan. Colonel Susan was on duty at the military base that evening and had come to welcome General Rhodes upon hearing of his arrival. After exchanging greetings, they proceeded directly to the command room. As General Rhodes entered, everyone immediately rose to their feet. General. He waved at the soldiers and hurried to the radar operator. Have we made any discoveries with our radar this time? He inquired. The radar operator shook his head in dismay. General, our radar remains unresponsive. This left General Rhodes in a quandary. Nevertheless, as a general, he reacted swiftly. He clapped his hands vigorously and raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, effective immediately. I require all of you to cancel your leave and dedicate yourselves entirely to uncovering the true nature of these large birds. First, activate all our radar systems. Based on expert advice, adjust the various parameters, frequencies, and wavelengths. I refuse to believe that these birds are invisible across all frequency bands. Immediately. Provide me with visuals from all drones. I need to ascertain precisely where these birds entered the city and where they subsequently fled. I must have a clear understanding of their flight paths, speeds, and formations. Yes, General. After delivering his orders, General Rhodes returned to his office with Colonel Susan. As soon as they sat down, Susan spoke up. General, do you truly believe they are birds and not aircraft now, correct? General Rhodes, seated behind his desk, shook his head helplessly. That may have been a slip of the tongue. When you leave later, please clarify this. We cannot afford to lower our guard. However, based on the video evidence, they indeed do not resemble aircraft. Susan and General Rhodes scrutinized the large screen, observing a brief video clip. Susan pointed at the screen and said, General, given the current circumstances, whether these are birds or aircraft, for now, let us call them birds. Their wings do flap, but it is crucial to note that their flight does not depend on those wings. As she continued the video, she added, observe how their wings remain still during flight. Moreover, when they attack, those wings also operate intermittently. Considering the size of these birds, their wing flapping should generate significant wind. It would require a powerful air current to lift them. Yet, General, look at the debris on the ground. It remains utterly undisturbed. If there were sufficient airflow, it would surely scatter the rubbish everywhere. As General Rhodes watched the video, his trepidation grew, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Good heavens! If that is the case, it is even more terrifying. If these entities are indeed aircraft, what could be the source of their propulsion? Could it be anti-gravity? At this juncture, the battle-hardened General Rhodes displayed a fleeting expression of terror. Similarly, Susan wore a mask of tension and fear. Indeed, General, regardless of the situation, our current technology fails to elucidate this phenomenon. Whether they are aircraft or birds, their flight necessitates the presence of air currents for support. However, these entities require no such currents, indicating a strong possibility that they have mastered anti-gravity. This is precisely why many assert that they are birds emerging from mythological tales. Yet, I find myself in disagreement with that notion. Nevertheless, our present scientific understanding cannot account for this. In a reflexive motion, General Rhodes retrieved a tissue from the table to dab the sweat from his brow. Could they genuinely be extraterrestrial? If so, what could their intentions be? Why would they eliminate these individuals? If their sole objective were to kill, there are numerous ordinary people nearby, incapacitated and lying on the ground. Why do these entities not target them? At this point, Colonel Susan found herself at a loss, silently seated on the sofa, fixated on the video displayed on the large screen. It appeared she was speaking to herself. I cannot comprehend this either. A silence enveloped the two for several moments, until General Rhodes slowly rose and poured 2 glasses of water, offering one to Susan. She immediately stood up, thanking the general. With great courtesy, General Rhodes waved his hand, indicating that with only the 2 of them in the office, there was no need for such formality. He resumed his seat at the desk, continuing to observe the large screen before him. This situation is exceedingly enigmatic. Just yesterday, well, it should actually be considered the day before, our 2 F-35s failed to detect any aircraft. The Cheetah assault team scoured the entire area but uncovered no remnants of any aircraft. At that time, we presumed it had spontaneously combusted, explaining the radiant glow. Yet, given today's developments, it appears that the flames are merely a normal state for them. However, why are they engulfed in flames? The 2 lapsed into silence for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, neither uttering a word, repeatedly scrutinizing the footage of the Phoenix attacking the 2 individuals with abilities. After finishing her water, Colonel Susan approached General Rhodes, leaning against his desk. General, there is another aspect that defies scientific explanation. Did you notice the flames it emitted? That blue flame, according to standard theories, should disperse upon eruption. Yet, observe how it retains a cylindrical shape without dissipating. Moreover, as observed in the video, it is evidently flames, not lasers. Furthermore, a more perplexing phenomenon arises. Some individuals with extraordinary abilities struck by these flames merely sustain a significant burn, while others are instantly engulfed in fire, reduced to ash. What could possibly explain this? General Rhodes leapt from his desk, returning to his seat with urgency. The strangeness of it all is overwhelming. With our current scientific understanding, we are utterly at a loss for explanations. However, this does not imply we shall concede defeat. The gravity of this situation is profound. I urge you to assemble our experts immediately to conduct a thorough analysis. I must also report to the Department of Defense without delay. As he spoke, General Rhodes picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed a number. Mr. Secretary of Defense, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. The secretary, having also been alerted by his subordinates, was en route to the Department of Defense. Upon receiving General Rhodes' call, he promptly replied, "No problem. The military situation is urgent. You must come to the Department of Defense at once. We are convening an emergency meeting." Chapter 18. The emergency meeting at the Ministry of Defense upon hearing of the urgent military meeting convened by the Minister of Defense. General Rhodes understood the gravity of the situation. He promptly addressed Colonel Susan, stating, "Colonel Susan, I must attend the emergency meeting at the Ministry of Defense immediately. I leave matters here in your capable hands. Should any significant developments arise, do not hesitate to contact me." "Yes, General," Colonel Susan affirmed. After delivering his instructions, General Rhodes hurriedly exited the military base, boarded a helicopter, and swiftly made his way to the Ministry of Defense. Upon his arrival, soldiers escorted General Rhodes to the conference room. As he entered, he observed that today's meeting was unlike any he had attended before. The attendance was sparse, yet many present were not military officers from the Ministry of Defense. Seated prominently was Minister Andrew, accompanied by CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Homeland Security Secretary Duncan. Among them was an individual known to General Rhodes, though he was neither a military figure nor a government official, Kevin, the chairman of a renowned arms manufacturing company. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman, his hair and beard a striking white, yet he appeared quite prosperous, his eyes gleaming with vitality, an individual unknown to General Rhodes. "Minister, General Rhodes has arrived," he announced. Minister Andrew merely waved a hand in acknowledgement and gestured towards an adjacent seat. "Take a seat. Let us commence the meeting without delay." As General Rhodes approached his chair, he had yet to settle when Minister Andrew interjected. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are all acquainted with General Rhodes. He has encountered that peculiar large bird within his jurisdiction, and I trust he possesses more insight than we do. Let us first invite General Rhodes to provide us with an overview." "Yes," General Rhodes responded promptly, retrieving a USB drive from his person and handing it to an assistant nearby. The assistant then displayed the contents of the USB on the large screen. General Rhodes stepped forward, pointing at the screen as he addressed the assembly. "Please pay attention, everyone. This marks our initial discovery of the so-called large bird. At the time, it was entirely invisible on radar, and the footage captured by our drones was exceedingly unclear. My first instinct was to identify it as an aerial vehicle. Its complete invisibility on our radar raised my alarm. Furthermore, when the drone recorded it, it was enveloped in flames, leading us to initially conclude that it had caught fire. Consequently, I ordered 2 fighter jets and a unit of my personnel to conduct a search. However, after scouring the entire area, we found no remnants of any aircraft. As he spoke, General Rhodes pressed a button on the remote control. I trust you have all seen this video, he continued. The footage was remarkably clear, revealing that it indeed resembled a bird in appearance. After meticulous analysis, we have come to a preliminary conclusion. It is indeed an aircraft. Firstly, it radiates an intense flame, making it impossible for any living creature to survive under such continuous combustion. Secondly, although its wings occasionally flap, its flight does not rely on them. Furthermore, one may have noticed that in the chaotic area where the incident occurred, litter remained scattered on the ground. As the massive bird hovered above this debris, the refuse remained utterly still. Regardless of whether it is a bird or an aircraft, such a substantial entity must generate formidable air currents for support. Whether it relies on wings for flight or employs some other propulsion, it would inevitably create airflow. Yet, no such currents were observed. All eyes were fixated on the magnified image on the television screen. Indeed, a large bird was soaring through the air, now suspended, unleashing flames in a ferocious assault on an individual with extraordinary abilities. That individual lay incapacitated on the ground, while beneath the bird's hovering position, several food packages remained undisturbed on the pavement. As General Rhodes articulated this point, an involuntary gasp arose from the crowd. My heavens, what is happening? Could it be anti-gravity? A chill swept over everyone present, exchanging anxious glances. They had indeed watched the video, yet none had noticed this critical detail, which rendered the situation even more terrifying. General Rhodes continued, moreover, the movements of this bird are exceedingly enigmatic. Immediately following the incident, I rushed to the Air Force Base and instructed my subordinates to retrieve all surveillance and drone footage. Not only was it completely invisible on radar, but all our drones and city surveillance captured merely this fragment. Where did it originate, and where did it vanish afterward? There are no leads whatsoever. Once General Rhodes concluded, he returned to his seat. Despite the multitude of individuals present, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Each person stared, dumbfounded, at the footage on the screen, lost in profound contemplation. Indeed, they had overlooked this detail. This oversight had skewed their judgment, and now they urgently needed to rectify it. A few minutes later, CIA Director Berg cleared his throat and remarked, I once watched the live broadcast where the Patriot claimed to have slain 3 of these birds. I dispatched operatives for a covert investigation, and according to information from the water company, the Patriot speaks the truth. However, these birds are peculiar. Upon being killed, their bodies spontaneously combust, leaving nothing behind. Currently, various rumors circulate online, and even those from the water company are uncertain whether these birds can resurrect or if there are numerous such creatures. The reasons behind its attacks on those with extraordinary abilities remain an enigma to this day. The Minister of Defense, with a stern expression, gazed intently at the images on the screen, listening earnestly as the director of the CIA concluded his remarks. He then stated, First, let us each share our perspectives. Do we consider this to be a type of aircraft or a bird? General Rhodes was the first to express his opinion. Mr. Minister, as of now, I believe it to be an aircraft. It certainly possesses an air of the uncanny, perhaps transcending our scientific understanding. But I cannot accept that it is a bird emerging from myth and legend. Though I am a believer in God, I find it difficult to accept the existence of such a bird. The CIA Director, Berg, nodded with a smile at General Rhodes, affirming, Indeed, I concur with General Rhodes. I too regard it as an aircraft. Following closely, CIA Director Bryan added, Based on the information we currently possess, I also deem it to be an aircraft. Regardless, it poses a significant threat to us, and we must prepare for the worst. I would rather believe it to be an aircraft. At this juncture, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Duncan, also expressed his view, aligning with the belief that it is indeed an aircraft. Meanwhile, the elderly man seated beside Kevin timidly raised his hand. The Minister of Defense, Andrew, promptly introduced him, stating, This is Taylor, a weapons expert from Kevin's company. Mr. Taylor, please share your thoughts. Taylor appeared quite anxious in the presence of such prominent figures. He fumbled to rise and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I tend to believe it might be a bird. Chapter 19. The Defense Department's response upon hearing Taylor's words. Astonishment enveloped the room. No one anticipated that Taylor, a highly esteemed weapons expert, would assert that this phenomenon was a bird rather than an aircraft, especially in light of the prevailing consensus that it was indeed an aerial vehicle. All eyes gravitated towards Taylor, their expressions a blend of tension and sincerity, suggesting deep contemplation had preceded this moment. Seated beside him, Kevin exhibited a calm demeanor, indicating prior discourse between the two. Taylor acknowledged the assembly with a nod and continued. My assertion is grounded in reason. Please observe. As he spoke, he gestured towards the monitor. As General Rhodes mentioned earlier, If this is indeed an aircraft possessing technology akin to anti-gravity, it signifies that its capabilities vastly exceed our current scientific understanding on Earth. The attendees, fixated on the LCD screen, nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his observation. Imagine a civilization that has mastered anti-gravity technology. What level of advancement would they achieve? Taylor continued. Yet, despite their impressive aircraft, their weaponry appears rather unremarkable. While these superhumans exhibit formidable defensive capabilities, take note that the blue flame employed in their attacks has been sustained over an extended duration. Moreover, it utilizes fire rather than laser technology. We, too, have harnessed laser technology, which could deliver a decisive blow against these superhumans. Admittedly, our current weapons are somewhat cumbersome and their firing rate leaves much to be desired. However, a direct hit could easily incapacitate these lesser superhumans in an instant. Why then does a civilization so technologically advanced possess such feeble offensive capabilities? After Taylor's remarks, a palpable tension swept through the room. Attendees exchanged glances, keenly aware of the implications of his statement. Indeed, why would a civilization of such high caliber exhibit such a lack of potency in their attacks? Subsequently, Taylor bowed to the audience, adding, I do not entirely assert that this is a natural organism. Rather, I have employed a method of deduction and exclusion. Thank you. With that, he resumed his seat. As Taylor settled down, Kevin rose and bowed to the esteemed officials. It is well known that our company, Kevin Corp., is dedicated to the research of weaponry. Deep down, we are inclined to believe this is an aircraft. Such a revelation would be pivotal for our company's endeavors in the technological advancement of our planet, potentially ushering in a new era. However, given the present circumstances, we must recognize the significant dangers it may pose and make the most scientifically sound assessments. Since the inception of Compound 5 by the Water Corporation, it has become a topic shrouded in instinctive avoidance, despite its near-secret status. At this juncture, I must candidly acknowledge that the existence of Compound 5 has endowed ordinary individuals with inexplicable abilities. Thus, the appearance of this extraordinary bird may indeed be linked to Compound 5. I harbor no jealousy nor malice toward the Water Corporation, rather. The entire situation is so bizarre that we are compelled to exercise careful judgment. Thank you all for your understanding. Upon hearing Kevin's remarks, a profound silence enveloped the executives present. It was the CIA director, Brian, who first shattered this stillness, agreeing with the insights of Kevin and Mr. Taylor. The fact that the Water Corporation has produced so many superhumans through the research of Compound 5 categorizes them as weapons of mass destruction. Yet to this day, the Water Corporation has persistently denied the existence of Compound 5. They have recruited the most formidable superhumans into their ranks, aiming to integrate these superheroes into the military framework while evading governmental oversight. Current intelligence suggests that the Water Corporation has clandestinely supplied Compound 5 to hostile nations, thereby aiding in the creation of super-terrorists. Consequently, the government finds itself compelled to rely on the Water Corporation's capabilities to combat these formidable threats. A clear case of nurturing the enemy. The bird observed today cannot be entirely dismissed as unrelated to the Water Corporation. Defense Secretary Andrew, nodding thoughtfully, concurred, recognizing the validity of these assertions. However, he noted that this remains merely a conjecture, lacking definitive proof of its being a bird rather than an aerial vehicle. Thus, he continued to survey the room with an inquisitive gaze. Duncan, the Secretary of Homeland Security, interjected, affirming that we indeed lack the means to ascertain whether the entity is an aircraft or a natural organism, regardless of its classification. It undeniably poses a grave threat to our national security. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a specialized task force dedicated to investigating this peculiar phenomenon. Should it reappear, we could respond swiftly. If we manage to down one of these entities, the truth shall inevitably be revealed, and we could assemble experts for reverse engineering, potentially yielding groundbreaking advancements. At this moment, Kevin, the chairman of Kevin's company, rose to voice his agreement, stating that Secretary Duncan's points were astutely articulated. However, he noted, according to General Rhodes' briefing, that this large bird remains invisible across all radar frequencies, rendering its detection exceedingly challenging. Thus, I recommend that General Rhodes Base augment its capabilities with additional drones to conduct continuous surveillance in critical areas. Although it remains undetectable on radar, our video cameras are still capable of capturing its presence. Our current objective is to deploy as many drones as possible in the vicinity of General Rhodes, an area frequented by this elusive bird. Should it reappear, we will be poised to identify it at the earliest opportunity. Even if our weapons are unable to bring it down, our drones can approach it indefinitely. We can also strive to comprehend its movement patterns, facilitating further analysis. General Rhodes listened intently, his expression serious, as Kevin finished speaking. Chairman Kevin, you certainly have a knack for promoting the company's products at opportune moments. Chapter 20. Water Company takes initiative. Upon hearing this, Kevin awkwardly smiled at General Rhodes, reassuring him that Given the current circumstances, our company would offer a certain discount. The defense minister cleared his throat twice, suggesting that the matter of purchasing drones could be discussed later. We must first confirm one thing. We need to establish a special investigation team immediately, as per the president's directive. I hope all departments can allocate their finest personnel to commence work promptly. Indeed, the government places immense importance on this issue. From the Department of Defense to the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, elite forces have been assembled to form a special operations group. Additionally, numerous experts from various units were recruited. This special operations group adopted a rather discreet name, the Phoenix Research Center. The urgency surrounding this fiery avian creature is not only acknowledged by the government. In truth, it is Water Company that feels the greatest tension. The following morning, Edgar, the owner of Water Company, convened an emergency meeting in the office of the Super 7 with these extraordinary heroes. The atmosphere in the office was bustling, with Storm Lady expressing keen interest in the situation. Patriot, Locomotive, you both were on site last night. Did you uncover any useful clues? Is this creature capable of resurrection? Or are there numerous such beings? Patriot merely shrugged, offering an awkward smile, stating that the fierce blaze had left no valuable information behind. I also scoured the city last night but found no trace of them. As he spoke, he regarded Edgar, beginning to suspect that this bird was perhaps a product that had escaped from Water Company's laboratory. The other members of the Super 7 shared similar doubts, their gazes fixed on Edgar. With a grave expression, Edgar firmly declared, "First and foremost, I must state that the company has no knowledge of this creature. It is absolutely not a product of our making. Moreover, its emergence poses a severe threat to our company. In the past, the appearance of super terrorists could be swiftly resolved by our Super 7. However, this situation is different. If we do not clarify this matter promptly, both the government and the public will lose confidence in us. At that point, our plan to integrate with the military will be utterly jeopardized. I do not care whether this creature is a natural phenomenon, a mythological being, or a deliberate act of sabotage by another company. I now demand that you cease all commercial activities and devote yourselves entirely to investigating this creature. Through this incident, I intend to demonstrate to everyone that only Water Company and the Super 7 possess the absolute capability and authority to address such threats." After Edgar delivered his impassioned speech, the members of the Super 7 displayed no immediate reaction. However, Queen Maeve wore a perplexed expression, exclaiming, "Boss, I find this bird rather strange. The last time it attacked me, it snatched away an entire box of diamonds. At the time, I was puzzled as to why a bird would steal diamonds. Then it seized a black knife, and during discussions with the Locomotive and Storm, we speculated that if it feasted on metal, why not consume automobiles instead? Today's events are even more bizarre. It targeted only those with abilities, and after slaying them, it did not feast on their remains but simply flew away. Moreover, during this latest assault, it showed no interest in any metallic objects. How are we to interpret this? I cannot fathom it." Upon hearing Maeve's analysis, Edgar nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Maeve's insights are quite astute. Let us consider the possibility that someone is orchestrating this bird's actions. Its behavior is entirely uncharacteristic of an animal. What, then, could its purpose be? Who is controlling it?" As Edgar concluded, the members of the Super 7 sat in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Edgar offered a slight smile and continued, "Of course, this is merely speculation. Given the peculiarity of its behavior, we remain unaware of who these individuals in the bar might have offended. However, we certainly have never encountered this type of bird before. I meticulously questioned those we purportedly offended yesterday, and none possess such power. Thus, we are left with one possibility. Someone is challenging our position, seeking to usurp us. Therefore, my friends, what lies ahead is not mere theatrics, but a battle for the survival of our company and for each of our lives." The Patriot smirked disdainfully, assuring, "Rest assured, boss, if this bird reappears, I will be the first to rush in and eliminate them all. I refuse to believe it can truly resurrect." "No," Edgar quickly interjected, "when the next incident occurs, you must hasten to the scene. However, you must not engage." Edgar's words nearly dropped everyone's jaws in disbelief. The Patriot, equally bewildered, queried, "Boss, what do you mean?" Edgar replied with a gentle smile, "Regardless of whether our suspicions and hypotheses are correct, even if no one is controlling it, these birds must have a nest, do they not? My directive for you not to strike is so that you may discreetly follow them, uncover their lair, and eliminate them all in one fell swoop." Upon hearing Edgar's plan, a smile finally graced the Patriot's face. He gazed proudly at his subordinates and the boss, excitement radiating from his face as he declared, "Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. Perhaps, by then, I might even bring back a few bird eggs for everyone." At last, laughter filled the office of the Super 7. The Locomotive exclaimed with joy, "That's splendid. I eagerly await the arrival of that day." Although Maeve wore a beaming smile, a profound sense of frustration lingered within her. It was merely a bird that had left her in such a disheveled state. More importantly, it could fly, rendering her strength utterly useless. Among the members of the Super Seven, only Patriotic Man and Storm Girl could truly contend with this creature, as they possessed the ability to fly. Starshine also had long-range attack skills, allowing her to manage somewhat effectively. Yet, if she were to encounter it again, she would only be left to endure its blows. She needed to devise a plan to eliminate them swiftly. With this thought in mind, Maeve promptly suggested, "Boss, if what you say is true, these birds must have a nesting site, likely in the mountains. Given Patriotic Man's swift flying speed and exceptional vision, it would be prudent for us to take the initiative and search the mountains." Chapter 21. The Air Force Deployment. Upon concluding her statement, Maeve observed that both the Patriot and the Storm Woman gazed at their homeland with eyes brimming with anticipation and envy. The two individuals were reveling in the moment. And the Patriot cheerfully remarked, "All right, I can certainly lend a hand. While I may not be able to catch the birds once they take flight, I can certainly assist in locating their nests." Edgar regarded his subordinates with satisfaction and instructed, "You three shall set off now and see if you can uncover their nesting sites." The Patriot promptly rose, winking at Maeve and the Dark One. "You two stay here and await our return. Should we find any bird eggs, I shall bring them back for your delight." Edgar then addressed Maeve, Starlight, and the Dark One. "You three remain on standby. If they truly find the bird's lair, your assistance may be required." The trio nodded listlessly. Meanwhile, the Patriot, the Storm Woman, and the Patriot set forth to scour the mountains. Utilizing his superhuman vision and hearing, the Patriot swiftly commenced his search atop the peaks. However, after a brief flight, he soon regretted his decision. He realized that this task was far more daunting than anticipated. The mountain was colossal, and despite his speed and superior sight, conducting a thorough search across such vast terrain proved overwhelming. It was indeed a laborious endeavor for an inexperienced soul. The Patriot, relying on his extraordinary speed, dashed through the forest. Initially, he was filled with enthusiasm, circling the mountain and cautiously entering each cave he encountered. Yet, it wasn't long before exhaustion set in. His heart began to falter, and on several occasions, he nearly lost consciousness. Though he was on the verge of collapse, he glanced at the towering mountain before him, having only surveyed a mere fraction at its base. The Storm Woman fared even worse. Lacking superhuman sight, she could only fly low and check any cave she spotted, which considerably slowed her progress. The trio, once brimming with ambition, found themselves unaccustomed to such labor. Accustomed to the limelight, interviews, and the comforts of wealth and ease, they were reluctant to engage in such arduous tasks. Consequently, within less than half an hour, their pace diminished significantly. The Patriot simply sat beneath a large tree to rest, while the Storm Woman aimlessly wandered through the woods. The Patriot was slightly better off. Although he ceased flying, he perched atop a substantial tree at the summit, employing his superhuman vision to scan the area around the hillock. It was evident that they were turning up empty-handed, for the Fire Phoenix was nowhere to be found. Though their confidence in the search had waned, their efforts inadvertently attracted the attention of another group. General Rhodes, stationed at the military base, had just concluded a meeting at the Ministry of Defense and was contemplating how to deal with the luminous avian creature. Suddenly, Colonel Susan burst into the office with great urgency. "General Rhodes, there is crucial news." Upon hearing this, General Rhodes assumed the enigmatic bird had reappeared. He promptly rose to his feet, inquiring, "Colonel Susan, has the creature returned? Where is its location?" As he spoke, he turned to consult the military map. But Colonel Susan's expression was one of profound embarrassment. "No, General Rhodes, the Firebird has not resurfaced. However, the Patriot team, along with Storm Girl and Locomotive, have set out. They are clandestinely searching the summit of North Mountain. I suspect they may have uncovered some clues regarding the bird." Although somewhat disheartened, General Rhodes recognized this as a lead. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Colonel Susan, dispatch 4 drones to North Mountain immediately for reconnaissance. Additionally, ensure our fighter jets are on standby." "Yes, General." Colonel Susan promptly issued the orders. The 4 drones, already on a patrol mission, swiftly proceeded towards North Mountain. Simultaneously, 2 F-35s sat poised on the runway at the base, where soldiers busily loaded missiles onto the aircraft. The pilots were already seated in their cockpits, prepared for immediate action under a state of high alert. General Rhodes and Colonel Susan were in the command center, intently monitoring the feeds from the 4 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. As the drones entered North Mountain's airspace, the Patriots detected them almost instantly. They scrutinized the drones, noting their low altitude and relatively slow speed, indicative of a search operation. This revelation sparked excitement among the Patriots, prompting one to call Storm Girl. "Storm Girl, have you seen the Air Force drones?" he inquired eagerly. Storm Girl, seated beneath a large tree, squinted up at the sky but was unable to see them due to her low vantage point. "No, what is happening?" she asked, puzzled. "The Air Force has dispatched 4 drones flying at low altitude, likely conducting a search mission. It's probable that the military has caught wind of the birds' whereabouts. I bet their fighter jets are on standby. It seems we might have struck gold this time. Upon hearing this, Storm Girl felt invigorated. Wonderful. We must act swiftly to intercept them. If the military gets ahead of us, our efforts will be in vain. Indeed, the Patriot replied, taking flight from his perch on the tree. Let us hasten our efforts. With that, he ended the call, and Storm Girl followed suit, preparing to ascend. However, just as she took off, she spotted Locomotive lounging beneath the large tree. Storm Girl descended directly beside the locomotive. Why are you still here idling? She inquired. The locomotive, looking rather listless, replied, I am utterly exhausted. Honestly, I now believe that coming here to search the mountains was a misguided notion. Storm Girl chuckled softly. Haven't you noticed that the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft have been deployed? It is highly probable that the military has discovered leads on these birds. Let us not forget, they possess radar capabilities. The fact that their unmanned drones are conducting close reconnaissance indicates that these birds are likely concealed nearby. We must act swiftly, outpace the military. Locate them, and eliminate them. The locomotive gazed at Storm Girl with skepticism. Is what you say truly the case? Storm Girl shot a fierce glare at the locomotive, choosing not to respond, and instead took to the skies. Chapter 22. All forces mobilized. The locomotive, now compelled to believe, quickly initiated a search. Meanwhile, drones conducted low-altitude reconnaissance, creating quite a commotion. Although the locomotive on the ground failed to detect them, the CIA operatives noticed the irregularity. Immediately, the CIA agent reported to Director Brian. Upon hearing the news, Brian was infuriated. Damn it, these scoundrels. We agreed on a unified operation and command. Yet Rhodes dares to act independently. I shall certainly bring this to the President's attention. However, we cannot remain idle. Rhodes has likely discovered the trail of those birds. While our weaponry may be ineffective against such creatures, we cannot simply stand by. At this juncture, as long as our personnel are present, any significant victory would also be credited to us. Gather the first operational group and the second operational group, and deploy 4 armed helicopters for immediate takeoff. With that, Brian issued the command and promptly headed to the command room. At that moment, the 4 armed helicopters, laden with 2 fully equipped operational teams, ascended into the sky, racing towards North Mountain. Just as the CIA helicopters took flight, the intelligence agency received news. In truth, the Intelligence Bureau was informed even earlier. However, Director Berg refrained from acting immediately. He was engrossed in analyzing the sudden movement of the Super 7 towards North Mountain. Had they perhaps discovered the trail of those birds? Shortly thereafter, Director Berg received reports from 2 of his subordinates. General Rhodes had dispatched 4 drones to North Mountain for low-altitude reconnaissance. Following closely, the 4 armed helicopters of the CIA also took to the skies. Now, Director Berg could no longer remain seated. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Damn it! They are all a bunch of fools. Was it not agreed upon to execute a unified operation and command? It seems Rhodes intends to claim credit for himself. And Brian has caught wind of it. Brian is no saint either. He has sent his helicopters to join in the fray. With those meager firearms of his, can they possibly take down those firebirds? As this thought crossed his mind, Director Berg suddenly realized Brian was attempting to seize the glory. Should victory be achieved, any presence of his personnel would allow him to claim a share of the credit. This simply would not do. The director swiftly picked up the phone on the table. Notify the operational groups. We shall also dispatch 4 helicopters to North Mountain immediately. However, operational groups, you must exercise extreme caution. If you encounter those birds, do not engage in close combat. They are exceedingly dangerous. With his orders given, the director made his way to the command room, where he observed on the large screen as the 2 operational groups boarded their 4 armed helicopters en route to North Mountain. The locations of both the CIA and the intelligence agency were situated to the north of the city. Although they were merely utilizing armed helicopters, they swiftly approached North Mountain. Almost simultaneously, 8 armed helicopters arrived, engaging in low-altitude searches, amplifying the commotion. The Patriotic Man, Storm Woman, and Locomotive nearly all witnessed it. The Patriotic Man felt a surge of satisfaction. Evidently, he had arrived at the right moment. With so many military drones and armed helicopters from the intelligence agency, it seemed certain that these creatures were in the northern mountains. They must possess reliable intelligence. Otherwise, why would they deploy such a formidable presence? The Patriotic Man immediately activated his supervision, accelerating his flight. His objective was clear: to locate and eliminate those creatures before the soldiers and agents could. Storm Woman and Locomotive intensified their searches throughout the mountainous terrain. However, Storm Woman remained cautious. She promptly called Edgar. Boss, we might have struck gold this time. Although we have yet to spot those firebirds, the military's 4 drones and 8 armed helicopters have all arrived at the northern mountains. This indicates they have likely detected these creatures through radar or some other means, prompting their grand search operation. Edgar was overjoyed, slapping his desk in excitement. Excellent. Storm Woman, Continue your search and ensure you find those creatures before the government agents do and take them down. After ending his call with Storm Woman, he immediately contacted Starlight. Starlight, those firebirds are likely in the northern mountains. Even though you cannot fly, your lightning can execute long-range strikes. Head to the rooftop right away. I will dispatch a helicopter and 4 armed personnel to accompany you to the northern mountains. Starlight hung up and hurried to the rooftop, where a helicopter had already landed. Although the Waters Company helicopter lacked heavy firepower, its primary purpose was to transport Starlight. The 4 armed personnel were merely for show or to provide protection for the helicopter. Unexpectedly, the last to receive the news was the Department of Homeland Security. Upon hearing that General Rhodes' drones and the CIA's armed helicopters had arrived at the northern mountains, Secretary Duncan erupted in anger. What? Those bastards. They want to monopolize this. They've left me sitting on the sidelines. This is unacceptable, despite being the last to know. The Homeland Security's Coast Guard was stationed very close to the northern mountains. Duncan was well aware of their intentions, believing that they had deliberately sidelined him. He promptly ordered 4 armed Coast Guard helicopters to head to the northern mountains. As a result, the northern mountains became a flurry of activity, with 13 helicopters soaring above the small peak, complemented by 4 drones conducting low-altitude reconnaissance. The Patriotic Man and Storm Woman also maneuvered through the area. Not far from the base of the northern mountains lay the beach, where the aircraft on the mountains could not be seen with the naked eye. However, an individual, with a pair of binoculars in hand, was observing birds on the beach. Quite inadvertently, he spotted armed helicopters suddenly appearing over the northern mountains. The birdwatcher was instantly filled with excitement. In times of peace, the simultaneous deployment of such numerous armed helicopters is indeed a significant matter. No longer concerned with birdwatching, he promptly connected his phone to the binoculars and captured a brief video. Dear friends online, a momentous discovery. A large contingent of armed helicopters is en route to the northern mountains, and their intentions remain unknown. Yet, one must ponder whether this is related to the Fire Phoenix sightings in the city over the past few days. Chapter 23. Mimi Nightclub. The moment this brief video was uploaded online, it swiftly became a sensation, igniting fervor among netizens. Could it be genuine? Surely, the government would not deploy such a multitude of fighter jets otherwise. Oh dear, even armed helicopters have been dispatched. One wonders if those are truly necessary. Fighter jets would suffice. I suspect they are merely conducting reconnaissance, having identified a general area, with the fighters likely on standby nearby. Can missiles truly bring down such a creature? Unless it hails from the realms of myth, it ought to be vulnerable. Well, it seems an intriguing spectacle awaits. With the rapid rise in popularity of this video, throngs of live streamers hurriedly drove towards Beishan, scouting for optimal vantage points. They connected their phones to telescopes and began broadcasting. The viewers in the live chat were electric with excitement. Amazing. A live stream to watch. Kudos to the streamer. May you persevere. Meanwhile, Li Shuai lounged by the expansive window of his hotel, basking in the sunlight and perusing his phone. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon the viral video and the accompanying live streams. Watching the frenzied individuals, he couldn't help but chuckle heartily. How amusing it was that a mere sighting of a bird could incite such a commotion. Yet, this diversion had its merits. If these people believed the Fire Phoenix resided in the mountains, their attention was diverted, thus facilitating Li Shuai's movements within the city. After observing for a while, he felt a twinge of restlessness. He yearned to witness the bustling scene at Beishan firsthand. Promptly, he descended to catch a cab, but just as he hailed one, a figure darted past him with remarkable speed. This individual evidently possessed extraordinary abilities, zipping to the car door and colliding with Li Shuai, nearly causing him to stumble. Casting a glance at Li Shuai, the stranger offered no apology. Instead, he rolled his eyes and glared before swiftly entering the taxi. Yet, before the vehicle sped away, Li Shuai faintly heard the superhuman shout, "To Mimi Nightclub." An idea struck him. This fellow was likely headed to a popular gathering spot for others like him. Perfect. While they were preoccupied at Beishan, he could seize the opportunity to catch them off guard. Li Shuai continued to wait by the roadside until another taxi arrived. Upon entering, he instructed the driver, "To Mimi Nightclub." The driver, intrigued, regarded Li Shuai with curiosity. "Ah, so you are one of them," he remarked. Then engaged him in conversation as he drove. "You people are quite enviable, you know. No worries, just frequenting bars and such, without the burden of hard work. How unlike us, toiling tirelessly from dawn till dusk, only to return home to an unsatisfied spouse." Li Shuai inquired cheerfully, "Master, are there many bars and dance halls that operate during the day?" The taxi driver, taken aback, glanced at Li Shuai through the rearview mirror and replied, "Oh, it seems you don't frequent such places often, do you? There are indeed numerous bars open in the daytime, several of which cater specifically to individuals with special abilities. However, you have a discerning eye. This Mimi dance hall is indeed quite exceptional." Li Shuai continued the conversation, "Do you visit this Mimi dance hall frequently?" The taxi driver quickly shook his head, "Not really. I've only been there once. Just think about it. If a dance hall is filled with individuals possessing extraordinary powers, who would dare to go? One misstep, and our lives could be in jeopardy. Typically, these establishments either serve entirely those with abilities or are frequented by ordinary folks like us. We seldom intermingle. As he spoke, the taxi driver handed Li Shuai a business card, saying, should you ever need it, give me a call. I know several fantastic places that are open 24 hours. Li Shuai accepted the card with a smile, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the dance hall. He did not enter, but stood at a distance, observing. Indeed, many peculiar-looking individuals were arriving, while others appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people. However, according to the taxi driver, there should be a considerable number of those with abilities within this establishment. Since it was still daytime, Li Shuai chose not to take flight. Instead, he sought a tall building nearby and stood atop, gazing down. The entrance and windows of the bar were tightly shut, with thick curtains drawn. Inside, a notable gathering of individuals with special abilities was evident. That night when the giant bird attacked the bar, it seemingly caused minimal disruption to them. Though they harbored lingering fears regarding the creature, they continued to revel in their festivities. Particularly today, the main hall of the Mimi Dance Hall featured 4 large screens, each connected to a live stream from mobile phones. The patrons sipped their drinks while watching the broadcast. The streamers, using telescopes to connect their phones, were too far away to discern details, merely catching glimpses of helicopters flying at low altitudes. As for the individuals known as the countrymen and stormwomen, they moved too swiftly to be seen, despite the general awareness of their involvement in the search operation. Likewise, military drones, though also flying low, eluded detection by the streamers' telescopes. Nevertheless, the patrons were thoroughly captivated, enjoying their drinks while eagerly following the live stream. Behold, is it not said that these birds have emerged from the realm of myth? Let us witness whether they can withstand the onslaught of the helicopter's firepower. My friend, I have heard tales of their formidable strength on that day. Even 2 or 3 dozen individuals could not subdue them. Those are mere trifles. Had they encountered me, a single strike would have sufficed to vanquish them. You talk big. At that moment, the bartender at the front desk produced a large ledger, calling out loudly, hey, brothers, it's time to place your bets. Let us see if the military can locate such a magnificent bird. Those wishing to wager, hurry. It turns out this dance hall also served as an underground casino. Upon hearing of the betting, the extraordinary individuals in attendance became utterly exhilarated. They eagerly approached the front desk, cash in hand, to place their wagers. Some betting on the possibility of finding it, others on the impossibility. Meanwhile, standing atop a distant rooftop, Li Shuai had summoned the Fire Phoenix. In truth, he harbored considerable apprehension about this operation. The military's helicopters and personnel were on high alert. Should anything go awry, they would be swift to respond. Therefore, it was imperative to conclude matters expeditiously. Chapter 24. Skilled adversaries. At this moment, Li Shuai had summoned 6 level 6 Fire Phoenixes. These magnificent creatures, conspicuous in the daylight, did not linger by his side, but soared directly towards the dance hall. In an instant, the windows shattered as the 6 Fire Phoenixes crashed into the venue, unleashing torrents of flames. Li Shuai did not restrain them. They were now free to attack. Thus, any adversary with a red health bar became their target. Inside the dance hall, the gathered supernatural beings were clustered around the bar, excitedly placing bets. They were momentarily stunned by the sudden entry of these colossal birds. The destructive power of level 6 Fire Phoenixes was formidable indeed. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 1 supernatural being, earning 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has slain a level 2 supernatural being, earning 2,000 experience points. In less than a second, the level 1 and 2 supernatural beings were annihilated by the Fire Phoenixes. A mass of supernatural beings began to flee, while some, believing themselves to be adept fighters, retaliated against the Phoenixes. Instantly, everything that could move within the room was hurled towards the 6 Fire Phoenixes, accompanied by a barrage of ice spikes and flames. Among the adversaries, one stood out, exuding an air of confidence. Rather than panicking at the sight of the birds, he moved with purpose, extending a long tail from his back that grew to an impressive 4 to 5 meters in length. At the end of this tail was a formidable hook, harder than steel. This supernatural being swung his hook with ferocity, launching it towards the Fire Phoenixes. With a crack, he managed to inflict significant damage on one of the level 6 Phoenixes, reducing its health by 1/10. He continued to wield his tail, striking relentlessly at the Phoenixes. In a matter of moments, he succeeded in slaying one. The lifeless body of the Fire Phoenix thudded to the ground. The onlookers erupted in excitement, cheering, "Scorpion, well done." It became apparent that this formidable individual was nicknamed Scorpion, his tail resembling that of the creature. Elated, Scorpion raised his arms and shouted to the crowd, "Yes, roar." He then resumed his assault on another Fire Phoenix. Regrettably, Host, your fire phoenix has been slain by the supernatural being. Li Shuai frowned. He had anticipated a swift resolution but was confronted with such a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, he summoned another fire phoenix, sending it back into the dance hall. Meanwhile, many supernatural beings were fleeing the venue, scattering into the streets, but Li Shuai paid them no mind, as there remained numerous adversaries within the hall resisting the onslaught. Shortly thereafter, a formidable individual with extraordinary abilities made his appearance, a middle-aged Caucasian man in his 30s. Initially, when the fire phoenix rushed in, some of the other gifted individuals fled while others attempted to resist. This man, however, remained seated at the bar, his expression icy, as he indulged in a large bottle of liquor. Upon witnessing Scorpion eliminate one of the fire phoenixes, he gulped down a generous swig of alcohol. With a swift motion, he conjured a small fireball in the palm of his hand, distinct from others as it lacked any visible flames. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball soared towards the fire phoenix. Upon impact, it erupted in a tremendous explosion, startling all the gifted individuals present, including Scorpion, who staggered back in shock. The potency of this man's fireball was astonishing. It inflicted a fifth of the health of the 6th-level fire phoenix with a single strike. It appeared that this individual was even more formidable than Scorpion. Yet, unlike Scorpion's frenzied assaults, he simply whistled after deploying the fireball and resumed sipping his drink. The fire phoenix he had just struck was now targeting another gifted individual nearby, unleashing flames in its wake. At that moment, a terrified voice called out, "Anthony, watch out." It seemed this impressive individual was indeed named Anthony. As he continued to drink, he extended his hand and launched another fireball. The fire phoenix reeled from the impact, but simultaneously unleashed its fiery breath. Anthony deftly dodged the flames while persistently firing small fireballs. With a series of explosive sounds, the fire phoenix fell lifelessly to the ground. Instantly, several gifted individuals rushed over, leaping and celebrating atop the fallen creature. "Huh, aren't you quite the powerhouse? Well done, Anthony." Anthony. At this juncture, Scorpion had also managed to take down a fire phoenix. Regrettably, host, your fire phoenix has been slain by an extraordinary individual. Li Shuai, observing the demise of 2 fire phoenixes in quick succession, scratched his head. It appeared that he had encountered a formidable opponent today, but there was still time to press on. He promptly summoned 2 more fire phoenixes to rejoin the fray. This time, Li Shuai altered his strategy, directing all 6 fire phoenixes to launch an assault on Scorpion. Scorpion frantically wielded his tail, evading the flames of the fire phoenixes while simultaneously counterattacking. Meanwhile, Anthony relentlessly sent fireballs hurtling towards the creatures. The cacophony of explosions paired with sparks illuminated the dance hall, while lower-level gifted individuals took cover, cheering fervently, "Go, Scorpion! Go, Anthony!" There were also some psychics with remote attack capabilities, who were controlling various objects and the weapons in their hands, fervently assaulting the fire phoenix. At that moment, a particularly audacious psychic began to live stream the chaos with his phone. In the blink of an eye, 3 more fire phoenixes fell victim to the assault. However, the Scorpion's health bar had only diminished by a third. Li Shuai continued to summon 3 more fire phoenixes, rejoining the fray. It was midday, and the streets were bustling with people. A few observant individuals noticed the fire phoenixes swooping into a dance hall. 2 of them suddenly pointed in Li Shuai's direction, exclaiming, "Hey, over there! The fire phoenix came from that way." They promptly pulled out their phones, some recording video, others live streaming, and some snapping photographs. Some captured the fire phoenix. Others focused on the dance hall, while a few aimed their phones towards Li Shuai. Realizing the danger of exposure, Li Shuai quickly crouched down. This would not do. It would easily reveal his position. He swiftly switched to the perspective of the fire phoenix. Regrettably, host, your fire phoenix has been slain by a psychic. Just as Li Shuai had summoned 3 new ones, 2 more were dispatched. Through the fire phoenix's vantage point, Li Shuai could see that the Scorpion's health bar still had half its strength remaining. Chapter 25, the target at Mimi nightclub. At that moment, the online spectators erupted in fervor. "Hey everyone, look! The fire phoenix has struck again. They are attacking another nightclub," exclaimed one user. "No way. How did these soldiers venture to the North Mountain while the fire phoenix has come here?" Another questioned. Could it be that the noise from their helicopters startled the fire phoenix out of the mountains? Someone speculated. "No. I sense that the fire phoenix has been lurking in the city all along. They never left," another countered. "But wait, if the soldiers had no intelligence, how could they conduct such a large-scale search operation?" One pondered. "Based on my analysis, these creatures likely roost in the mountains. And today they were prepared to strike this nightclub, while the soldiers arrived too late." As the online discussion heated up, Guogua received an alert. Originally, Queen Maeve and Xianxei were stationed at home, knowing their presence would be of little consequence. Maeve was intently watching the live stream on her phone. Upon seeing the broadcast of the fire phoenix attacking the nightclub, she immediately called Guogua. "Guogua, come back quickly. Those birds have appeared at Mimi nightclub." Guogua's heart raced with excitement. "That's fantastic. As long as we can locate them, he replied, promptly hanging up and flying at full speed towards the city. Simultaneously, Maeve notified Stormwoman, who also hurried back. Meanwhile, General Rhodes was in the command room, observing the search operation. Suddenly, a soldier reported, "Sir, the large birds have been sighted in the city at Mimi nightclub." General Rhodes was taken aback. What? Switch to that feed immediately. The large screen displayed a live stream from a mobile device. As he watched the video, he shook his head in exasperation. These people truly have no fear. Do they genuinely believe these birds only target those with powers? Without hesitation, General Rhodes grabbed the microphone. Falcon 1, Falcon 2, take off immediately. Coordinates are being transmitted. Falcon 1 received. Falcon 2 received. The two F-35s had long been on standby. Upon receiving the general's command, they began their taxiing. Simultaneously, the CIA, Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies received alerts. Although they were not entirely confident that their helicopters could eliminate the birds, they wasted no time and ordered their aircraft to head towards the city. After all, their speed was no match for Guogua's. As the Scorpion's health dwindled to a tenth, Guogua arrived. He crashed through the rooftop and stormed into the building. Two beams of laser fire erupted towards the Fire Phoenix. Despite the creatures being at level 6, they were swiftly vanquished by Guogua, the last Fire Phoenix. Before succumbing to defeat, managed to eliminate the Scorpion. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has slain an 8th level ability user, earning you 240,000 experience points. Li Shuai is now concealed on a distant rooftop, refraining from summoning the Fire Phoenix again. Instead, he leisurely descends the building and blends into the crowd. With all 6 Fire Phoenixes perishing in the ballroom, the remaining ability users transitioned from terror to exhilaration. They simultaneously shouted, "Patriot!" The Patriot, with a beaming face, waved at everyone, exclaiming, "Hello everyone, you are the true heroes." At that moment, Stormwoman also arrived, albeit too late to partake in the battle. Suddenly, the corpses of the 6 Fire Phoenixes ignited into flames, vanishing into thin air once the fire subsided. The Patriot was no stranger to such occurrences. Meanwhile, the ballroom was engulfed in flames. The service staff had long vanished, and the ability users showed no inclination to extinguish the fire. Upon seeing the Patriot, 2 audacious streamers positioned themselves at the ballroom entrance, raising their phones to capture the scene. The Patriot astutely noticed their cameras and seized the opportunity. He shouted, "Hey, brothers. Hurry and put out the fire. Hurry." As he spoke, he dashed to a corner of the ballroom, grabbed a fire extinguisher, and began to combat the flames. Observing the Patriot's actions, Stormwoman understood the situation and promptly joined in the effort to extinguish the fire. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. The Patriot is here. Stormwoman has arrived. The Patriot is incredible. He is resolving the situation immediately. Indeed. How could a few birds possibly contend with the Patriot? What is wrong with these ability users? Why aren't they helping to put out the fire? Indeed. Only the Patriot and Stormwoman were engaged in extinguishing the flames. These individuals were truly lacking in sincerity. The ability users were uninterested in assisting. They were hastily fleeing the ballroom. At that moment, 2 F-35s had also arrived above the Mimi Cabaret, beginning to circle. Falcon 1 arrived in the designated airspace. Finding no targets, Falcon 2 reached the designated airspace, also encountering no targets. General Rhodes, having monitored several live streams, noted that the battle had concluded. He promptly stated, "The Patriot has arrived. He has eliminated the Fire Phoenixes. Do not return yet. Continue searching." Falcon 1 acknowledged. Falcon 2 acknowledged. The 2 F-35s continued to circle and search in the air. A significant number of armed helicopters were fiercely making their way to the Mimi Cabaret. The entire city was abuzz. Even those who had not watched the live stream noticed a dozen helicopters emerging from the mountains. Many individuals excitedly ascended to rooftops, waving at the helicopters, while others shouted, "Hey, you're late. Those large birds were clearly in the city. Why did you head to the mountains?" Soon thereafter, the fire brigade arrived, and with their assistance, the blaze within the ballroom was swiftly extinguished. The Patriotic Man and Stormwoman emerged from the hall, their spirits high despite being coated in a layer of soot acquired during the firefighting efforts. Both had always been particularly mindful of their appearances. However, in this moment, they chose to embrace the grime that adorned them, which now served as a badge of honor. Stormwoman, in particular, playfully smeared a streak of charcoal across her cheek from a charred table. Upon seeing the Patriotic Man and Stormwoman emerge, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, chanting their names in joyous unison. Patriotic Man, Stormwoman. With beaming smiles, they waved to the crowd, expressing their gratitude. "Hi. Thank you. You are the true heroes." A few individuals, busy live streaming the event, rushed to the forefront, aiming their cameras at the Patriotic Man. "Patriotic Man, may I ask if you have successfully vanquished all the large birds in the ballroom?" one inquired. The Patriotic Man, hands on hips and brimming with pride, replied, "Of course. I had stated that for every one that appeared, I would eliminate it. Did you gather any intelligence during your search in Beishan today? Why did these birds suddenly appear in the city?" The patriotic man's smile faltered slightly at this question. Chapter 26. The president is disturbed when questioned by the hosts. The expression on the face of the national representative momentarily stiffened. Internally, he was embroiled in a battle of conflicting thoughts. However, facing the reporters and the camera, his mind raced with thoughts. "Greetings, everyone. This morning, I received orders from the company to join Storm Woman and Locomotive in a search at North Mountain. Our objective was to locate the nesting grounds of these birds. Unfortunately, it is evident that we arrived too late. The birds have already set forth, poised to unleash devastation upon the city. For this, I am deeply remorseful and profoundly pained. Today, far too many innocent lives have been lost. But I solemnly vow to eradicate these birds completely. I will ensure their total annihilation." At that moment, another reporter raised a voice in inquiry. "National Representative. Some claim these birds have emerged from mythology. Others suggest they can resurrect. What is your perspective on this?" Although doubt began to creep into his mind, he knew he could not falter before the lens and the live audience. Thus, he responded with a disdainful smile. "As I stated in the previous broadcast, this is unequivocally impossible. They do not resurrect. Their numbers are simply vast. However, rest assured, as long as I am here, no matter how many there are, I shall slay each one I encounter." Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream fervently expressed their thoughts. "Oh, let him boast. The last time he claimed to have killed 3. Asserting these birds wouldn't return, yet here they are, invading the city once more. I can't shake the feeling that the words of our national representative are becoming increasingly dubious. Pray tell, these birds have already attacked the city twice. If you're indeed superheroes, why not eradicate their nests entirely? What is the origin of these birds? Have any ordinary citizens been harmed today?" To date, there have been no reports of ordinary individuals injured. All the casualties have been special ability users. This is exceedingly peculiar. What vendetta do these birds hold against them? Who knows? We are oblivious to how these special ability users lead their lives, seemingly indulging in bars and revelry, with no clarity on the source of their wealth. Indeed, the recent spate of robberies and thefts has escalated alarmingly, with the police unable to solve the cases. Hosts, please inquire about any discoveries during the search at North Mountain. Yes, indeed, promptly asked the national representative. Observing the viewers' barrage of comments, the hosts raised their voices. National Representative. Our audience is eager to know, what findings did you uncover at North Mountain? Having navigated such inquiries numerous times before, the national representative replied nonchalantly, "Dear friends, there is no need for excessive concern. Our search at North Mountain aims to locate their nesting grounds. We have narrowed the scope to a very small area. But upon hearing that these birds suddenly attacked the dance hall, ruthlessly slaughtering innocent crowds, I rushed back immediately. However, rest assured, we will soon return to continue our search. And I believe we will eradicate these birds in no time." At that moment, Storm Woman stepped forward and declared, "Indeed, our homeland's people are right. Our search has made substantial progress. But let us not be too hasty. As everyone knows, these birds possess formidable attack power and swift flight. Since we have defined their approximate range, I am confident that we will eliminate them swiftly." The viewers in the live stream were quite dissatisfied with the responses of the two individuals. "Come on, is that all they have to say? What substantial progress? Can they share any specific information with us?" they exclaimed. "Furthermore, with so many military aircraft deployed, what advancements have been made?" The audience urged the host to inquire about the actual progress achieved. The screen was flooded with similar comments. As hosts served the viewers, they quickly grabbed their phones and called out, "Homeland person, Storm Woman, the audience is eager to know what progress you have made in your search. How long until all these birds are eradicated?" Homeland person secretly gritted his teeth, thinking, these pesky flies are truly relentless. Storm Woman, standing beside him, perceived his thoughts and waved to the crowd. "All right, everyone, it's getting late. We must resume our search. Once we have decisively eliminated those birds, we will clarify everything for you." Homeland person sighed with relief, grateful for Storm Woman's timely intervention. He smiled and greeted the crowd. "All right, everyone. We really must take our leave now." With that, the two took flight, while the hosts filmed their departing figures. Some, unwilling to relent, shouted, "Homeland person, Storm Woman." Clearly, their calls went unheard as the two vanished from sight. Immediately following their departure, a dozen armed helicopters arrived above the Mimi dance hall. A large contingent of agents, armed with submachine guns, descended from the helicopters via ropes. Each was well-trained and agile, ready for action. They landed at the entrance of the Mimi dance hall in a combat formation, cautiously advancing towards the venue. The viewers watching the live stream were furious. These scoundrels! What pretense are they putting on? The battle has long since ended. Indeed, We toil each day and pay so many taxes only to support a bunch of useless individuals. These agents found themselves in a predicament, compelled to follow the orders of their superiors, with no new directives forthcoming. They had no choice but to adhere to the original plan and storm into the ballroom, indifferent to the outcome of the battle. Meanwhile, General Rhodes, who had been observing the live broadcast, shook his head in resignation. He swiftly picked up the microphone before him. Falcon 1, Falcon 2, return immediately. Falcon 1 acknowledged. Falcon 2 acknowledged. At that moment, General Rhodes's phone rang. It was the Minister of Defense calling. He promptly answered, Minister of Defense. The minister's tone was grave, informing him that the president wished to convene a video conference to discuss their respective outcomes. Chapter 27. Hidden Agendas. Upon concluding his remarks, General Rhodes promptly initiated the remote conferencing software, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the meeting. Others followed suit, including CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Secretary of Homeland Security Duncan, all of whom had received notifications and were waiting in readiness. Before long, President Joseph entered the video conference. After exchanging pleasantries, President Joseph directly stated, regarding the matter of the great birds, the Secretary of Defense has briefed me, and I have garnered a general understanding. Please share the findings from today. General Rhodes, you may begin. Yes, Mr. President. General Rhodes replied. Today, I received reports that the Homeland personnel from Water Company, alongside Storm Woman and Locomotive, unexpectedly appeared in North Mountain to conduct a search. I suspect they have obtained leads on the great birds. So I dispatched nearby drones for a covert search. I hope we can swiftly locate the hiding places of these great birds. However, they suddenly appeared in the urban area and attacked a dance hall. The casualty figures are still being tallied. Upon hearing General Rhodes' account, CIA Chief Bryan turned pale. Surely you jest, General Rhodes. You mobilized 4 military drones without any intelligence? You have put me in a dire predicament. Both CIA Director Berg and Secretary of Homeland Security Duncan shared his sentiments. The president, displeased with General Rhodes' briefing, remained silent but visibly dissatisfied. CIA Director, the president called out, causing Director Berg to startle. My team has conducted a thorough analysis and believes that North Mountain is the most likely habitat for these great birds. Other areas lack sufficient vegetation, hence we have also dispatched personnel to search North Mountain. Berg sighed in relief, thinking to himself, well done, Berg, you clever rascal. That response was seamless. The president's expression remained inscrutable. Director Bryan, he addressed, to which Bryan pondered, Berg is indeed shrewd. His assessment is spot on. Mr. President. My team's conclusions align entirely with the CIA's. We too are searching the mountains based on this assessment. So are we. Secretary Duncan interjected before the president could call on him. Upon hearing their responses, President Joseph furrowed his brow. Now that it is just us in this video conference, let us dispense with evasions. I care not whether these entities are natural creatures or aircraft. You must elucidate the matter promptly. This is crucial for our national security. Indeed, it is paramount. Congress and the public await our answers. If you wish to retain your current positions, you must expediently locate them. Let us not create further farce. With that, President Joseph terminated the video call without waiting for further responses, leaving the high-ranking government officials silently wiping the sweat from their brows. After the return of Homelander and Stormfront, the remaining members of the 7 gathered around. So, is this bird the same as the last one? They inquired, each voice overlapping the other. Homelander, equally perplexed, replied, Okay. I took them down. That's it. Regardless, they all look alike. I have no idea if there are many of them or if they can resurrect. At that moment, Ashley rushed in, flustered. Everyone, significant discovery. The moment she spoke, excitement surged through the group. The head eagerly asked, Ashley, have you found traces of those birds? Holding a tablet, Ashley beamed at the group. Well, sort of. Strictly speaking, not really. You all can see for yourselves. With that, she projected a video onto the big screen. It was a clip from the internet, showcasing the scene at the dance hall during today's attack. The group watched intently as 2 fiery phoenixes soared swiftly towards the hall. Many people witnessed it today, and several phoenixes flew in one after another from afar. Ashley continued. We have also located some of the psychics who survived the incident at the dance hall. According to them, these phoenixes didn't come all at once. They arrived gradually. As she spoke, she opened a map on the big screen. We have verified their flight path from the video. They should be heading towards North Mountain. This means our original theory was correct. The vegetation there is the densest, making it the ideal habitat for these magnificent birds. The group attentively analyzed the video while considering Ashley's words, finding her analysis quite plausible. The head chuckled, They are indeed at North Mountain. However, they are engulfed in flames. If they are in the mountains, why haven't they started a fire? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, pondering the point. Homelander, who had been seriously watching the video and listening to the discussion, thoughtfully remarked, What the head said makes sense. But it's quite understandable. They might not be on fire normally. They only ignite when they need to attack. The group considered Homelander's reasoning, acknowledging it as a viable explanation. Yes, exactly. It must be so. As they chimed in, Homelander suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He stood up, eagerly gazing at his teammates. We can now conclude that they do not resurrect. There are simply a multitude of them. With that declaration, he continued to look at everyone with enthusiasm, while the others appeared utterly bewildered. Especially Aishili, with her wide, astonished eyes, stared intently at the person from the homeland. Her eyes seemed on the verge of popping out. The individual from the homeland relished the reactions of others, feeling quite pleased and smug. He gestured with his hands, as if to say, "What is so difficult to understand?" Yet, everyone remained perplexed, their expressions blank. Suddenly, the locomotive's eyes lit up with realization, and it exclaimed with excitement, "Aha! If these birds could be revived, why would they have burned themselves to ashes?" They came flying in from one direction, a clear indication of their abundance. After the locomotive's proclamation, it looked eagerly at the crowd, affirming, "Right?" The person from the homeland patted the locomotive's shoulder, laughing exaggeratedly. "Indeed, you are absolutely correct." The others pondered whether this analysis held any merit. However, the person from the homeland secretly gritted his teeth, thinking, "Only you can shine, locomotive." Others chuckled inwardly as they shared similar sentiments, yet remained silent, fully aware of the temperament of the person from the homeland. Thus, everyone feigned ignorance, avoiding any unpleasantness. Just then, Edgar entered with hurried footsteps. "Is everyone busy? We need to revise our strategy regarding the Phoenix." Chapter 28. Anthony's provocation. Edgar's sudden proclamation left everyone in a state of bewilderment, particularly Ashley, who anxiously gestured towards the large screen and exclaimed, "Boss, we have made significant progress in identifying the habitats of these colossal birds. If we..." "Enough," Edgar interjected, cutting her off. "I am aware of the advancements you have made. In the past, many have accused us of creating super terrorists, claiming we nurture our own adversaries. Historically, we have been overly proactive. However, this time is different. These creatures, well, let us adhere to the current nomenclature and refer to them as fire phoenixes. The present fire phoenixes bear no relation to us. As for their true nature, we remain oblivious. Within the government, some assert they are beings with extraordinary powers, while others speculate they are extraterrestrial vessels. In any case, we shall not concern ourselves with them for now. Let those in the government endure some hardships. Only then will they comprehend our significance." The room was filled with astonishment at Edgar's remarks, yet they were met with understanding. Maeve's expression darkened slightly. Although she concurred with Edgar's strategy, her displeasure stemmed from her deep-seated hatred for these fire phoenixes. She longed to eradicate them swiftly to reclaim her peace. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing any dissent. The patriotic individual felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he recognized the necessity of relying on himself to eliminate the fire phoenixes and achieve renown. The others remained silent, especially the locomotive and Stormwoman, who had already lamented their previous mountain expedition. They were unwilling to undertake such arduous tasks again. Thus, agreement resonated through the group after Edgar spoke. "All right. Agreed." The patriotic individual continued, "I support the company's strategy. However, our efforts must not cease. Once the government seeks our assistance, we must resolve the issue promptly. Only then will our performance be flawless." Edgar smiled approvingly at the patriotic individual, highly satisfied with his demeanor. "Indeed, you are correct. Ashley, maintain your momentum in your endeavors. The commercial activities of others should proceed uninterrupted." Meanwhile, Li Shuai was assessing the spoils of the recent battle. In this fierce confrontation, he had eliminated 8 level 1 extraordinary individuals, 6 level 2 extraordinary individuals, 1 level 4 extraordinary individual, and 1 level 8 extraordinary individual. Notably, the level 8 extraordinary being, Scorpion, had contributed a staggering 240,000 experience points. Li Shuai now possessed a total of 278,000 experience points. Without question, the priority was to elevate the Fire Phoenix. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix from level 6 to level 9, consuming a total of 216,000 experience points. You now have 62,000 experience points remaining, with the next upgrade requiring 250,000 experience points. There remains a sum of 62,000 experience points. And since I am currently in no peril, I shall reserve the experience for future use." After leveling up, Li Shuai continued to luxuriate in the hotel bathtub, delighting in a soothing hot bath while savoring fine red wine and engaging with his mobile device. Presently, the most trending figure online is Anthony, who is participating in a live broadcast of a popular web show, The Sally Show. The host, Sally, a woman in her 30s, possesses an unremarkable appearance and a slightly plump physique, which has ironically become her hallmark. Her program consistently captures the latest trends, often pushing the boundaries of propriety, featuring frequent guests from the national team and the Super 7. On this occasion, Anthony was her guest, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, reclining on the sofa with an air of self-satisfaction. Sally, adorned in a tight-fitting, low-cut red dress, exuded confidence. Even the slightest of her movements caused her ample bosom to sway as if it were filled with two enormous water balloons. The snug red leggings accentuated every contour of her legs and derriere. Anthony gazed at Sally with undisguised desire, nearly drooling at the sight. While Sally appeared utterly unfazed by his leering, she often leaned forward, intentionally flaunting her mature allure towards Anthony, casting her charms toward the viewers watching the live stream. Sally initiated the conversation. Anthony, during the recent altercation at the dance hall, you claimed to have vanquished 5 fire phoenixes, yet many viewers doubt your words. What say you? Upon hearing this, Anthony smirked, his gaze greedily lingering on Sally's ample figure. Oh, I had no intention of offering an explanation, as the truth speaks for itself. However, since you inquired, I just happen to have a video, he replied, handing a USB drive to Sally. This was captured by a friend of mine, and I must say, he possesses remarkable courage. Sally promptly instructed her assistant to display the contents of the USB on the large screen. The video showcased the chaotic brawl from the bar. As Sally intently watched, she counted in amazement. Oh, Anthony, you truly are spectacular, she exclaimed, punctuating her admiration with forceful taps on the sofa's backrest. Anthony, basking in pride, occasionally stole glances at Sally's figure. Suddenly, Sally pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Oh, Anthony, I've noticed something. Why did those fire phoenixes not attack you?" In response to her inquiry, Anthony snapped his fingers with excitement. Indeed, Sally, that is an astute question. As the video concluded, Sally turned back to face Anthony with enthusiasm. Anthony smirked, adjusting his tie, and replied, "In fact, there was initially one fire phoenix that did attack me, but I dispatched it with ease. Afterward, they ceased their attacks on me and instead encircled the scorpion." At this point, Anthony smirked slyly, remarking on the intelligence of those birds. They are aware of whom they can provoke and whom they cannot. Oh, Sally remarked coldly, you believe those fire phoenixes are intimidated by you, don't you? Upon hearing this, Anthony scoffed, of course. As he spoke, he turned his palm upward, and a small fireball materialized within it. This fireball, comparable in size to a billiard ball, emitted no flames. It resembled a glowing iron orb, suspended in the palm of Anthony's hand. Given the indoor setting and the presence of numerous individuals, I could not exert my full power. When I do unleash my full strength, the explosive force of this fireball is equivalent to that of 4 pounds of TNT. Sally instinctively leaned back, her face betraying a look of terror. Anthony smiled faintly, and the small fireball vanished into thin air. There is no need to be afraid, Miss Sally. I can control it with ease. Should I encounter those fire phoenixes again, I will eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. This is also the reason I established the Anthony Club. I can safeguard my members, and should I desire, I can eradicate those fire phoenixes entirely. Chapter 29 The Plan of the Patriotic People. Sally gazed intently at Anthony's palm, her excitement palpable as she nestled closer to him, cautiously brushing her fingers across his hand. Oh, remarkable. You are nothing short of a walking cannon. Anthony looked on with pride, while Sally leaned in, eagerly examining his palm. From Anthony's vantage point, the sight was undeniably captivating, enhanced by the force of gravity. When Sally returned to her original position, Anthony reluctantly withdrew his covetous gaze. In that moment, he suddenly noticed an unexpected bulge in his trousers. He shifted back, crossing his hands over his thighs, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his expression. Sally, observing Anthony, raised her eyebrows and smirked slightly, as if she had encountered such situations far too often. Unperturbed, or perhaps even slightly amused, she continued, "All right, Anthony. Do enlighten us about your club." Maintaining his posture, Anthony replied, "My intentions are quite simple, to seek like-minded individuals. Naturally, we desire a space where we can play freely and safely." Meanwhile, the online viewers were left in a state of confusion. "Anthony? I've never heard of this guy. Is he really that formidable?" One commenter exclaimed. "For pounds of TNT? This fellow truly is a walking artillery piece. Could it be real? If so, his prowess must surpass that of certain members of the Super 7. Indeed, aside from the patriotic people, he likely has no rivals," another added. "I doubt anyone could match him." "Wait, Storm Girl can fly," someone noted. "But what of it? One shot and she could be taken down." At that moment, Storm Girl herself was watching the stream, unimpressed by Anthony's bravado. However, upon reading the viewers' comments, her frustration boiled over. "Damn it, these ignorant fools. Just wait until I take down Anthony. Let us see what you have to say then." The patriotic people exchanged amused glances at Storm Girl's reaction, bemused by her fervor. Yet, they acknowledged Anthony's capabilities. He had indeed vanquished several fire phoenixes. His ambition to establish a club was quite bold. "Hey, Locomotive," one member cautioned, "do you think Anthony might actually eliminate those fire phoenixes? I mean, we have no idea how many there are." If he happens to encounter the last few, could his reputation eclipse ours? Though Locomotive's voice was soft, his words sent ripples of concern through the Super 7. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as everyone set aside their phones, exchanging worried glances. The Locomotive observed the expressions of those around him, feeling somewhat awkward. I was merely speaking casually. Maeve remarked thoughtfully. They will not overshadow us, but they will certainly have a significant impact. However, the company has already established a plan, and for now, we shall refrain from intervening. All we can do is watch. Starlight, after hearing this, let out a cold laugh. I don't think it's that serious. These fire phoenixes come and go without a trace. We cannot locate them, so where would he find them? They are birds, not humans. It's improbable they would show up at the address provided by Anthony. I sensed that this fellow was aware of this and was deliberately making such remarks. He likely aimed to swindle a bit of money. No. The Locomotive continued to gaze mysteriously at everyone. I felt that these fire phoenixes were intentionally targeting the congregations of those with abilities, although we do not fully understand their motives. Recent events suggest that these fire phoenixes will indeed strike again. If Anthony has gathered a substantial number of individuals with powers by that time, then these fire phoenixes will likely make their move. Maeve nodded in agreement, supporting the Locomotive's perspective. The patriotic man's expression darkened as he slowly rose and stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling window of the office. He was not admiring the view. He was contemplating the Locomotive's words. Indeed, the Locomotive was correct. Such a scenario was quite plausible. If he were to assist proactively, it would undermine his stature and contradict the company's orders. Yet, if he chose not to intervene, could it be that the last few would fall into his hands by mere chance? At that moment, Stormwoman was also deep in thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. What do you think about this? When Anthony's club opens, we can secretly lie in ambush from a distance. If Anthony proves no match for those fire phoenixes, we will quietly withdraw. However, if only a few remain, we will step in to assist. The credit will still belong to us. The Locomotive looked at Stormwoman with a knowing smile and gave her a thumbs up. Excellent. What a splendid plan. Maeve and Starlight exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Stormwoman. Indeed, while this idea may lack outright integrity, it is undeniably clever. Seeing that everyone was in accord, Stormwoman joyfully clapped her hands on the table. Then it's settled. Patriotic Man, what do you think? In truth, the patriotic man concurred with Stormwoman's proposal, yet felt too shy to admit it. Consequently, he had been facing away from the group. Now, with Stormwoman's inquiry, he slowly turned back. If there are no company arrangements that day, we shall go and take a look. Maeve's expression turned somewhat forlorn. Alas, this time, I must rely on you all. I cannot reach them. The patriotic man regarded Maeve, Schwanza, and the Locomotive with the most amiable expression he could muster. It matters not. Each individual possesses their own intrinsic value. For this undertaking, the three of you shall refrain from participation. I, alongside Stormwoman and Starlight, shall proceed. Should a confrontation arise, the primary objective of Stormwoman and Starlight will be to seize the opportunity to assist. My role will be to stealthily trail them, seeking to uncover their lair. If we can locate the Phoenix's den, the timing of its demise will rest solely in our hands. The Locomotive shall continue to flatter the citizens of our homeland without delay. Indeed, our leader demonstrates remarkable foresight. With his extraordinary vision, we may finally unravel the long-standing enigma surrounding these creatures. Are they capable of resurrection, or do they merely abound in numbers? Perhaps we might even discover their avian king. Maeve chimed in, affirming, indeed. Wasn't the boss suspecting that someone is manipulating the Phoenix? Once we gather more information, everything will become clear. Chapter 30. General Rhodes deploys forces. As discussions unfolded, Eiley hurriedly entered the room. Has everyone seen Sally's performance? There's a fellow named Anthony. The group turned their gaze toward Eiley, uncertain whether to engage with her. Eiley, in the midst of her thoughts, noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces. What's the matter? The compatriots exchanged subtle smiles with Eiley. So, what plans does the company have? Eiley scrutinized each person's demeanor. Her professional background made her adept at reading the room. You already have a plan, don't you? Eiley's compatriot, with a proud smile, shared the recently devised strategy with her. Eiley's face lit up with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. Fantastic. Your plan is excellent. I will report this to the boss immediately. Meanwhile, interest in Anthony's video had captivated many others. At the military base, General Rhodes and Colonel Susan were also viewing the footage. Colonel Susan was particularly intrigued by Anthony's video. General, I believe this presents an opportunity. Our analysis indicates that the Phoenixes exhibit a distinct interest in individuals with special abilities. Their attacks on Schwanza and Maeve, followed by subsequent assaults in the city, corroborate this theory. I have conducted a thorough investigation and identified 3 individuals with special abilities who frequented the bar and dance hall. During the recent attack at the dance hall, 2 managed to escape. Numerous videos from this incident reveal that the Phoenixes did not pursue them, suggesting that their aggression is not directed at specific targets. It is likely that these individuals possess some allure for the Phoenixes. Therefore, I suspect that Anthony's club might very well be among their next targets. General Rhodes lit a cigar, quietly absorbing Susan's analysis. The large screen in the office incessantly showcased the Phoenix's attack footage, a compilation he had likely viewed hundreds of times. After listening to Colonel Susan's insights, General Rhodes nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the plausibility of her assertions. Indeed, this could represent an opportunity for us. We must locate the lair of these creatures. At that moment, General Rhodes' phone rang. It was a video conference request from CIA Director Berg. Berg had also reviewed Anthony's video and was contemplating that the Phoenixes might indeed target Anthony's club. This is a valuable opportunity. It appeared that the government had only received alerts post the Phoenixes' assaults. As their flight speed was remarkable and the duration of their engagements exceedingly brief, resulting in a reactive stance. However, this time was different. With prior knowledge of the approximate time and location, they could prepare in advance. Yet, Berg pondered further, gathering intelligence and orchestrating a covert operation might be feasible. But tackling the Phoenixes was a matter for the military. They possess formidable drones and the capability to deploy satellites. If their personnel ostensibly collaborate with the military, upon achieving victory, they would rightfully share in the accolades. Thus, Berg promptly initiated a video call with General Rhodes. As soon as the call connected, Berg exclaimed with enthusiasm, "General Rhodes, have you viewed Anthony's video? Our analysis suggests that the Phoenix fire could potentially target Anthony's club. This presents an opportunity for us." Berg continued to speak fervently, knowing that with General Rhodes' experience and acumen, he would be able to deduce this as well. Berg's intention was to articulate this notion first, paving the way for discussions regarding subsequent joint operations. In essence, the director of the CIA was somewhat employing a cunning strategy. Before Berg could complete his thoughts, CIA Director Brian and Homeland Security Secretary Duncan joined the video conference. In truth, their thoughts were aligned with those of the CIA director. Although the Coast Guard under Homeland Security possessed some military-grade weaponry, it paled in comparison to General Rhodes' military base. More importantly, the president had personally issued orders for a joint operation, providing them ample justification to request collaboration with Rhodes. They were determined not to miss this opportunity. Upon entering the conference through a secure line, they discovered that the CIA director was already in discussions with Rhodes. It appeared that Berg, the wily old fox, had outmaneuvered them. Thus, Brian entered with a hearty laugh, saying, "It seems we have arrived late. You are also analyzing Anthony's video, I see. This is our chance. We must exert ourselves fully to coordinate our actions. It is imperative that we eliminate the Phoenix fire and uncover their lair." Homeland Security Secretary Duncan interjected, "Indeed. Especially since the president was quite displeased last time. We absolutely cannot afford any missteps this time." General Rhodes perceived the intent behind their words. However, given the president's orders, and considering his rank as a general, he felt it inappropriate to quibble over such matters. Therefore, General Rhodes smiled at the three of them, saying, "Well, it appears we are all present. The Phoenix fire poses a severe threat to our security. I am prepared to deploy a military satellite for comprehensive monitoring. Additionally, I will mobilize 4 Predator drones armed for flight. One will surveil directly above Anthony's club, while another will lie in ambush near the northern mountain, where the birds are most likely to conceal themselves. The remaining 2 will be on standby for rapid deployment. Furthermore, 3 F-35s at the base will enter a state of heightened readiness, prepared for immediate attack." Berg, Brian, and Duncan listened to General Rhodes' arrangements, sighing inwardly. Just look at them. There is indeed a stark difference in military operations. Furthermore, General Rhodes' plans were impeccably devised. Yet, we cannot simply stand by and observe. As soon as General Rhodes finished speaking, the CIA director immediately interjected, Indeed. General Rhodes' arrangements are absolutely flawless. We shall also deploy ground personnel in civilian attire for close surveillance. Our helicopters will remain on standby nearby, ready to heed General Rhodes' unified command." Yes, Brian and Duncan echoed in agreement. Meanwhile, Lishui was filled with excitement. That Anthony fellow, regardless of his motives, was certainly beneficial if he could amass a substantial number of individuals with extraordinary abilities, particularly those of a higher caliber. Eliminating a high-level extraordinary individual yields far greater experience than vanquishing dozens of lower-tier ones. Moreover, this Anthony had publicly disclosed the address of his club during a live broadcast. However, what actions will our homeland and government officials take this time? It is likely they will not remain passive observers. Chapter 31. The grand opening of the Anthony Club. Li Shui now harbored no fears, for he believed himself to be beyond harm. As for the government forces and compatriots, their intervention was a foregone conclusion. Yet, this did not concern him. The contest was inherently unequal, regardless of how meticulously they orchestrated their plans. A mere stratagem from him would render their efforts fruitless. Thus, the day of the Anthony Club's inauguration also marked a day of substantial experience points accruing for him. However, Li Shuai was not idle. By nightfall, he took to the skies to survey the city's layout once more. This time, it seemed the superhumans of the city were genuinely apprehensive. He flew throughout the night without encountering a single one. Several bars, though open, were notably desolate, likely the very establishments where they had previously convened. He recalled a taxi driver mentioning that ordinary folks were reluctant to drink with superhumans, fearing danger. Consequently, venues catering to superhumans were predominantly frequented by their kind. Were they all awaiting membership in Anthony's club? If so, that would be quite fortuitous, sparing him the need to search for them far and wide. Before long, the day of the Anthony Club's opening arrived. Despite being dubbed Anthony's Club, he had not funded it himself. He was merely collaborating with a proprietor. The venue had previously functioned as a large restaurant, albeit in a somewhat secluded location with lackluster business. This owner, burdened by considerable debts, sought to gamble on Anthony's influence to attract patrons and alleviate his financial woes. Thus, with minimal alterations, the establishment was ready to launch. The new venue was named the Anthony Club, rebranded as a private club accessible only to members. Although the grand opening ceremony was set for exactly noon, early that morning, a throng of enigmatic individuals gathered near the Anthony Club. Among them were CIA agents, elite military operatives, and a multitude of journalists and live stream hosts. The recent buzz surrounding Anthony had been unprecedented, particularly regarding the fiery phoenix, which had ignited fervent discussions online about whether it would strike the Anthony Club anew. For these journalists and live streamers, it was an opportune moment to gain notoriety and gather followers. Thus, as dawn broke, many had already arrived in the vicinity, seeking vantage points that would afford them optimal coverage while keeping them safely distanced from the fray. Though uncertain if the fiery phoenix would target innocents, the allure of fame and fortune compelled many to embrace the risk. The online atmosphere was charged with excitement. It's coming soon. I'm convinced the fiery phoenix will attack. Keep at it, streamer. Hang in there. If a confrontation arises, don't flee. Streamer, if you must escape, just leave the equipment behind. Will the fiery phoenix truly come? Is there any benefit for them in eliminating those with extraordinary abilities? Regardless, let us await the unfolding drama. The online gambling platforms are bustling with activity as throngs of individuals place their bets, the majority wagering on the anticipated attack by the phoenix. Yet, some steadfastly believe the phoenix will not arrive, while others are merely seeking a gamble. Should the phoenix fail to appear, they stand to gain immensely. As the clock strikes 11:30 a.m., an influx of individuals with extraordinary powers make their entrance. Anthony and the proprietor, adorned in finery, warmly welcome the guests in the grand hall. Meanwhile, 2 other bars in the city are filled to capacity. Ostensibly bars, they are, in truth, in collaboration with underground casinos. A significant number of bettors have gathered here, sipping drinks while watching the live broadcast, poised to place additional bets at any moment. Ah, it's nearly here. The tension is palpable. I've staked all my savings. Indeed, so have I. There is no need for anxiety. The phoenix will undoubtedly come. No, I wager they will not at this moment. General Rhodes and Colonel Susan are situated in the command room of a military base. They observe Anthony's Club's every move through numerous large screens. According to General Rhodes' strategy, a Predator drone has already hovered above Anthony's establishment, capturing real-time footage relayed back to the command center. The drone soars high above, invisible to those on the ground, yet within the military base, Rhodes can discern every detail below, even the sending of a text message. 3 additional Predator drones have also reached their designated positions, while several soldiers at the base continuously review satellite imagery and video feeds. 3 F-35 aircraft, laden with missiles, await on the runway, with pilots seated in the cockpits, ready for takeoff. Numerous personnel from the CIA and Department of Homeland Security have arrived, disguised as live streamers, transmitting footage back to their headquarters. The attention surrounding the opening of Anthony's Club rivals that of the NBA Finals. The Homeland Defenders and Storm Girl have arrived, discreetly concealing themselves behind a large tree, using its dense foliage for cover. Starlight now hides within a car parked at the entrance of Anthony's Club. All 3 are equipped with wireless communication devices to remain in constant contact. Their hearts are filled with excitement. They had not anticipated such fervent interest in the club's opening. Each desires to perform admirably before the multitude of cameras. Meanwhile, Maeve, Schwanza, and the headliners sit despondently in the Super 7's office, feeling helpless as they can only watch the live broadcast in boredom. Time ticks away, second by second. The Anthony Club is situated away from the city center, with a vast parking lot that is now completely filled. Among the crowd, there are quite a few undercover agents and streamers, yet the majority are individuals with extraordinary abilities, hesitant to trust Anthony just yet. Inside his office, Anthony observes the parking lot through a telescope, recognizing several familiar faces. Not far off, in the nearby woods and among the underbrush, there are also numerous onlookers. In the distance, near the factory, additional individuals can be seen, similarly using telescopes to monitor the scene. Among them, Anthony spots a few more familiar visages. Damn it. You lot still don't trust me, do you? He muses. No matter. Soon enough you will obediently deliver your funds to me. At precisely noon. Anthony steps outside alongside a middle-aged man in his 50s, greeting the assembled live-streaming audience. Thank you all for your attention. Let me reiterate. It is absolutely safe to engage with us here. Those fire phoenixes wouldn't dare approach. Even if they did, I can assure you of your safety. For everyone they send, I can eradicate them without hesitation. Chapter 32. The tragic ambush. Anthony's words indeed proved effective, as several individuals with extraordinary abilities, who had been lingering at the entrance, ventured into the club. Following this was a rather simple inauguration ceremony, featuring a few modestly dressed young girls performing a dance at the entrance. The live-streaming hosts and the viewers online became increasingly exhilarated. Brothers, pay attention. The show is about to commence. Fire Phoenix, hurry up. Let us go for it. Are there any daring streamers willing to broadcast from inside? Yes. It would be absolutely thrilling if someone could venture in and live stream. Despite the fervent calls from numerous netizens to enter and broadcast, no one dared to step inside. Moreover, many of the streamers in the parking lot had already donned safety helmets, with some even setting up their phones before departing. Anthony, feeling quite anxious, had made his way to the rooftop. Several staff members had arranged tables and chairs for him up there. Sitting on the roof, he gazed intently at the sky, having resolved that should the Fire Phoenix dare to emerge, he would launch his counterattack from above, avoiding the destruction of his establishment within. Soon, 8 individuals resembling mercenaries ascended to the rooftop as well. Clad in helmets and bulletproof vests, each carried submachine guns equipped with grenade launchers. They dispersed across the rooftop, their tension palpable. Wow, submachine guns and grenade launchers, are these even effective? Surely, they are merely for show, one might think. Indeed, Anthony was up there too. It seemed he was prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Fire Phoenix. How exhilarating. It would be best if they could fight outside, where we could observe clearly. The excitement was overwhelming. I have prepared beer, drinks, and popcorn. Come on. Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix. At this moment, everyone was filled with anxiety. The citizens and Storm Woman were constantly glancing at the sky. General Rhodes and Colonel Susan were fixated on the large screen before them. They had not touched a drop of water all morning, despite their growing thirst. Yet, they refrained from drinking, fully aware of the battlefield's ever-changing dynamics. They certainly did not wish to leave for the restroom at such a critical time. The CIA, along with the Department of Homeland Security, shared in the tension. Berg, Brian, and Duncan were each in their command rooms, scrutinizing the footage relayed by their subordinates. They too had abstained from water all morning. Lunch lay before them untouched, as none wished to risk missing a crucial opportunity due to a bathroom break. Meanwhile, Li Shuai remained leisurely ensconced in his luxurious hotel. He was in no rush, savoring a sumptuous lunch and just having uncorked a bottle of exquisite red wine. While watching the live-streaming video, he leisurely indulged in the fine wine, perfectly content in the sweltering heat of July. Moreover, today's weather is exceptionally bright and clear. The live streamers at the entrance are drenched in sweat. Some have taken refuge inside their cars, cranking up the air conditioning while propping their phones outside to continue broadcasting. The Patriot and Storm Woman are currently perched upon a tree. Despite their superhuman physiques, they find the heat unbearable. Additionally, the tree is teeming with mosquitoes and small insects incessantly crawling upon their faces. Although these pests cannot pierce their skin, both individuals are continuously swatting at the bugs on their faces, as the sensation of them crawling is quite discomforting. The Patriot and Storm Woman are beginning to regret their decision. While this weather is not particularly challenging for them, they have grown accustomed to comfort. Typically, they partake in broadcasts from various television stations or remain in the air-conditioned confines of their offices or homes, where the temperature is perpetually set to a pleasant degree. Now, however, they are exposed to the blazing sun, besieged by insects. Furthermore, the tree is littered with decaying leaves and dust-like particles, leaving their faces and bodies sticky and exceedingly itchy. The Patriot scratches his face while grumbling, questioning their choice of ambush location. They ought to have stayed in the RV, awaiting the arrival of the Phoenix. Who knows when they will come, or if they will come at all. Storm Woman is now tirelessly wiping her face with her cloak, and her makeup appears to be a mess, either smudged or soiled. Alas, it is indeed unbearable. The insects here seem particularly fond of me, persistently crawling across my face. Meanwhile, Starlight is likely enjoying the comfort of the RV, relishing a cold drink. Starlight, is the drink refreshing? Listening to the conversation between the Patriot and Storm Woman, Starlight now believes that not flying is a fortunate circumstance. Patriot and Storm Woman, you have my admiration for your efforts. I hardly dare to sip anything. Should I delay the mission for a restroom break, it would spell trouble. The Patriot grits his teeth, yet feels a tad more at ease. Let us wait a while longer. It seems the Phoenix may not arrive. Starlight is correct. They are birds. How would they know that Anthony is launching today? Sigh. In the blink of an eye, it is now past 2 in the afternoon, the peak of the heat. The sun today is particularly intense. And not a whisper of wind stirs. The outdoors resembles a vast furnace. On the rooftop, Anthony and 8 mercenaries are on the verge of heatstroke. Their clothing is thoroughly soaked. Although some have erected umbrellas for shade, the sun-baked concrete roof is scorching to the touch. Heat radiates from the roof, making everyone feel as if they are seated within an oven. Anthony's clothes cling to him as if freshly washed, rendering him exceedingly sticky. When has he ever endured such discomfort? However, today marks the grand opening, and all eyes are upon him. Unable to withstand it any longer, Anthony stands on the rooftop and shouts, "Quick, bring over some fans." It's sweltering. A staff member below shouts, "All right, coming right up." They had never anticipated the current situation. Moreover, in the preceding days, they had been preoccupied with various renovations and speculating on whether the Phoenix would appear and how to manage it. The store was utterly unprepared with fans. They had dispatched someone to procure them, but he had yet to return. Soon, another individual arrived, carrying several large buckets filled with ice and a few bottles of cold beverages, delivering them to Anthony and several mercenaries. Anthony promptly grabbed a handful of ice and pressed it against his forehead, exclaiming, "What in the world is this infernal weather?" As he spoke, he approached the edge of the rooftop, surveying the scene in the parking lot. All the streamers had taken refuge in their vehicles. Those who had not parked nearby had left their equipment behind and departed. The asphalt of the parking lot was scorching hot beneath their feet. Anthony shouted toward the unattended camera, "Hey, can everyone see this? The Phoenix 1T be coming. They are too afraid to show up." Chapter 33, A Feigned Gesture Currently. The barrage of comments on the internet has nearly vanished. A multitude of viewers watching the live stream have succumbed to slumber. Only occasionally does a languid comment drift by. "Fire Phoenix, are you coming back?" Alas, many have already dozed off. Yet there is a group of individuals who are particularly anxious, those who have placed their bets on gambling websites. Despite being indoors, beads of sweat adorn the foreheads of several. "Fire Phoenix, I implore you, hurry back. I have wagered all my savings on your return." Do not fret, my friend. It is likely that Fire Phoenix is merely enjoying a midday respite. Do birds take naps too? No, don't come. Fire Phoenix, hold your ground. Do not arrive. Indeed, even if you come after midnight, it would suffice. Oh dear, whether I can acquire a new mobile phone hinges on your decision. Meanwhile, the 2 bars affiliated with the underground casino are bustling with activity. The majority of patrons are shouting, "Fire Phoenix, do come," while others silently pray, "Fire Phoenix, do not come." The bar's reception area is teeming with individuals eagerly placing their bets. The patriotic figure and Storm Woman have descended from the trees. Their faces streaked with mud, their attire marred with dirt. The patriotic figure fervently wipes his face with his cloak, exclaiming, "Damn. I fear these Fire Phoenixes will not make an appearance. Let us wait in the car." Storm Woman's visage is already smeared, her hair disheveled. She too incessantly wipes her face with her cloak. "Indeed, I suspect those birds will not arrive. We should return home for a shower. We feel utterly unclean." CIA Director Berg, Director of Homeland Security Duncan, and others have vacated the command center, retreating to their respective offices, where they now watch videos on their computers while dozing off. General Rhodes stretches leisurely, pushing a takeout box toward Colonel Susan. "Have something to eat." Colonel Susan lazily indulges in her meal, taking occasional sips of water. Meanwhile, Li Shuai remains in his hotel room, engrossed in the live stream. Turning to gaze at the blazing sun outside, he takes hearty gulps of cold beverage. It is unbearably hot today. This hotel room is splendid, complete with a swimming pool. "Ah, let me swim a few laps." Li Shuai mutters to himself as he plunges into the pool. Although the presidential suite's pool is modest in size, the water is remarkably clear and the temperature exceedingly pleasant. The splashes he creates glisten in the sunlight, creating a spectacle of crystalline beauty. How delightful. Anthony, facing the desolate parking lot filled with cameras, shouts for an extended period, his voice nearly hoarse. It turns out that the onlookers outside have departed. Only a few live stream hosts remain in their vehicles, listlessly observing Anthony standing atop the roof. Anthony was incensed, and with a fierce determination, he hurled 3 fireballs into the sky. These fireballs soared to a height of several dozen meters before erupting with a resounding boom. Indeed, Anthony's claims were not mere bravado. The explosive power of these fireballs was quite formidable. Even under the scorching midday sun, the brilliant flames flickered vividly, visible from a considerable distance. Moreover, the deafening explosions reverberated, causing the ears of those on the ground to ring. Many hosts and agents, who had been languidly dozing in their vehicles, were jolted awake by the 3 thunderous blasts. Some, startled into sudden alertness, instinctively sat up straight, while several others, in their haste, bumped their heads against the car roof. Have they arrived? Is the battle underway? Bold individuals leapt from their cars, gazing toward the heavens. Others peered cautiously through car windows, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, The compatriots and Storm Girl had just descended from a tree, preparing to depart. The abrupt explosions heightened their vigilance, prompting them to swiftly ascend back into the branches, scanning the sky with apprehension. Starshine, has the Fire Phoenix arrived? Is a confrontation imminent? Starshine had nearly succumbed to slumber herself, only to be roused by the cacophony of explosions. I see nothing, she replied, glancing through the car window towards the sky. No sign of the Fire Phoenix or any indication of an attack. Starshine, what is the meaning of that explosion? Just a moment, let me review the footage. Ah, I see. It was Anthony launching fireballs into the sky. I shall take another look. Colonel Susan and General Rhodes, having witnessed the explosions, abruptly discarded their meals in astonishment. What is happening? Report, General. Anthony has launched fireballs, but no sighting of the Fire Phoenix. Drone 1 has not detected the Fire Phoenix. Satellites reveal no sign of it. Report, the Cheetah assault team is on site and has found no trace of the Fire Phoenix. It is confirmed that Anthony launched the fireballs, but the reason remains unclear. Drone 2 reports no anomalies. Drone 3 reports no anomalies. Drone 4 reports no anomalies. General Rhodes promptly seized the microphone, instructing all departments to conduct searches without revealing their target. The pilots of the three F-35 fighter jets, who had previously vacated their aircraft to seek respite in the shade due to the oppressive heat, immediately rushed back to their planes, prepared to take flight at a moment's notice. CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Homeland Security Secretary Duncan also regained their composure, hastening to the command center. What is the situation? Report. Anthony has launched fireballs, but no sighting of the Fire Phoenix. The various streaming rooms erupted with fervor once more. What is happening? Has the battle begun? Have they truly arrived? Yet we see nothing. Hosts, adjust the camera. We see nothing at all. Indeed, there are audacious streamers who have donned helmets and disembarked from their vehicles, fervently scanning the skies with their smartphones. The atmosphere in the two bars has become increasingly electric, with some patrons leaping from their seats in sheer excitement. Goodness, they've arrived. It's really happening. A brawl has ensued. Others, however, are noticeably anxious, convinced that the mythical Fire Phoenix will not make an appearance. Their faces flush with anticipation as they scrutinize the screens. No, they haven't come. Where are they? Stop spreading falsehoods. What about that explosion? Surely, it signifies their arrival. Meanwhile, a compatriot has perched high upon a tree, searching for what seems elusive. He ascends into the air for a more thorough investigation, yet after an exhaustive search, he finds no trace of the Fire Phoenix, only witnessing Anthony roaring atop a rooftop. Damn it. Ha ha ha. You still refuse to believe, don't you? I told you, the Fire Phoenix will not come. They dare not show their faces. They fear me. Observing the enraged Anthony, the compatriot suddenly comprehends the situation. It must be this lunatic carelessly launching fireballs. His eyes narrowing with fury, he mutters, Anthony, you scoundrel, I will undoubtedly see to your demise. Meanwhile, Li Shuai, lounging in a swimming pool, also watches the live broadcast. A faint smile graces his lips as he thinks, it's nearly time. Gradually, he emerges from the pool, preparing to reap the rewards of experience points. Chapter 34. The Phoenix Scout Li Shuai emerged from the swimming pool, drying himself off. After indulging in a refreshing drink and savoring a cigarette, he leisurely exited the hotel. He hailed a taxi that whisked him away to the outskirts. Having meticulously studied the terrain beforehand, Li Shuai soon arrived near a stretch of farmland. After alighting from the vehicle and ensuring it had driven away, he surveyed the deserted surroundings. He promptly activated his flight, arriving at a desolate factory he had carefully selected. This abandoned site lay just north of Anthony's club, not far in distance. The area was desolate, ensuring no interruptions. More importantly, its location was strategically situated between Anthony's club and the northern mountains. Given that both the military and the compatriots believed the Phoenix's habitat to be in the northern mountains, Li Shuai resolved to let them be convinced that the Phoenix resided there, thus alleviating his troubles. Furthermore, at this juncture, the Phoenix would be swiftly defeated by the compatriots. Whether it could withstand the military's missiles remained uncertain. Therefore, it was imperative to amass a considerable amount of experience points this time. To prevent any interference from the compatriots or the military, it was crucial to divert their attention. Li Shuai summoned a Phoenix to soar high above, heading towards Anthony's club, while he concealed himself in the lowest level of the abandoned factory, ensuring he would not be spotted by any passing compatriots. He spread out a blanket on the ground, arranging an assortment of snacks and beers, allowing himself a few sips in comfort while the Phoenix engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Anthony, having roared atop the rooftop for an extended period, grew weary and retreated indoors. After a refreshing shower and changing into a new outfit, he settled in the hall with a cold beer, watching the performances of the extraordinary individuals. All those who entered the club that day held unwavering faith in Anthony, indulging in the revelry without a care in the world. In the hall, a small stage captivated the attention of the extraordinary beings, where numerous men and women danced exuberantly, completely unclothed, regardless of gender, age, or body type. Some were youthful and alluring, while others bore extra weight, yet all danced with fervor. Throughout the hall, whether on sofas or the floor, scenes of debauchery unfolded. Couples, threesomes, and various combinations were all present. Anthony reveled in the spectacle before him, sipping his beer and nodding rhythmically to the pulsating music. However, discontent brewed online, with an outcry echoing. What the hell is Anthony up to? The Phoenix hasn't arrived. Why this nonsense? This guy has lost it. Phoenix, come quickly and end this. At present, the compatriots soared high above, finding some relief from the heat. Yet, Storm Woman could no longer contain her frustration. Damn it. Damn it. I have had enough. I am utterly fed up. I shall first return to wash up and will be back shortly. The Patriot, overhearing Storm Girl's intention to cleanse herself, felt a twinge of displeasure. Though he too was engulfed in discomfort and had long yearned for a bath, he understood that their mission was paramount. How could they falter at such a trivial hardship? Storm Girl, no. I empathize with your plight, for I too am in distress. Yet we are on a mission. Let us endure a little longer. Soon, darkness will envelop us. Storm Girl frantically wiped her face and head with her cloak, her hair resembling a bird's nest. Damn it. Damn that fire phoenix. Damn you, Anthony. I will make you pay. Just then, a fire phoenix soared above Anthony's club, invisible to those on the ground, including Anthony himself. However, the Patriot was keenly aware of its presence. He swiftly distanced himself to avoid detection. Storm Girl, Starlight, be vigilant. The fire phoenix approaches. At this, Storm Girl settled down, carefully concealing herself within the branches of a great tree. Starlight, too, peered upwards through the car window, unable to spot the creature. I can't see it from here, she remarked. The Patriot, exhilarated, replied, Starlight, it's flying high. You want to be able to see it, but do not venture out. I have spotted one and am searching for others. Meanwhile, the military satellites and the first drone also detected the fire phoenix. Report to the General. The satellite has identified the fire phoenix. Report to the General. The first drone has also spotted a fire phoenix. Generals Rhodes and Colonel Susan perked up, scrutinizing the footage. How is there only one? Expand the search area. Yet, even as the search widened, only a single fire phoenix was found. General Rhodes, brimming with excitement, declared, attention all units, the fire phoenix has been sighted. However, there is only one. It may be a scout. Monitor it closely, but do not let it catch wind of your presence. Understood, General. Li Shuai piloted the fire phoenix, circling above Anthony's club. He noticed the military drone and surmised that it had also detected the fire phoenix. Simultaneously, he spotted Storm Girl, but did not see the Patriot. Nevertheless, he was confident that if Storm Girl was present, the Patriot would be too. The objective had been achieved. Li Shuai promptly commanded the fire phoenix to fly at full speed toward North Mountain. The Patriot observed from a distance as the fire phoenix headed northward. Storm Girl, Starlight. The fire phoenix is now flying north. This one is likely a scout, returning to report. Remain where you are. I will follow to seek out their lair. The Patriot concluded, intently watching the fire phoenix. At this moment, General Rhodes is observing the trajectory of the fire phoenix via satellite at the military base. Report, General. The fire phoenix is heading north. Rhodes exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stamped his foot. Yes. I knew it was merely a scout. And now it is returning to report. Drone 1 remains stationed, transmitting the flight path of the fire phoenix to the other drones. Although drones 2 and 3 are stationed at a considerable distance, their operators are in close proximity. Consequently, drones 2 and 3 swiftly acquire visual contact with the fire phoenix. Based on its flight path, the general deduces that it is heading towards the northern mountain. General Rhodes and Colonel Susan share a moment of exhilarated understanding through their exchanged glances. Indeed, its lair is located in the northern mountain. Without hesitation, General Rhodes seizes the microphone. All drones, maintain a safe distance for surveillance. Ensure you do not alert it. This time, we shall locate their nest and obliterate it. Yes. General. Chapter 35. The Phoenix strikes. General Rhodes promptly relayed this news through a shared line to the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security. Upon receiving the information, CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Homeland Security Secretary Duncan were elated. Berg, brimming with excitement, remarked, General Rhodes, we have already deployed several ground teams in North Mountain. They are equipped with high-powered binoculars and are ready to assist the military in reconnaissance at any moment. I will send you their contact information now. From this point forward, you will have unified command over them. In fact, the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security had also stationed ground personnel in North Mountain. And they too entrusted command of these units to General Rhodes. Although the impact of their ground forces might be limited, General Rhodes felt a surge of satisfaction. Excellent. This time, with our sincere collaboration, we shall surely achieve resounding victory. However, the Phoenix is quite cunning. Your armed helicopters should remain grounded for now. We shall coordinate our actions when the time for battle arrives. Meanwhile, the Phoenix had already soared to North Mountain, closely followed by the agents of the Homeland. The What Company received reports from these agents. In the office of the Super 7, Maeve, the locomotive, and Shinsei were anxiously watching the live broadcast. Upon hearing that the agents had tracked the Phoenix, they were overjoyed. Yes, the agents have made a triumphant advance. The locomotive chuckled. This is fantastic. I need to head to the scene immediately. Perhaps I can lend a hand. No sooner had the locomotive spoken than he vanished with a whoosh. Maeve and Shinsei exchanged awkward glances, resigned to continue watching the broadcast. Edgar returned to the office and joined the agent's channel, observing the situation through the live feed. However, as soon as the agents entered the mountains, his signal was lost, for he was using civilian communication equipment. In contrast, the military and the CIA remained unaffected. The military's satellites continued to track and lock onto the target, transmitting images back to the command center in real time, while drones 3 and 4 also entered the fray. Report to the general. The satellite has identified a potential agent, who is also tracking the Phoenix. General Rhodes quickly returned to the main screen. Drone 4, please confirm. Soon. Drone 4 verified that it was indeed the agents. General Rhodes sighed, hoping that this individual would not act impulsively. CIA Post 5 has spotted the Phoenix, which is rapidly flying towards our 10 o'clock position. CIA Post 3 has detected the Phoenix, passing directly overhead. Meanwhile, Li Shuai was diligently maneuvering the Phoenix in circles within the mountains. Soon, he discovered a cave at the edge of a cliff, and the Phoenix deftly entered it. Report to the general. The Phoenix has entered a cave. Upon hearing this, Rhodes clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Ha! We've finally located your lair." Yes. In the command room, several officers erupted with excitement. General, are our fighter jets taking off? They'll be airborne shortly. 3 F-35s, already impatient, ascended into the skies. CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Homeland Security Secretary Duncan were also apprised of the news through the shared channel. Almost in unison, they commanded their armed helicopters to take off, racing at full speed towards North Mountain. The Patriot hovered at a distance, peering intently into the cave. Meanwhile, the Phoenix was also on the lookout, having spotted the Patriot. Aha! They must believe this is the lair of the Phoenix. The Phoenix was effectively holding them at bay. Li Shuai promptly summoned the other 8 Phoenixes, directing them to fly at full speed towards Anthony's club. After this flurry of activity, dusk had settled. The Phoenixes flew stealthily during this time, blending seamlessly with the hues of the setting sun. At that moment, Anthony's club was in the midst of a vibrant crescendo. Several individuals with supernatural abilities were fast asleep on the ground. Anthony himself was pleasantly inebriated. 2 young women, seemingly ethereal, glided gracefully to Anthony's side. It was difficult to discern their ages, or even if they were truly young women. Their bodies suggested femininity, adorned with delicate curves, though they were unclothed. Their skin and faces were artfully painted with vibrant colors, resembling 2 lively little leopards. Each wore leopard ears atop their heads, and small tails dangled behind them. "Anthony, you've been drinking all afternoon. Aren't you tempted just to watch?" they teased. "Come, let us entertain you." Anthony's face broke into a wide grin. He embraced the 2 little leopards, exclaiming, "Ah, delightful. I adore little leopards. As long as you keep me entertained, your drinks will be on the house." The 2 leopards beamed at this, clearly having come with such intentions. "Thank you, Anthony. You're so charming," they chirped, preparing to plant a sweet kiss on him. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The roof shattered as the 8 Phoenixes burst through, creating gaping holes above, though the hall was spacious. The unexpected entrance of the 8 Phoenixes sent a cloud of cement dust swirling throughout the room. What on earth is happening? The superpowered individuals gasped, still reeling from the surprise when the Phoenixes unleashed torrents of flame. Instantly, the club was engulfed in fire. "Congratulations, host. Your Phoenix has successfully eliminated a level 2 superpowered individual, earning 2,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. Your Phoenix has successfully eliminated a level 1 superpowered individual, earning 1,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 3 ability user, earning 7,000 experience points. The combat power of the level 9 Fire Phoenix has significantly increased, enabling it to annihilate any ability user below level 3 in an instant." Anthony jolted awake, the effects of the alcohol nearly wearing off. "Holy moly! The Fire Phoenix!" he exclaimed, shoving the 2 small leopards aside. Desperately, he launched fireballs at the Fire Phoenix. However, the defensive capabilities of the level 9 Fire Phoenix had greatly enhanced, and with numerous patrons in his establishment, Anthony dared not unleash the full force of his fireballs. Consequently, despite firing off 20 to 30 small fireballs, he failed to bring down even one. Meanwhile, the Fire Phoenix was wreaking havoc. The system notifications in front of Li Shuai rapidly scrolled upward, creating a dizzying effect. Above Anthony's club, a Predator drone hovered ominously. Report to the General. Drone 1 has detected the Fire Phoenix at Anthony's club. Numerous in number. General, the Cheetah assault team reports. Fire Phoenix attack detected. Quantity unknown. At that moment, 3 F-35s were nearing North Mountain. General, should the fighter jets return immediately? Chapter 36. The struggle for the Phoenix's nest. General Rhodes gazed sternly at the large screen before him. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, no need. The club is teeming with personnel. Fighter jets are of no use here. He promptly seized the microphone. Hawk Squad. Proceed at full speed to the designated location and obliterate the Phoenix's nest. Hawk acknowledged. Drone number 3 and drone number 4 make haste towards the Phoenix's lair. Coordinate with Hawk Squad to annihilate the nest. Drone number 3 acknowledged. Drone number 4 acknowledged. Leopard assault team, exercise extreme caution. Your weapons are ineffective against them. Leopard assault team acknowledged. Following this, General Rhodes grasped another microphone. Raptor flight team, prepare for takeoff with munitions loaded. Ascend over Anthony's club. Remember, your role is solely to monitor until the Phoenix departs. Engage only when in a secure zone, in accordance with General Rhodes's command. 3 F-22 fighter jets from another flight team were already primed for action. They took off urgently. Meanwhile, Storm Woman and Starlight were also poised to intervene, only to be restrained by Edgar. Storm Woman, Starlight, your mission is not to protect Anthony. Remain on standby until the situation reaches a critical point with only 1 or 2 left. Then, you may engage. Storm Woman and Starlight acknowledged and continued to lie in ambush, keeping a vigilant watch over the situation at Anthony's club. The Patriot had located the Phoenix's nest and was filled with exhilaration. However, he was unable to consult Edgar at this moment. He noted the entrance to the Phoenix's lair but refrained from rushing in. The company had a predetermined strategy, intending to use these Phoenixes as leverage in negotiations with the government. Eliminating them all at this juncture would not be prudent. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he spotted a military drone circling above. Alarmed, he realized the army had also discovered the Phoenix's lair. What should he do now? The Patriot swiftly took flight, determined to escape the mountains and seek Edgar's guidance on how to proceed. Meanwhile, Anthony's club had transformed into a blazing inferno. With so many empowered individuals present, the Phoenixes could hardly make headway. Several people had already broken windows in their frantic attempts to escape. One Phoenix swiftly emerged, pursuing them from behind, while others circled within the building, spewing flames to prevent the empowered from fleeing, striving to maximize their impact. Anthony's eyes were now ablaze with fury. He held nothing back. His establishment had become a sea of flames, devoid of value. With a roar, Anthony cranked the fireball's power to its zenith, hurling it at the Phoenix. With a tremendous explosion, the impact surged, shattering all the glass windows and doors of the building. Shards of glass splintered outward with the velocity of bullets, striking numerous vehicles in the parking lot. Several mobile phones, set up for live streaming outdoors, were utterly shattered as well. Viewers tuning into the broadcast were electrified with excitement. Wow, it's happening. This time, it's the real deal. Yes, the fight has begun. I knew the Fire Phoenix would show up. I was right. Meanwhile, the two bars collaborating with the underground casino in the city erupted with fervor, as the majority had wagered on the arrival of the Fire Phoenix. They applauded, leapt in jubilation, and embraced one another, some even dousing the ceiling with beer in their ecstatic celebration. In contrast, the live streamers in the parking lot were terrified, none having anticipated the ferocity of the ensuing chaos. Many fled in their vehicles, hastily escaping the parking lot, disregarding the equipment left behind to continue broadcasting. Survival took precedence. Despite Anthony's frenzied attempts to maximize the power of his fireballs, combating the 9th-level Fire Phoenix remained an arduous task. In a fleeting moment, the majority of the superpowered individuals were slain by the Fire Phoenix, though a few managed to escape. Anthony, in a wild frenzy, hurled fireballs at the Fire Phoenix. The structure around them lay in ruins, teetering on the brink of collapse. The walls bore numerous gaping holes, some smashed by the Fire Phoenix, others by the superpowered individuals, and some created by the explosions of Anthony's fireballs. Inside the building, a group of superpowered individuals chose not to flee. They activated their abilities, joining forces with Anthony to mount a furious offensive against the Fire Phoenix. Despite their desperate efforts, they managed to eliminate only 4 of the creatures after a grueling battle. Now, Anthony stood alone, with the remaining 3 Fire Phoenixes converging upon him, launching a relentless assault. Realizing the dire situation, Anthony desperately flung several fireballs before sprinting through the crumbling walls, shielding his head as he dashed across the parking lot. However, his speed was insufficient. The 3 Fire Phoenixes relentlessly pursued him, spewing flames in his direction. In an instant, Anthony's health bar dwindled to half. Meanwhile, the 3 F-35s of the Falcon Squadron had reached the northern mountain, and the personnel of the Homeland were racing towards the mountainside, seeking guidance from Edgar on the next course of action. Suddenly, they spotted the 3 fighter jets. The personnel quickly grasped the situation, no longer needing to consult. They understood that the military was intent on destroying the Fire Phoenix's lair. Should this lair be obliterated by the military, their leverage would vanish entirely. It was better to claim the credit for themselves, prompting them to swiftly turn and soar towards the entrance of the Fire Phoenix's den. At that moment, the 3 fighter jets also detected the personnel from the homeland. In the report concerning Falcon 1, General Rhodes observed with gritted teeth on the large screen as compatriots soared ahead, likely en route to the lair of the Fire Phoenix. Falcon 1. Upon locking onto the Fire Phoenix's nest, engage immediately. Do not concern yourself with our compatriots. He can evade, he commanded resolutely. Falcon 1 acknowledges, came the response. Colonel Susan, standing beside General Rhodes, whispered, General, is it truly possible for our compatriot to evade capture? A sardonic smile crept across General Rhodes's lips as he replied. Rumors abound that no weapon can harm our compatriots. I am confident he will evade. Should he, by misfortune, fall victim to our missile, I shall personally extend my apologies. Colonel Susan gazed at General Rhodes, her eyes brimming with admiration. She reached for the microphone before the general, fully aware of the weight of this command. Prepared to shoulder the responsibility. Once Falcon's flight team locked onto the target, the order to fire would be hers to issue. Chapter 37. General Rhodes discerns Colonel Susan's intentions. General Rhodes immediately grasped Colonel Susan's meaning. He swiftly reclaimed the microphone. Colonel Susan. General Rhodes's tone was stern. Yes, General. Colonel Susan promptly saluted. General Rhodes regarded Susan with an unwavering seriousness. The moment was critical. I expect you to understand that I am the commanding officer here. The order to engage the Falcon squad can only be issued by me. Yes, General. At that moment, 3 F-35s had locked onto the cave. With the enemy positioned amongst them, the adversary contemplated rushing into the cave to unleash a massacre. Simultaneously, he became aware of the 3 fighter jets rapidly advancing towards him from behind. As he soared through the air, he waved at the aircraft, hoping they would notice him. Do not fire. However, on this occasion, the adversary was mistaken. Falcon 1 had locked onto its target. Falcon 2 followed suit, yet the enemy obstructed its trajectory. Falcon 3 secured its target and was ready to engage at any moment. General Rhodes, too, felt a wave of tension, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and seized the microphone, declaring loudly, Falcon Squad, fire. In response to General Rhodes's command, the pilots of the 3 fighter jets acted without a moment's hesitation. Falcon 2, despite the enemy's interference, resolutely opened fire. 3 missiles erupted forth, hurtling towards the cave with astonishing speed. The adversary, still waving at the jets, suddenly realized the grave situation. Missiles were being launched. He understood that the missiles would not be fatal, but a direct hit would certainly be uncomfortable. Thus, he ascended rapidly, evading the missiles. Shortly thereafter, the second round of missiles was launched, followed by a third. In total, 9 missiles were unleashed upon the cave, aiming to obliterate the Phoenix's lair. According to General Rhodes's analysis, should these Phoenixes be likened to birds, there would undoubtedly be a leader among them. Once the leader was eliminated, the remaining Phoenixes, even if not scattered, would be much easier to defeat. Ideally, their young and eggs would also be destroyed, leaving no roots to regrow. If they were akin to aircraft, that would be even more favorable. Once their base was annihilated, they would be deprived of supplies and maintenance, leaving them with no choice but to surrender. Simultaneously, the 3 F-35s prepared their final missile, ready for a follow-up shot. Drones 3 and 4 had reached their designated locations, their Hellfire missiles primed. The adversary, soaring through the sky, felt his eyes redden, the urge to unleash his laser imminent. Damn it, are you trying to kill me as well? Though the adversary gritted his teeth in fury, he restrained himself. After all, engaging the military was no trivial matter. Such a large-scale operation by the armed forces must surely have satellite support. If there were only 1 or 2 fighter jets, such provocations would have been swiftly dealt with by our homeland. 9 missiles detonated almost simultaneously within the cave, resulting in the collapse of half the mountainside. Falcon 1 reported that the target has been obliterated. Yes, the military base erupted in jubilation. Rhodes promptly dispatched a significant number of troops, preparing to meticulously search through the wreckage to ascertain whether these Fire Phoenixes were indeed birds or mere aircraft. The Fire Phoenix, which had been lurking in the cave to draw fire, was also eliminated. However, Li Shuai's strategic objectives had been successfully achieved. At that moment, Li Shuai received a system notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a level 10 superhuman, earning 1,000,000 experience points. Marvelous. Anthony has truly excelled. 1,000,000 experience points. Li Shuai did not immediately retract the 3 Fire Phoenixes from Anthony's club, for a predator drone was still surveilling the skies above Anthony's club, and satellites were likely monitoring as well. Since they were playing a role, they would commit fully, leading them to believe in the Northern Mountain. Thus, Li Shuai commanded the 3 fire phoenixes to soar at full speed towards the northern mountain. After issuing the orders, Li Shuai eagerly began to tally the day's gains. In this battle, Li Shuai had eliminated 11 level 1 superhumans, 5 level 2 superhumans, 5 level 3 superhumans, and 1 level 5 superhuman, including Anthony. Li Shuai accrued a total of 1,086,000 experience points today. Coupled with the remaining from before, Li Shuai now possessed a total of 1,092,000 experience points. Such a wealth of experience points could certainly facilitate a level up. Li Shuai accessed the system panel. Li Shuai experience points. 1,092,000 attack, level 1, 1,000 experience points. Speed, level 1, 1,000 experience points. Energy shield, level 1, 1,000 experience points. Vision, level 5, 16,000 experience points. Hearing, level 1, 1,000 experience points. Language, level 1, 1,000 experience points. Fire Phoenix, level 9, 250. 000 experience points. System space, 1 cubic meter, 100 experience points. There was no doubt that the Fire Phoenix should be upgraded first. Li Shuai clicked the plus sign next to the Fire Phoenix. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 10, consuming 250,000 experience points, leaving 842,000 experience points remaining. The next upgrade requires 500,000 experience points. When any system parameter reaches a multiple of 5, a system lottery is triggered. And this instance was no exception. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 10, triggering the system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Of course. Congratulations, host. This time you have drawn the advanced superhuman invisibility technique. Would you like to use it immediately? Invisibility. Now that is a valuable asset. And thus it shall be used without delay. As Li Shuai pressed the button for immediate use, a new entry appeared in the system parameters, Stealth Level 1. Shortly thereafter, a system notification followed, announcing, Congratulations, host. You have acquired the advanced skill Stealth. The detailed description read, Stealth Level 1 allows for invisibility, but movement is prohibited. Any motion will render the stealth effect ineffective. At Level 2, movement is permitted, and ordinary individuals will remain oblivious to your presence, though those with extraordinary vision and thermal detection equipment may still perceive you. Upon reaching Level 5, you will evade thermal detection. At Level 10, you will elude the extraordinary vision and hearing of others with enhanced abilities. Upon reading the system notification, Li Shuai was overwhelmed with joy. This stealth skill was indeed remarkable. Although he possessed the ability to fly, daytime activities were still inconvenient, necessitating various disguises and transportation. With the acquisition of stealth, he would be free from such concerns. Notably, the mention of extraordinary vision and hearing seemed to allude to certain individuals. Should his stealth reach level 10, he would no longer have to worry about them, allowing him to move about with confidence. If he felt displeased, he could dispatch the Fire Phoenix to confront those individuals, knowing he himself would be safe. While the Fire Phoenix might not yet be able to vanquish them, it would certainly be capable of vexing them. Moreover, the increased ease of movement would expedite his progression in leveling up. Eliminating those individuals would soon become a reality. Chapter 38 The most frantic upgrade. Upon this realization, Li Shuai promptly began to click the plus sign behind the stealth skill in rapid succession. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the stealth skill to level 5, consuming a total of 15,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 827,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the stealth skill to level 5, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Haha, let us see what I can draw this time. Li Shuai murmured to himself, excitedly clicking the button for an immediate draw. Congratulations, host. This time you have drawn a random skill upgrade of 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? Not bad at all. Let us use it right away. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded speed to level 2, consuming 0 experience points. Remaining experience points, 827,000. Next upgrade requires 2,000 experience points. Sighing, he thought, not overly thrilling, but still quite good. Li Shuai continued clicking the plus sign behind the stealth skill. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the stealth skill to level 10, consuming a total of 482,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 345,000. Next upgrade requires 500,000 experience points. Awesome. Absolutely incredible. Li Shuai exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice echoing in the desolate surroundings where no one could hear him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the stealth skill to level 10, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Let us draw immediately. Congratulations, host. This time you have drawn a system space of 10 cubic units. Would you like to use it immediately? Let us use it right away. Congratulations, host. You have successfully expanded your system space to 11 cubic units, consuming 0 experience points. Remaining experience points, 345,000. With 345,000 experience points remaining, Li Shuai continued to inspect the system panel. Upgrading the Fire Phoenix was insufficient, and there was no immediate need to upgrade anything else. However, he decided to upgrade it to level 5 as well, triggering another system lottery to see if he could draw something beneficial. Let us do it. Li Shuai continued clicking the plus sign behind the first system parameter, attack. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded attack from level 1 to level 5, consuming a total of 15,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 330,000. Next upgrade requires 16,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded attack to level 5, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Here we go again. Let us draw immediately. Congratulations, host. This time you have drawn a specified skill upgrade of 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? What a windfall. Li Shuai quickly clicked to use it and selected the Fire Phoenix. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 11, consuming 0 experience points. Remaining experience points, 330,000. Next upgrade requires 1,000,000 experience points. That's the way to do it. Li Shuai continued clicking the plus sign behind the speed parameter. Congratulations, host, on successfully elevating your speed from level 2 to level 5, consuming a total of 14,000 experience points, leaving you with 316,000 experience points. The next upgrade requires 16,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading your speed to level 5. Triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Let us see how fortunate I am this time. I shall draw immediately. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a random skill upgrade by 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? I shall use it at once. Congratulations, host. On successfully elevating your speed to level 6, consuming 0 experience points, leaving you with 316,000 experience points. The next upgrade requires 32,000 experience points. Li Shuai continued to click the plus sign behind the energy shield in rapid succession. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading your energy shield from level 1 to level 5, consuming a total of 15,000 experience points, leaving you with 301,000 experience points. The next upgrade requires 16,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully elevating your energy shield to level 5, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? I shall draw immediately. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a random skill upgrade by 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? A random upgrade, though it lacks the thrill of a specified skill upgrade, it is still quite satisfactory. I shall use it at once. Congratulations, host, on successfully elevating your language skill to level 2, consuming 0 experience points, leaving you with 301,000 experience points. The next upgrade requires 2,000 experience points. Let us proceed once more. Li Shuai continued to click the plus sign behind the hearing skill. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading your hearing from level 1 to level 5, consuming a total of 15,000 experience points, leaving you with 286,000 experience points. The next upgrade requires 16,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully elevating your hearing to level 5, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Let us see what fortune awaits me this time. I shall draw immediately. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a system space of 10 cubic units. Would you like to use it immediately? Alas, it seems my luck is dwindling. I shall use it anyway. Congratulations, host, on successfully expanding your system space to 21 cubic units, consuming 0 experience points, leaving you with 286,000 experience points. I shall attempt one last time. Should fortune fail me, I shall save the draw for another day. Li Shuai continued to click the plus sign behind the language skill. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading your language skill from level 2 to level 5, consuming a total of 14,000 experience points, leaving you with 272,000 experience points. The language skill has reached its pinnacle and cannot be upgraded further. Is this truly the pinnacle? It matters little, for I have never employed this skill. My sole intention in upgrading it was to partake in the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully elevating your language skill to level 5, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? I shall draw immediately. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a specified skill upgrade by 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? Haha. At long last, it has arrived. This is precisely what I desired. Li Shuai promptly clicked on Use Now and selected the Fire Phoenix. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 12, consuming 0 experience points. Remaining experience points, 272,000. Next upgrade requires 2 million experience points. Splendid. The day's rewards were truly bountiful. Content. Li Shuai stretched languidly, activating both invisibility and flight, and returned directly to the hotel. He felt quite exhilarated today, however, in Beishan. A fierce confrontation was unfolding between the forces of the Homeland and military fighter jets. At that moment, 3 Fire Phoenixes from the Anthony Club swiftly soared toward Beishan. And Rhodes was immediately alerted. The 3 F-22s from the Raptor squadron that had just taken off in haste were also nearing the Anthony Club. They had received coordinates from the base and were in hot pursuit of the 3 Fire Phoenixes. Meanwhile, the Falcon squadron, already stationed in Beishan, received orders and swiftly turned to intercept the Fire Phoenixes. Just as the Fire Phoenixes reached Beishan, the Homeland forces detected them. Their eyes were akin to radar. Initially intending to return to the Anthony Club to assess the situation, the discovery of the 3 Fire Phoenixes ignited a sense of urgency among the Homeland forces, prompting them to charge toward the Fire Phoenixes. Simultaneously, the 3 fighter jets from the Falcon squadron locked onto the Fire Phoenixes. Chapter 39. The Homeland forces shoot down the fighter jets. Falcon 1 has locked onto the target. Falcon 2 has locked onto the target. Falcon 3 has locked onto the target. General Rhodes at the military base immediately grasped the microphone. Attention all flight teams, this is a secure zone. Engage in free attack. Once the target is locked, no need for further confirmation. Engage freely. The Falcons acknowledge. The Raptors acknowledge. The 3 fighter jets of the Falcon squadron simultaneously locked onto 3 Fire Phoenixes and launched their missiles. 3 missiles soared through the air, heading straight for the Fire Phoenixes. However, at that moment, the Homeland forces arrived. Having been filled with rage, upon seeing the 3 fighter jets, their anger intensified. The Homeland forces swiftly activated their laser eyes. Instead of targeting the Fire Phoenixes, they directly obliterated the 3 missiles launched by the Falcon squadron. What are the Homeland forces up to? The Falcons report that the Homeland forces have destroyed our missiles. At that moment, General Rhodes at the military base witnessed the entire spectacle. In a fit of rage, Rhodes slammed his fist on the table. Colonel Susan, equally furious, exclaimed, "What do the Homeland forces intend to do? Is this retribution for the missiles launched earlier?" "No," General Rhodes asserted emphatically. "They are likely attempting to claim credit." Although infuriated, Rhodes, as a general, knew he must maintain his composure. Falcon Squadron, do not engage with the Homeland forces. I repeat, do not engage. The Falcons understood, having destroyed the missiles of the Falcon flight group. The Homeland forces sneered as they flew alongside Falcon 2 in a synchronized manner. With a mocking gaze, they peered through the cockpit at the pilot of Falcon 2. The pilot, merely casting a sidelong glance at the Homeland forces, continued to lock onto the Fire Phoenix. Although they were out of missiles, they still had their cannons. At that moment, the 3 Fire Phoenixes altered their course, diving rapidly into the valley below. The 3 fighter jets hastily adjusted their trajectory, tracing a wide arc as they pursued the valley. Due to this change in direction, Falcon 2 nearly collided with the Homeland forces. Recognizing that they were not aiming to crash into him, the Homeland forces could have evaded. But this was an opportunity not to be missed. The Homeland forces abruptly decelerated and swiftly lowered their altitude. As Falcon 2 zoomed past, they suddenly delivered a punch, severing one of its wings. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, with the Homeland forces moving with remarkable speed. No one could quite grasp what had transpired. Falcon 2 has sustained wing damage. The fighter jet, now missing a wing, began to spin uncontrollably. The pilot was unable to regain control of the aircraft. "Eject! Eject!" shouted Falcon 1 and General Rhodes in unison. They both understood the peril of parachuting from a rapidly spiraling plane. Everyone's hearts raced with trepidation. The Falcon 1 and Falcon 3 swiftly adjusted their flight paths, anxiously peering through the windows at their comrades. In the command room of the military base, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Each individual held their breath, filled with anticipation as they fixated on the large screen. A few soldiers silently traced crosses over their chests. The pilot of Falcon 2, seasoned and astute, seized an opportune moment to activate the ejection system. He successfully ejected from the aircraft, narrowly evading the tumbling wings. Report. Falcon 1 has spotted the parachute. Yes. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The personnel from the Homeland remained suspended in midair, observing the descending Falcon 2. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Simultaneously, the personnel from the Homeland hesitated. If they rescued the Air Force pilot, it would be a moment of great honor. However, it was not feasible at that moment. 3 Fire Phoenixes remained at large. They resolved to eliminate the Fire Phoenixes first before returning to rescue him. This was not only timely but would also teach the pilot a lesson for daring to launch missiles at them. Did you not see me earlier? The personnel from the Homeland scoffed coldly, rapidly plunging into the valley in pursuit of the Fire Phoenixes. They quickly located the 3 Fire Phoenixes, but at that moment, the 3 F-22s from the Raptor squadron had also locked onto their targets. Raptor 1 locked on. Raptor 2 locked on. Raptor 3 locked on. Fire. 3 missiles hurtled towards the Fire Phoenixes. Although Li Shuai's Fire Phoenix was at level 12, these 3 had been summoned when he was at level 9. Hence they remained at level 9. They could neither outmaneuver the F-22s nor evade the missiles. As the personnel from the Homeland arrived, the missiles were on the verge of striking the Fire Phoenixes. With a shout, the personnel activated their laser eye. As the laser swept over the Fire Phoenixes, the missiles detonated. The 3 Fire Phoenixes were instantaneously obliterated, leaving it uncertain whether they perished from the missiles or the laser. Nevertheless, celebrations erupted among the personnel. Raptor reporting. Targets have been eliminated. Yes. The command room of the military base erupted in exuberance. General Rhodes and Colonel Susan exchanged a fervent high five. We did it. We finally took them down. After a brief moment of jubilation, General Rhodes promptly seized the microphone. Dispatch someone to retrieve Falcon 2 immediately. The Raptor squadron shall continue the search. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Homeland gestured a sign of victory towards the 3 Raptor fighters. Indifferent to whether they could see it or not, calmly, they located Falcon 2. The parachute had descended into a dense thicket in the North Mountain region, where the vegetation was so lush that there was scarcely any suitable landing area. Falcon 2 now dangled from a tree branch, suspended 4 to 5 meters above the ground. While Falcon 1 and Falcon 3 circled overhead, yet they were powerless to assist. The figure of the Patriot hovered gently before the Falcon 2. Hey, brother, are you uninjured? The Falcon 2 gazed anxiously at the hovering Patriot, uncertain of the latter's intentions. At that moment, the distant roar of machinery echoed, as helicopters from the CIA, CAI, and the Department of Homeland Security arrived on the scene. The Patriot was determined not to allow this pilot to board a helicopter. The credit for rescuing the Air Force hero must, without question, belong to him. He patted the shoulder of the Falcon 2. Now cut your rope. I will take you back. As he spoke, he swiftly severed the bindings, lifting the Falcon 2 into the air. Report to the General. The Patriot has taken off with the Falcon 2. Destination unknown. Falcon I, Falcon 3. Follow the Patriot. Falcon I acknowledges. Falcon 3 acknowledges. However, the Patriot, cradling the Falcon 2, did not head to the military base but soared directly to the Anthony Club. At that moment, the Anthony Club was teeming with people. A substantial contingent of police began to investigate the scene, amidst a throng of onlookers. In front of them were numerous journalists and live broadcasters. The Patriot, holding the Falcon 2, descended slowly before the multitude of cameras. He intended to declare first that it was he who had felled the Fire Phoenixes. Chapter 40. Claiming credit. As soon as the crowd spotted the Patriot, they erupted into cheers, shouting, Patriot! Patriot! Some even applauded fervently. All cameras were focused on the Patriot, who joyfully waved at the crowd, exclaiming, Thank you. You are the true heroes. He proceeded to share the good news. The fiery phoenixes that had besieged the city had been vanquished. Moments ago, I had eliminated 3 fiery phoenixes atop North Mountain. And in collaboration with the military, we thoroughly obliterated their nests. Our city is now safe. Upon hearing this, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, with many shouting, Okay. Fantastic. Patriot. Patriot. However, there were also those who sighed quietly, lamenting the loss of their spectacle. Alas, there will be no more excitement to witness. We shall continue to endure the wrath of those with supernatural abilities. Perhaps it is best to be more cautious moving forward. The Patriot, exhilarated, spread his arms wide towards the throng. Okay, thank you. Oh, now I would like to introduce a true hero. As he spoke, he gestured to the pilot beside him. The pilot of Falcon 2 was unaware of who had dispatched the 3 fiery phoenixes, yet the Patriot claimed he had cooperated with the military to destroy their nests. Such a statement seemed utterly absurd, akin to speaking with one's eyes wide shut. Nevertheless, as a soldier and an exemplary pilot, it would be undignified to expose the Patriot's falsehood in front of the crowd. Moreover, doing so might imply a desire to claim credit himself. Therefore, he chose silence, sharply saluting the crowd with his heels touching. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, the locomotive crew, situated within Starlight's mobile home, gazed at the lively scene outside, yearning to rush to the Patriot's side and share in the accolades and cheers. Just as the locomotive began to open the door, it quickly shut again. Starlight smiled warmly at the locomotive. Why don't you go down? With a resigned sigh, the locomotive replied, I can't. If anyone asks why we didn't come to help earlier, we would be embarrassed. At that moment, General Rhodes and Colonel Susan at the military base were also watching the live broadcast. Susan was furious. The Patriot is spouting nonsense. What help did he provide? It was us who destroyed the nest of the fiery phoenixes, and the last 3 were also eliminated by our forces. I can't believe he is that kind of person. General Rhodes's expression mirrored her displeasure. However, he raised a hand to Susan, signaling for her to calm down. Let it go. We are soldiers. Our duty is to protect our nation and city. There is no need to quarrel over these details. We simply need to report the facts as they are. Of course, it is also imperative that we disclose the actual situation to the citizens. The citizens of our homeland are presently engaging in earnest discussions with reporters and broadcasters. Esteemed guests, the individual beside me embodies true heroism. Today, he valiantly piloted a fighter jet in combat. Regrettably, his aircraft met with disaster during the conflict, which is why I have brought him back. My intention was to return him to the military base. However, upon learning of the ongoing skirmish here, we hastily made our way to this location. I trust he harbors no objections. General Rhodes, however, finds himself quite incensed. Damn it, are our pilots to be treated as jesters by the citizens? He exclaims. Cheetah Strike Team, retrieve our pilot immediately. Cheetah Strike Team acknowledged. In swift response, over a dozen Special Forces operatives surged to the forefront of the crowd, escorting the pilot of Falcon 2 through the throng. A multitude of reporters and broadcasters brandished their microphones, inquiring whether this military action had been premeditated. Why did the military opt to dismantle the Fire Phoenix's stronghold at this juncture? Is there a connection between this operation and the assault on the Anthony Club? Can we ascertain whether the Fire Phoenix has indeed been eradicated? The soldiers remained reticent, pushing through the crowd and departing directly to their vehicles. Frustrated by the lack of answers from the military, the reporters quickly surrounded the citizen once more. Citizen, has the Fire Phoenix truly been obliterated? Was this operation a joint endeavor with the military? Please, enlighten us on the events that transpired. The citizen, brimming with pride, enthusiastically waved at the crowd. Okay. We have long suspected that the lair of the Fire Phoenix was situated in the northern mountains. We have been diligently searching for it. Today, I discovered their stronghold within a cave nestled amidst a cliff. Just as I was preparing to infiltrate, the military's fighter jets arrived. Thus, we coordinated our efforts. Our collaboration was executed flawlessly. Edgar observed the citizens' performance with great satisfaction. Maeve and Shinsei were equally elated, finally able to exhale the tension that had been building within them. Maeve excitedly pounded the table, exclaiming, "Fantastic! Those wretched birds are finally vanquished." Shinsei, however, exhibited no exuberance and simply rose to depart. The soldiers stationed at the military base regarded the boastful citizen with discontent. He had contributed nothing to their efforts today and had instead caused disturbances. Particularly concerning was the crash of Falcon 2, for which he bore direct responsibility. Many harbored suspicions that the citizen's actions were intentional. The situation was further aggravated for CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Brian, and Secretary of Homeland Security Duncan. They had also viewed much of the footage via the military's shared channel and, oddly enough, were even more incensed than the soldiers. Duncan slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Nonsense! This is nothing short of blatant grandstanding." Brian's face flushed with anger. Indeed, the compatriots were distorting the truth. We must make the footage of the battle public. Berg remained relatively calm. We should promptly report to the president. Yes, we will inform the president immediately. While they were arguing, they simultaneously received orders to convene at the presidential office. General Rhodes received the same directive. However, the president specifically requested that he bring the pertinent battle footage. Upon their arrival at the presidential office, the president and the Secretary of Defense were already awaiting them. As soon as they entered, the president enthusiastically shook hands with each of them. "All right. Marvelous. Congratulations. You are all the most valiant warriors." After the pleasantries, General Rhodes briefed the president on the specific details of the operation. They then watched the battle footage together. The president was quite furious after viewing it. The compatriots truly have a talent for self-aggrandizement. Given his current prominence, does he really need to resort to such tactics? Nonetheless, the relationship between the government and water company is rather delicate. Moreover, it would indeed be unbecoming for us to engage in disputes with the compatriots over these matters. However, we cannot allow him to manipulate public opinion unchallenged. I propose we release our battle footage to the public, allowing the citizens to draw their own conclusions. Chapter 41. Beckhill Manor. Upon hearing the president's words, CIA Director Berg promptly rose to his feet, asserting, "Indeed, we share the same sentiment. In this matter, we do not seek to outshine our compatriots. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that during this battle, our compatriots contributed nothing substantial and even hindered our efforts. They caused us the loss of a fighter jet, although fortunately, the pilot emerged unscathed." President Joseph pondered for a moment and replied, "You are correct. However, regarding the incident of the fighter jet crash, we possess no evidence. Nonetheless, we shall keep this account in mind. At present, it would be unwise to escalate tensions with Water Corporation. Let the video be released without mentioning the disruptions caused by our compatriots. Yet, it must be acknowledged that our compatriots rescued our pilot. A fact that was evident to all. Let us include that detail. Once the president concluded, an awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone speechless. The following day, several government departments simultaneously held a press conference. They released videos of the day's battles, refraining from absolute honesty, mirroring the narrative of their compatriots. They claimed to have searched the northern mountains and discovered the lair of the Fire Phoenix. Notably, the released footage bore no trace of their compatriots. During the destruction of the cave, their compatriots ascended to the skies, and when missiles struck down the 3 Fire Phoenixes, they were also absent from the frame. Whether it was an issue of video resolution or manipulation remains uncertain. The footage solely depicted the 3 missiles taking down the Fire Phoenixes, without any mention of their compatriots' lasers. The deliberate explosion of the missiles and the damage inflicted on the fighter jet by their compatriots went unaddressed. To Edgar, it was clear that everyone understood the unspoken agreement. Given the current circumstances, none dared to confront the truth openly. However, the online community erupted with activity after viewing the videos. What is this? Who truly brought down those 3 Fire Phoenixes? The video shows that it was the military's fighter jets, but that cannot be right. During the live broadcast, everyone clearly saw the 3 Fire Phoenixes returning to the northern mountains. I believe it was the military that took them down. They have the video as proof. Alas, do these people possess no shred of honesty? Surely, our compatriots are lying. Never mind. Today my supermarket was robbed again, and it was by those with abilities. Oh, business is a challenge these days. I fear the case will go unsolved. How I miss the Fire Phoenix. Subsequently, Water Corporation convened a press conference, with Ashley representing the company. Greetings to all journalists, broadcasters, and online friends. Today, I wish to address the various doubts raised against our compatriots in the online sphere. Our compatriots did not lie. They indeed brought down 3 Fire Phoenixes. However, the 3 that were taken down by the military are an entirely different matter. It is merely a coincidence in numbers. The citizens collaborated with the military to dismantle the lair of the Fire Phoenix, which had proliferated in numbers. We are now proud to announce that the Fire Phoenix has been entirely eradicated. Tomorrow evening at precisely 9 o'clock, the citizens will attend a celebration for the annihilation of the Fire Phoenix. At that time, the president himself will personally present awards to the citizens. The press conference held by Water Corporation saw a considerable turnout of journalists and live broadcasters. However, it failed to evoke any significant response online. Nevertheless, both the government and Water Corporation have fervently asserted that the Fire Phoenix has been completely vanquished. The previously concealed superhumans have now resurfaced, which is not necessarily a negative development for Li Shuai. As night fell, Li Shuai concealed himself and roamed through the city. Soon, he discovered a bar with its main entrance closed. Only a small door was open in the back alley, guarded by 2 security personnel, suggesting that entry was restricted to regular patrons. Li Shuai, blending in with a group of customers, managed to gain access, and indeed, the establishment was filled with superhumans reveling in their merriment. Although he had located them, Li Shuai had no intention of taking action that night. His plan was to strike the following day at 9 o'clock, coinciding with the awards ceremony hosted by the president for the citizens. Having noted the location, he prepared to leave, but 2 superhumans at the bar began to quarrel, their exchange piquing Li Shuai's interest. Sitting alone at the bar was a girl who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Her hair cascaded naturally down to her waist, seemingly dyed in a multitude of colors, contrasting vividly against her fair skin. However, her attire was exceedingly unconventional, devoid of any fabric, not even shoes. Her wrists, ankles, and neck were adorned with golden chains, and notably, her thong was also crafted from gold chains. A middle-aged man, inebriated, approached her. "Haha, beautiful. May I buy you a drink?" he slurred. The girl, upon hearing this, beamed with delight. "Sure." The man banged on the bar, calling for 2 beers. Upon hearing the request for beer, the girl's expression soured slightly. "Beer? Really?" she remarked as she swept her long hair from her back to her chest, concealing her voluptuous figure, her eyes rolling in disdain. The man, noticing her reaction, became irate. "What are you pretending for? If you're so precious, what are you doing here? The Beck Mountain Resort has fine wines. Do you even have access? You should be grateful I'm offering you 2 beers. His frustration escalated. "If you provoke me, I will take matters into my own hands." The girl smiled faintly, her fingernails elongating ominously, glinting like steel in the dim light of the bar. "Go ahead, try it." The man hesitated, visibly taken aback by her demeanor. As the 2 individuals remained in a standoff, a woman in her 40s strolled by. Towering at over 190 centimeters, she surpassed the man in height. Her figure was quite ample, her bosom resembling 2 footballs that swayed as she walked. "Oh dear. Handsome, still full of energy?" she teased. The man, gazing at the rotund woman with a lascivious grin, replied, "I can be ready at any moment." He then cast a menacing glance at the girl, saying, "Just keep pretending." While speaking, he embraced the plump woman, proclaiming, "See, this is how one truly enjoys life. Let us head that way." With a chuckle, he added, "Forget about her. I am simply brimming with vitality. The girl rolled her eyes at their retreating figures and resumed sipping her beer. Li Shuai paused, pondering, Beckham Villa? If that is the case, it must possess quite a prestigious standing. Are those who venture there simply affluent, or do they hold considerable status as well? It seemed that this was not a mere secret among the extraordinary. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire further, as it would certainly be more advantageous than stumbling about aimlessly. Chapter 42. Extracting intelligence. It is estimated that the girl exudes an air of aloofness. Although the bar is bustling with patrons, she sits alone at the counter, sipping her drink. Li Shuai carefully observes that this establishment is equipped with 4 cameras. He deftly severs the connections of all 4, then deactivates his invisibility and strides toward the bar. At that moment, the revelers within the bar are engrossed in their merriment, oblivious to Li Shuai's presence. Upon reaching the bar, the staff pays no heed to the girl. Pour me several of your finest cocktails, Li Shuai commands, tossing a stack of bills onto the counter. The bartender's eyes widen with delight at the sight of the money. Ah, splendid, he exclaims, pocketing the cash and busily preparing drinks for Li Shuai. Meanwhile, the girl also gazes at Li Shuai with intrigue, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, her expression shifts to one of astonishment upon observing his attire. Li Shuai, with his jet black hair and clean visage, is clad in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, a stark contrast to the eclectic and often scantily dressed clientele that fills the bar. His appearance is nothing short of peculiar in this environment, leading the girl to ponder whether this handsome youth has indeed wandered into the wrong place. She questions whether he possesses any extraordinary abilities. Li Shuai remains unfazed by the girl's scrutinizing gaze, choosing instead to light a cigarette while awaiting his drinks. Soon enough, the bartender presents a tray laden with 8 vibrant cocktails before him. This is Li Shuai's inaugural visit to a bar, and he is unfamiliar with the various concoctions. He simply selects one at random. Just as Li Shuai brings the glass to his lips, the girl suddenly turns to him, offering a chilling smile. With a flourish, she extends her hands, revealing elongated claws at the tips of her fingers. The girl had devised a clever plan to intimidate him. If he were truly out of place and not a person of power, her display might frighten him away, thereby securing his desired drinks for herself, or perhaps even extracting some money from him. However, she underestimates Li Shuai. He glances at her claws with an impassive expression. Quite beautiful nails, he remarks, before downing the drink in one swift motion. This unfamiliar beverage leaves a peculiar taste on his palate, rather mediocre, he concludes, setting the glass down only to reach for another. Overhearing Li Shuai's musings, the bartender's face flushes with embarrassment. Ah, my apologies, sir. Our drinks are rather ordinary, he stammers. Li Shuai dismisses him, finishing off the second cocktail. Observing her scheme unravel, the girl swiftly alters her approach, retracting her claws and donning a friendly smile as she tosses her hair back behind her shoulders. She revealed 2 ample curves on her chest, playfully lifting them with her hands. It was then that Li Shuai noticed 2 small golden rings adorning the peaks of those curves, seemingly piercing through flesh. A sight that invoked pain. One could only wonder how much this girl cherished gold. Hey there, are you good with your drinks? She inquired, shifting closer to Li Shuai. Sensing the moment was right, he placed a glass of wine before her. Let us drink together. The girl, brimming with excitement, raised her glass to clink with his and downed it in one go, appearing to relish the moment. Ah, quite delightful. I've never seen you before, handsome. Are you also someone with special abilities? Li Shuai picked up 2 more glasses, handing one to her. Do you think ordinary people would dare to come here? She eagerly accepted the glass, her hand resting on his shoulder. Are you usually this shy? Where do you like to hang out? In less than a few minutes, they had finished 8 glasses. Li Shuai shook his head, dissatisfied with the quality of the drinks. You wouldn't know where to find something better, would you? The girl lowered her gaze and glanced at Li Shuai's pocket. As long as it's sufficiently filled, there is no shortage of fine wine. Li Shuai lit a cigarette, disdain evident in his tone. Money? Ah, with our abilities, is money really a concern? The girl looked at him, astonished. You know how to conduct business? Li Shuai smirked coldly. People like us don't engage in such trivialities. Money is everywhere. If you want it, just take it. At his words, the bartender became visibly anxious, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. Li Shuai cast a scornful glance at him. What are you so nervous about? I'm here to spend. The bartender hesitated momentarily, but quickly returned with 2 more glasses, although these were of a far lesser quality than the ones Li Shuai had ordered earlier. Ah, sir, these 2 are on the house. This is Mr. Clyde's establishment, and we welcome you to visit often. The bartender, displaying shrewdness, invoked the name of his employer, suggesting that Mr. Clyde was a figure of considerable repute. Though Li Shuai had no need to know him, the girl now regarded Li Shuai with a newfound admiration. Ordinary people are quite cautious these days. They rarely carry cash, and larger establishments often equip themselves with tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. Can you withstand such firepower? Li Shuai exhaled a puff of smoke. Discerning that the abilities of the individuals here were rather mediocre, If they could not withstand armor-piercing rounds, their caliber was likely limited. Having engaged in enough small talk, he decided it was time to get to the crux of the matter. Are you familiar with Baker Manor? The girl's eyes sparkled at the mention of Baker Manor. Of course. It's an elite venue with a minimum spending of 20,000. Not only do they serve fine wines, but they can arrange anything you wish to enjoy, as long as you have the funds. Li Shuai picked up the glass of wine just handed to him by the bartender. Come accompany me for a moment, he said. The girl, upon hearing this, was utterly exhilarated. Haha, you're so handsome, she exclaimed, and before he could react, she lunged forward, attempting to kiss him. Li Shuai, however, found this inappropriate. Although the girl was relatively attractive, her attire and demeanor suggested a less than savory lifestyle. He extended his hand, pressing firmly on her shoulder, and tilted the glass against her lips. With a decisive motion, he poured the wine down her throat. Caught off guard by his boldness, the girl choked on the liquor, spluttering as it splashed across her face and clothes. Yet, rather than expressing anger, she regarded him with an enticing gaze. You are quite the brute, aren't you? She remarked playfully, licking her lips as her fingers danced over the remnants of the spilled drink on her skin. Li Shuai exhaled a cloud of smoke toward her face. All right, let us proceed now. Chapter 43. Becker and the countryman. Upon hearing the news, the girl leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, Wonderful! Becker Manor operates around the clock, where one can experience ecstasy at any hour. As she spoke, she hurriedly grabbed her backpack and fumbled to extract a voluminous dress, which she promptly donned without bothering to wear shoes. Let us go, she urged, and together with Li Shuai, they exited the bar and stepped onto the bustling street. With eager anticipation, the girl turned to Li Shuai and inquired, Where is your car? Li Shuai shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I don't have a car. The girl gazed at him in disbelief, but soon a knowing smile crept onto her face. Who would have thought you were so mysterious? Fear not. I am the epitome of discretion. I shall not whisper a word of your affairs to anyone. Noticing Li Shuai's continued silence, the girl regarded him with a mischievous grin. There's no need to be so cautious. It's perfectly fine, just drive my car. As they climbed into her vehicle, Li Shuai couldn't help but notice its dilapidated state. The paint was peeling in patches, and she had neglected to repair it. After several attempts, the engine finally roared to life. The girl slapped the steering wheel with determination, exclaiming, Behave yourself today, don't let me down. Li Shuai offered her a faint smile. Take me to Becker Manor today, and you won't need this old clunker tomorrow. The girl, brimming with excitement, misinterpreted his words, believing he intended to buy her a new car. Haha, who would have thought you were so generous? Rest assured, although I have never set foot in Becker Manor, I know the way well. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your every wish. You will be thoroughly pleased. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Shuai remained unresponsive as the girl chatted incessantly while driving. Although referred to as a manor, Becker Manor is, in fact, a grand estate belonging to Mr. Becker, a man of considerable influence. The visitors to this estate are not merely individuals with extraordinary abilities, but also many elite tycoons of the city. Mr. Becker counts them among his acquaintances. Li Shuai, feeling somewhat disinterested, remarked, Tycoons? Are they ordinary people? Would they dare to associate with us? The girl, with a smug smile, retorted, You must be new to this city. It's fortunate you met me. Those tycoons are not afraid of us, and you mustn't offend them, understand? They possess an array of weaponry, and most importantly, they have wealth. Should you provoke them, they can easily hire the Super 7 to deal with you. They are quite deranged. Just a few days ago, they kidnapped a female police officer, forcing her to run around the estate. If she paused for a moment, they would shoot her with rubber bullets. After over 2 hours of relentless pursuit, the officer could no longer continue. They then dressed her up and assaulted her. In the end, a dozen men. It was truly horrific. The police department found themselves powerless and hesitant to investigate. On another occasion, Mr. Baker's prized horse, named Abraham, inexplicably clashed with the locomotive of the Super 7 team. Eventually, individuals from the homeland and the mysterious faction appeared on the scene. We had anticipated a fierce battle, yet to our surprise, no confrontation ensued. Mr. Baker engaged in a brief conversation with the representatives from the homeland, and just like that, the matter was settled. Upon our arrival, we were free to indulge in merriment, though it was imperative not to offend Mr. Baker's subordinates. Throughout our journey, the girl incessantly recounted the illustrious exploits of Baker, though it seemed he had never accomplished a single commendable deed. The vehicle swiftly made its way to the outskirts, traversing the winding mountain roads. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled, followed by the shattering sound of a side mirror, inexplicably broken by an unknown force. Startled, the girl lost control of the car, narrowly avoiding a plunge down the cliff. What on earth? Exclaimed Li Shuai, who fleetingly perceived a figure resembling the locomotive. The girl gazed sorrowfully at her damaged vehicle, lamenting its fate. Well, you won't need it tomorrow, she muttered. Li Shuai lit a cigarette, his expression a mixture of skepticism and curiosity regarding the girl's words. You claim the locomotive and Baker's men had a falling out? They must be adversaries now, correct? The girl shook her head as she restarted the car. They are all prominent figures. It seems the damage to the car is not severe. We can proceed. As she reversed, she continued, they've long since reconciled. They are now regular patrons of Baker's estate, which caters to all their whims. When she mentioned the Homeland representatives, a mischievous smile crept across her face, and she lowered her voice conspiratorially. You would never guess, he has a peculiar fondness for older women. Ah, Mr. Baker's men scour the world for grandmothers for him. Allegedly, there are photographs, and they must bear a striking resemblance to the images. She chuckled, initially. I found it hard to believe. After all, which man doesn't he prefer the young and beautiful? Yet, everyone seems to affirm it. Li Shuai was not particularly surprised, however. He found it perplexing that such a clandestine matter was common knowledge among these extraordinary individuals. If even this seemingly insignificant girl was privy to such information, it could hardly be deemed a secret. Given the character of the Homeland representatives, he was certain they would never disclose such a request to Mr. Baker. Their innermost secrets would remain shrouded from all. Yet, somehow, Baker was aware and sought to covertly indulge this peculiar preference. In turn, everyone was blissfully content, sharing an unspoken understanding. Mr. Baker certainly possessed audacity, daring to exploit such an unusual proclivity of the Homeland representatives. Did he not fear that they might resort to violence to silence him should they discover his knowledge? It is estimated that until now, only the people of our homeland still believe that no one is aware of this secret. In truth, everyone is already cognizant of it. Soon, a dazzling array of lights illuminated the mountaintop. The girl pointed towards that brilliant spectacle and exclaimed, there it is. Li Shuai smiled at her and suggested, let us return. We shall come back tomorrow. The girl's expression immediately turned despondent. You simply want me to guide you, don't you? Li Shuai gave a light pat on the car's central console. Back we go. Tomorrow night at 9, you will be waiting at that bar. Upon hearing Li Shuai's words, the girl brightened once more. Ah, yes. How could we possibly attend Mr. Baker's estate in such a dilapidated vehicle? It is far too disgraceful. I truly was being foolish. The girl was entirely preoccupied with the thought of returning home with Li Shuai, while he found an excuse to exit the car midway. The following day, the internet and television were abuzz with previews for the evening's award ceremony. The president himself would be presenting the awards, and a plethora of high-ranking government officials were also expected to attend. In addition to honoring the relevant individuals, numerous top celebrities were invited. Members of the Super 7 troupe were slated to perform. In terms of scale, this award ceremony surpassed any large-scale event previously held. Chapter 44. The floats of the patriotic people. Li Shuai's Fire Phoenix has now reached level 12. He is contemplating simultaneous assaults on 2 locations. The abilities of those in the bar are likely rather low, yet even the small prey can be considered a feast, akin to a windfall. To ensure a prudent approach, dispatching 2 Fire Phoenixes should suffice. If the battle can be resolved swiftly here, those 2 may return to provide support to Baker Manor. As Li Shuai strategizes, a cacophony of activity resonates from below. He approaches the window and gazes out, witnessing a parade of floats. Several grand floats, adorned in the likeness of the Fire Phoenix, dazzle with vibrant lights. However, these representations of the Fire Phoenix are all depicted with their wings drawn in, heads bowed, and eyes closed. Perched atop the Fire Phoenix are figures representing the patriotic people, crafted with exquisite detail. The patriotic figure stands with hands on hips, gazing upward from the float, exuding an air of authority. Flanking the floats are enormous banners. One side proclaims, heroes take action, completely annihilate the Fire Phoenix. The opposite side asserts, the Super 7 team and the military collaborate perfectly to eradicate all evil. Surrounding each float are 10 lovely ladies clad in bikinis, each possessing a graceful figure, dancing exuberantly to the booming music accompanying the floats. The railings surrounding the floats are low and sparse. Yet these 10 beauties leap and twirl near the edge, unperturbed by the risk of falling. It appears there is more than one such float. Indeed, since yesterday, Aishili had commissioned the design of these floats. Last night, they worked tirelessly, completing 20 floats in a single night. This morning, they meander through the streets of the city. Now, several members of the Super 7 team, along with Edgar and Aishili, stand before the floor-to-ceiling windows of their office, watching the floats pass by the Waters Company building. Each of them is filled with exuberance, particularly the patriotic figure, whose smile has been unwavering for nearly half an hour. Boss, you truly command respect. Patriotic figure. You are truly magnificent. The train head and Storm Woman ceaselessly commend the patriotic figure. Upon hearing their praises, the patriotic figure becomes even more animated, exclaiming, haha, this is the result of our entire team's efforts. This brilliant idea was conceived by Aishili. Aishili, equally elated, smiles silently. The train head seems to mutter to himself. Have those Fire Phoenixes truly been eradicated? What if some have escaped? Just as the thought escapes his lips, he realizes the impropriety of his words and quickly retracts the latter half of his statement, casting an apologetic glance at the others. The smile on the patriotic figure's face falters. Edgar clears his throat. All right, the trainhead's concerns are valid. This is also what I wish to discuss with everyone. Please, take a seat. We shall convene. With that, Edgar returns to his seat. Others found their seats and settled in. Edgar's expression grew solemn. The company had invested considerable effort to secure the president's recognition for the Patriots, incurring significant costs. However, the endeavor was entirely worthwhile. Our attempts to integrate into the military framework had repeatedly encountered obstacles, yet this occasion represented a prime opportunity. The Phoenix's assault on the city had profound ramifications. We aimed for a widespread campaign to showcase the seamless collaboration between the Patriots and the military that ultimately eradicated the Phoenix threat. Both the President's Award ceremony and the parade float served as instruments towards this end, designed to cultivate public opinion and exert pressure on Congress. The situation was somewhat rushed. Thus, Patriots, Locomotive, and Stormwoman, you must return to North Mountain for another thorough search. It is imperative to ensure that no remnants of the Phoenix remain, or at the very least, that they do not resurface imminently. Following tonight's award ceremony, the company will escalate its pressure on Congress, and I believe they will have little to counter with. However, should the Phoenix reappear in the coming days, our reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, the success of our efforts hinges on this critical moment. Upon Edgar's concluding remarks, the Patriots, Locomotive, and Stormwoman promptly rose. Understood. We shall proceed at once. Edgar also stood, noting that a contingent of soldiers was actively excavating the Phoenix's lair on North Mountain. While you search, strive to avoid drawing their attention. Yes, sir. The Patriots, Locomotive, and Stormwoman commenced their covert search on North Mountain. Meanwhile, Maeve and Starlight took to the streets, delivering speeches and performances, fervently extolling the virtues of the Super Seven's collaboration with the military, thus shaping public sentiment for Edgar's forthcoming negotiations with Congress. However, the atmosphere at the military base was far from jovial. CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Homeland Security Secretary Duncan had convened in General Rhodes' office, each bearing a heavy heart. Colonel Susan, in particular, sat in silence, cheeks puffed in indignation. Duncan, with a lackluster demeanor, remarked, I wonder what the president is thinking? Why such a grand spectacle for the Patriots? They not only failed to contribute, but deliberately sabotaged our missiles and damaged our aircraft. Is that not worth mentioning? Bryan, equally irate, added, indeed. What's most infuriating is that the Patriots are parading around with floats and speeches as if they were the ones who vanquished the Phoenix. To the uninformed, it would appear that the Patriots, in a display of high-mindedness, are sharing the accolades with the government. Truth be told, this operation was primarily a military triumph. As we gathered to present awards alongside General Rhodes, a sense of awkwardness enveloped us. The general promptly gestured towards Bryan, saying, Oh, please do not speak in such a manner. This endeavor was a collective effort. Whether in triumph or in error, it belongs to us all. Berg's expression reflected a sense of helplessness. The general truly embodies magnanimity. This situation baffles me as well. Yet, the president too faces his own challenges. With the impending elections, who can blame him? Alas, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Today, the Patriot, Storm Girl, and Locomotive exerted themselves with remarkable vigor. They scarcely paused for rest throughout the day, tirelessly scouring the northern mountain. The trio worked in concert, nearly combing through every inch of the area. It was not until dusk that they finally ceased their efforts. Both the Patriot and Storm Girl appeared utterly exhausted. Locomotive sat on the ground, panting heavily, his attire nearly drenched. As Storm Girl wiped the sweat from her brow, she remarked, All right, there should be no issues now. We have thoroughly examined all the necessary areas. Let us return and freshen up. We cannot attend the President's Award ceremony in this state. With great effort, Locomotive rose to his feet, exclaiming, Indeed. Those birds must have been completely eradicated. Chapter 45. The awards ceremony took place in the expansive courtyard of the presidential palace. The vast grounds were adorned with a myriad of colorful lights and ribbons. A colossal banner, each letter towering 2 meters high, proclaimed, Total annihilation of the Fire Phoenix. Hero Award Ceremony. Beneath this grand display, 5 enormous photographs, each standing at 3.5 meters, showcased the esteemed figures, the patriotic individual, General Rhodes, CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Secretary of Homeland Security Duncan. High-ranking government officials were in attendance, with over 200 chairs arranged in the courtyard, each labeled with a name. By 8 p.m., the guests had gathered, with the steps of the presidential palace serving as the stage. A row of tables at the front housed the defense minister, Secretary of State, and other dignitaries, with the center seats occupied by the patriotic individual, General Rhodes, CIA Director Berg, CIA Chief Bryan, and Secretary of Homeland Security Duncan. Each of them was impeccably dressed and exuded confidence. The president had yet to make an appearance, while several singers entertained the crowd with their performances. Maeve, Storm Girl, Locomotive. Shinsei, Edgar, and Ashley were also seated, albeit in the last row. They were all abuzz with excitement, yet continuously wiping away perspiration, as this was indeed the hottest time of the year. Although evening had arrived, the sun had only just set, and the concrete ground of the courtyard was still scorching to the touch. A complete absence of breeze intensified the discomfort, leaving the 200 attendees drenched in sweat despite the spaciousness of the courtyard. Storm Girl fanned herself with a small hand fan, grumbling about the president's choice of venue. Why hold the award ceremony here? The grand auditorium would have been splendid. A large cinema could easily accommodate this many people. It's sweltering. Edgar, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt with a neatly tied tie, had Ashley fanning him with a folder. Despite this, he occasionally used a wet tissue to dab his face, anxious about sweat staining his shirt. The president believes it adds to the formality. Holding the awards in the courtyard conveys to the people that our city is secure. Ordinary live streamers are barred from entry today. Major television networks have already commenced broadcasting. Meanwhile, Li Shuai was comfortably enjoying a cold drink in his hotel room, watching the live coverage on television. The performers, all of star caliber, were giving their utmost, delivering spectacular performances. Li Shuai continued to watch until 8:40 p.m. before finally leaving the hotel. Concealing himself, he soared to the northern side of Baker Manor. Many believed that the Fire Phoenix resided in the northern mountains, but Li Shuai had orchestrated its flights from that direction. However, this time, his demeanor was not that of a warrior but rather reminiscent of a leisurely picnic. He found a large stone atop a mountain and settled in comfortably. As he emerged, he carried with him several cans of chilled beer. While the city was devoid of wind, the mountaintop in the suburbs told a different tale. The temperature was already low at the summit, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Gazing at the star-laden sky, listening to the melodic chirping of insects, and inhaling the crisp, invigorating air was truly delightful. Li Shuai, with a speed of level 6, soared swiftly through the air. Upon his arrival at 8:50 p.m., he found himself just in time for the grand finale of the award ceremony, the dazzling performance by the Starry Night Troupe. Checking his watch, he noted that the time had yet to arrive. He decided to wait a little longer, ensuring his performance commenced simultaneously with the awards ceremony. Tonight, all television programs had been suspended, broadcasting live the presidential awards ceremony. With a plethora of superstars in attendance, the majority of the populace was engrossed in the televised event. The president, meanwhile, remained in his office, his demeanor far from jubilant as he coldly observed the courtyard through the window. He did not emerge until the Starry Night performance concluded. The host had completed various introductions, and then announced, "Now, please welcome our esteemed president to present awards to our heroes." Just as the president stepped onto the stage, it was evident he recognized the sweltering heat in the courtyard. One wondered if this arrangement was intentional. As he reached the stage, a broad smile illuminated his face. "Haha, I am exceedingly joyful today. I trust all of you share in my happiness, as I have eagerly awaited the opportunity to award our heroes. Haha, now, let us invite our heroes to the stage." The crowd welcomed General Guerin, CIA Director Burke, CIA Chief Bryan, and Secretary of Homeland Security Duncan, who promptly ascended the stage to form a line. At that moment, Li Shuai had summoned 12 fiery phoenixes. 2 of them darted rapidly toward the city to strike at the bars, while the remaining 10 soared towards Baker Manor. The 12th level phoenixes possessed an astonishing speed, reaching Baker Manor in the blink of an eye. This manor was no ordinary villa. It resembled a grand castle, boasting hundreds of rooms. The expansive courtyard featured a makeshift stage, upon which rested a colossal iron cage, measuring several meters in diameter. A throng of spectators gathered around the cage, applauding and cheering. Inside the iron cage, 20 women stood completely unclothed, divided into 2 teams, engaged in a fierce battle. They appeared to be individuals with extraordinary abilities, each unleashing their unique powers to deliver lethal strikes against their adversaries. The stage floor was drenched in crimson, a testament to the brutality that transpired almost daily. This was their peculiar form of entertainment, intertwined with gambling. However, such team battles of 20 individuals were not a common occurrence. These once youthful and beautiful girls now bore the marks of carnage, with many of them left bloodied and disfigured. Yet, the onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, erupted with fervor. "Go. Kill her. Yes, just like that. Take her down." Just as their excitement reached its zenith, 10 fire phoenixes descended from the heavens. In an instant, blue flames engulfed them. "Congratulations, host. Your fire phoenix has successfully slain one ordinary red person, earning 0 experience points." It appears the girl spoke the truth. There are indeed numerous ordinary individuals. Although they are affluent and their health bars are in a red, killable state, they remain mere ordinary beings, thus yielding no experience points. Nevertheless, their health bars are all red, and the fire phoenixes cannot distinguish between ordinary people and those with abilities. It matters little. As long as the health bar is red, the act of killing suffices. What on earth? Fire phoenixes. How can this be? Were they not eradicated? Ah, Their flames are too formidable. As they shouted in panic, they scrambled into the shelter of the building. Beck Manor, it seems, is quite unyielding, with 2 Gatling guns mounted atop its roof. These guns unleash torrents of fire, bullets raining down upon the fire phoenixes. However, such weaponry holds no lethal power against a level 12 fire phoenix. The true threat to the fire phoenixes comes from those endowed with ranged attack capabilities, particularly the advanced ones. It seems there are quite a few such individuals within Beck Manor. In the blink of an eye, one fire phoenix fell to its demise. Chapter 46, Assault on Beaker Manor. It appears that the individuals possessing extraordinary abilities here are of considerable caliber. Over 30 of them wield long-range attacks, each showcasing their unique powers in a concerted assault on the fire phoenix. Among them, a young black man stands out, his claws extending over a foot in length. Though lacking in ranged capabilities, his remarkable leaping ability allows him to soar 30 meters into the air, landing directly atop a fire phoenix. He unleashes a frenzied barrage of attacks upon the creature. The fire phoenix twists and turns, attempting to dislodge him, but he clings tightly to its neck with one arm, steadfastly maintaining his grip. With his other claw, he viciously drives into the phoenix's back, despite his clothing being singed by the flames, his arms and body surely charred. Yet his dark complexion renders the damage less visible. Soon enough, he succeeds in slaying the fire phoenix. He plummets from a height of 30 meters, crashing to the ground yet emerging unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, he leaps onto another fire phoenix. Li Shuai promptly commands this phoenix to ascend into the sky. In an instant, they soar to several hundred meters above ground. Panic ensues as the young man clutches the phoenix's neck, trembling in fear. The creature continues its ascent, and Li Shuai is eager to observe just how high the fire phoenix can fly. Before long, they breach the cloud cover. The young man struggles to maintain his grip, overwhelmed by fear, the biting cold, and the lack of oxygen. More critically, the fire phoenix radiates flames that, over time, begin to scorch his arms and body. As the phoenix ascends rapidly, he begins to falter. His eyes close, his grip loosens, and his body begins to fall freely. The fire phoenix, having ceased its climb, follows suit in a dive. The young man's body lands in a valley, shattering a large rock upon impact, while his own form is rendered unrecognizable. Congratulations, host. Your fire phoenix has successfully slain a level 10 empowered individual, earning 1,000,000 experience points. Meanwhile, at Beaker Manor, Li Shuai has lost 3 more fire phoenixes. He promptly summons another to rejoin the fray. The empowered individuals at Beaker Manor prove formidable, as numerous others emerge from the house. Around 40 to 50 of them gather in the courtyard, engaging in fierce combat alongside 10 fire phoenixes. For every phoenix they slay, Li Shuai summons a replacement, resulting in a stalemate. In contrast, the battle at the city bar proceeds smoothly. The young girl who accompanied Li Shuai to Beaker Manor waits at the bar, dressed in an exquisitely beautiful evening gown. Adorning her neck are 5 gold chains, 2 of which have been fashioned from her thong. Patrons at the bar, drawn by her peculiar attire, approach her with inquiries. What kind of game are you playing? Indeed, your attire is rather impractical, is it not? The girl, with a sense of pride, tilted her head and pursed her lips. You see, I am soon to visit Beaker Manor, she exclaimed with a laugh. Do not envy me. I shall capture an abundance of photos to share with you all. Her words elicited a chorus of murmurs, but she remained unfazed, continuing to sway at the bar while sipping her beer. The bartender, with an air of mystery, inquired, Is it that student-looking young man from yesterday? Before the girl could respond, a resounding crash echoed through the establishment as 2 large holes were smashed into the walls. 2 fiery phoenixes burst into the venue, instantly plunging the room into darkness, with clouds of cement dust swirling in the air, causing many to cough violently. The flaming phoenixes stood out starkly against the pitch-black surroundings. Phoenixes? Impossible. They were annihilated by our compatriots. Someone shouted. It is the phoenixes. Run. Attack them. Eliminate them. However, the abilities of these individuals were too insignificant. Their assaults posed no threat to the level 12 phoenixes. Wherever the phoenixes' flames reached, destruction ensued. Those who fled the bar found few capable of escaping. The level 12 phoenixes moved with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to their prey, leading to a seamless progression of the battle. Yet, chaos erupted in the city. The sight of phoenixes pursuing individuals with extraordinary abilities was undeniably attention-grabbing. While many remained at home to watch the awards ceremony, a considerable number of people lined the streets. Upon witnessing the phoenixes, numerous individuals began to shield their heads and rush into nearby buildings, while others stood their ground, applauding and cheering. Phoenix! The phoenixes have returned. They were not vanquished. They shouted, snapping photographs, and even broadcasting live. The news spread like wildfire across the internet. I knew it. The phoenixes would not be extinguished. Yes, they will rise again. They are birds from mythology. Goodness. The president is still at the awards ceremony. A spectator laughed, reveling in the spectacle. What a lively event this awards ceremony has become. How delightful it is to witness. Meanwhile, the military base was already aware of the Phoenix's resurgence. General Rhodes had been apprehensive about potential incidents in recent days. Drones had been patrolling the vicinity of North Mountain and the city. As soon as the Phoenixes entered the urban landscape, they were detected by the drones. Drone 2 reporting. Phoenixes sighted. The tone of the drone operator shifted dramatically. On duty at the military base that day was Colonel Susan. Upon hearing the report, her mind buzzed, nearly causing her to collapse. The video feed from Drone 2 was immediately displayed on the large screen. Colonel Susan, gazing at the Phoenixes on the monitor, slapped herself twice in an attempt to regain focus. This is disastrous. Why has the Fire Phoenix appeared at such a critical moment? The president is currently presenting awards. What shall we do? Should we inform General Rhodes? Various government departments have just solemnly declared that the Fire Phoenix has been utterly eradicated. The president is making such a grand ceremony while the entire nation watches. How can this preserve the general's dignity? How can this uphold the government's reputation? The Raptor Squadron must take flight immediately. We must intercept the Fire Phoenix at all costs and eliminate them. General Rhodes has instructed that in his absence, Colonel Susan is authorized to issue combat orders. Thus, the 3 F-22s of the Raptor Squadron are urgently scrambled. However, time is of the essence. The 3 fighter jets are not in a state of readiness. The pilots react swiftly, boarding their aircraft without delay. A large contingent of ground crew members frantically begins loading missiles onto the planes. Although they are well-trained, this process consumes precious time. Colonel Susan is as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Her sole hope now is that the 3 F-22s of the Raptor Squadron can intercept and eliminate these 2 Fire Phoenixes, thereby salvaging some dignity for the general and the government, just as the 3 fighter jets take to the skies. The second drone reports that the Fire Phoenix has commenced its assault. A report for Colonel Susan indicates that footage of the Fire Phoenix attack has been uploaded online. Chapter 47, The President's Fury Over the Medal. It is over. The situation can no longer be concealed. At this moment, however, Colonel Susan regained her composure. She promptly seized the microphone. The Falcon was airborne, fully armed with air-to-air missiles. Heading towards the vicinity of Baishanku, the Fire Phoenixes might attempt to flee back to the northern mountain. The first drone reported that the Fire Phoenixes had attacked an estate in the northern suburbs, in significant numbers. Colonel Susan did not even glance at the video. She continued issuing commands. Drones 1 and 2 were to maintain surveillance, ready to strike at an opportune moment. Drones 3 and 4 were instructed to expand their search radius to ascertain whether the attackers had targeted other locations. Upon completing her orders, Colonel Susan immediately informed General Rhodes's escort. Meanwhile, the award ceremony at the presidential residence was still in progress. The solemnity of the President's award ceremony was palpable. Today, all attendees, whether high-ranking officials or journalists, had their mobile devices confiscated. Only General Rhodes's escort retained the privilege to communicate with military bases. Upon receiving Colonel Susan's report, the escort was taken aback. The president was in the midst of presenting awards. This was a public affront. Colonel Susan's voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. The news was out and spreading like wildfire across the internet. At that moment, the president had just completed an exuberant speech laden with praise, placing the first medal upon General Rhodes's chest. "Thank you for your contributions to the people." General Rhodes saluted and shook the president's hand. The president then lifted the second medal and approached the representative of the homeland, who gazed at the president with excitement, silently reciting the award speech he had memorized numerous times. "General, emergency!" shouted General Rhodes's escort as he sprinted toward the stage. All eyes turned, stunned, to the soldier. Why was he interrupting the president's ceremony? What could possibly be so urgent? The reckless soldier. What could be the magnitude of the situation? Could it be that the Fire Phoenixes had returned? The high-ranking officials were left bewildered, murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Edgar's mind buzzed. He nearly toppled from his chair. His thoughts raced. What could compel a soldier to disregard protocol and disrupt the president's award ceremony? The most likely scenario was that the Fire Phoenixes were attacking again, and on a considerable scale. This could not be happening. Edgar felt as though he could scarcely breathe, his eyes wide as he followed the soldier's frantic ascent to the stage. Behind the stage, a contingent of presidential bodyguards sprang into action. Upon assessing the situation, each instinctively drew their firearms, swiftly encircling the president. Although they approached with a sense of urgency, their weapons remained pointed downward, closely observing the soldier's movements. The soldier sprinted with remarkable speed, raising both hands towards the president's bodyguards to signal that he bore no ill intent towards the president. He swiftly approached General Rhodes, leaning in to whisper the situation relayed by Colonel Susan. His voice was barely audible, leaving the surrounding crowd in an anxious silence. Despite the presence of 200 to 300 individuals in the courtyard, each could almost hear the pounding of their own hearts. The president, clutching a medal, was poised to bestow it upon a citizen, his gaze fixed in bewilderment upon the soldier. In that moment of distraction, he sensed that something significant was amiss. Otherwise, These soldiers would not so recklessly interrupt his award ceremony. The most uncomfortable of all was the honored citizen, who wished he could unleash his laser gaze upon the reckless soldier, reducing him to mere fragments. Yet, he had no choice but to watch. Within the expansive courtyard, over 200 high-ranking officials stood in complete silence. After the soldier concluded his report, General Rhodes's face turned an alarming shade of purple, the veins in his neck visibly bulging. Following the soldier's account, Rhodes's gaze remained fixed on the ground for approximately 3 seconds, devoid of any words. With a frustrated sigh, he exclaimed, "Alas." He then extended his hand to forcefully remove the medal from his chest, placing it meticulously back onto the tray held by the attendant. With utmost respect, General Rhodes stood at attention and saluted the president. "I apologize, Mr. President. I deeply regret and feel guilt over today's events. However, I must convey that the Fire Phoenix has reemerged. They have attacked a bar in the city and a mansion in the suburbs, and their numbers are substantial. I must return immediately to command the battle. I am truly sorry." With that, General Rhodes hastily descended the stage, rushing out of the presidential residence and into a waiting vehicle, speeding back to the military base. What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said that the Fire Phoenix had been completely eradicated? Indeed, they have resurfaced. Could it be that they truly have returned? Oh, let us not speak of it. It is the president's award ceremony. Edgar, seated in the back row, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Although it was just past 9 and the temperature had dropped, alleviating the need for Ashley to fan him, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat that soaked through his finely tailored shirt. Edgar swayed unsteadily, and had it not been for the train's swift pace, he might have fallen. Both Maeve and Storm, seated beside him, quickly extended their hands to steady him, their minds buzzing with uncertainty as they pondered what to do next. After all, the spectacle they orchestrated today was truly overwhelming. Everyone was aware that the Homeland's forces had collaborated with the military to eliminate the Fire Phoenix. Moreover, they had scoured the northern mountains all day without so much as a feather from the Fire Phoenix. How is it that they have reappeared now? CIA Director Berg, along with CIA Chief Bryan and Defense Secretary Duncan, stood on the stage, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They were utterly at a loss. The trio promptly saluted the president. "We apologize, Mr. President. This is our negligence. We must return immediately to command the operation." Upon uttering these words, they hastily descended the stage and rushed out of the courtyard. The president stood before the Homeland's forces, staring blankly at the spot where General Rhodes had previously stood, his eyes devoid of focus. He turned his back to Berg and the others. It was uncertain whether the president had even heard their report. His face now alternated between crimson and pallid hues. His entire being trembled, and his teeth ground together, producing a harsh sound. It was over. Everything was lost. How could such a calamity unfold at this moment? The president's gaze slowly shifted back to the medal clutched in his hand. Damn it! With a furious roar, he hurled the medal forcefully to the ground and strode briskly into the room. Chapter 48. The fury of the patriotic people. Initially, several elegant hostesses graced the stage. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, they promptly grasped their trays and hastily retreated. The stage was left solely to the patriotic individual, alongside the solitary medal that lay abandoned on the ground. This very medal, which ought to have adorned the chest of the patriotic figure, now lay cruelly discarded, attracting no further attention. The patriotic individual felt a buzzing in his head, completely deafened to the sounds of the outside world. Even if there had been a trace of anxiety earlier that morning, after a thorough search throughout the day in Bayshon, the three of them had become utterly convinced that the Fire Phoenix was a mere illusion. His acceptance speech had been meticulously crafted by numerous experts from the water company. Each word had been scrutinized and refined by these specialists. Although it comprised only a few brief sentences, the patriotic figure had silently rehearsed them hundreds of times, all in anticipation of this very moment. Yet, who could have foreseen that in mere seconds, a medal that symbolized the utmost honor would be displayed upon his chest, only to be cast aside like refuse? After a prolonged moment, the patriotic individual regained his composure. He gazed at the desolate stage and then at the medal lying on the floor. That medal resembled trash, and how was he any different? He too lay abandoned on the stage, isolated and forlorn. Fire Phoenix! Accursed Fire Phoenix! The patriotic man bellowed. With a swift motion, he vanished into the night sky. Below the stage, government officials exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves, utterly at a loss for what to do next. It was only at this moment that the journalists broadcasting live from the presidential courtyard began to collect their thoughts. Oh my heavens, the Fire Phoenix has reemerged. In truth, their earlier panic had clouded their judgment. The live broadcast continued, with viewers nationwide witnessing this award ceremony in its entirety, capturing every awkward moment. My word, the Fire Phoenix has truly returned. Alas, this is the price of deceit. A resounding slap in the face. It seems the president is genuinely furious. How could he have hurled the medal to the ground? It was likely intended for certain spectators. My goodness, the excitement is overwhelming. I have never witnessed such a melodramatic award ceremony. The photographers at the presidential palace swiftly redirected their cameras, focusing on the government officials who were now whispering in hushed tones. Meanwhile, a throng of reporters and cameramen, armed with their equipment, rushed out of the presidential palace. They were eager to discover where the Fire Phoenix might strike next, hoping to capture another segment of the unfolding drama live on air. At that moment, Edgar's face had turned a shade of blue from holding his breath. Finally, he exhaled, and with the assistance of Maeve and Stormwoman, he struggled to rise to his feet. Edgar pointed towards Stormwoman and the locomotive, his expression a mix of determination and urgency. "You too, hasten over, and see if you can offer assistance." Starlight rushed forth, taking over from Stormgirl to support Edgar. Stormgirl, an engine launched into the air, disappearing almost instantaneously. Maeve and Starlight, one on each side, helped Edgar as they stumbled out of the presidential courtyard. Just as they assisted Edgar into the vehicle, they noticed shadows flitting about in the president's office, as if someone were furiously smashing objects. In the blink of an eye, a bodyguard's silhouette darted past the window, swiftly drawing the curtains shut. The remaining journalists in the courtyard, microphones in hand, sought to interview the government officials, eager to discern their perspectives. Yet, unlike before, these individuals disregarded any semblance of gentlemanly decorum, surging out of the courtyard in a frenzy to locate their vehicles and depart hastily. Before long, the presidential courtyard lay empty, save for a circle of fully armed guards and a plethora of colorful lights and ribbons. The night had deepened, making the courtyard's illumination particularly dazzling. A gentle breeze had arisen, causing the ribbons, symbols of joy and victory, to sway rhythmically. High on the walls of the presidential residence, a massive banner and 5 oversized photographs stood forlornly. The guards in the courtyard and the staff in the conference hall stared vacantly at the banner and photos, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the tumultuous battle in the bar had come to an end. The vast majority of the superhumans within had been vanquished by the Phoenix, including that girl and the bartender. 2 Phoenixes had swiftly taken flight towards Baker Manor, where the conflict remained intensely protracted, beset by a multitude of high-ranking superhumans. Li Shuai's Phoenixes were continuously being felled, only to be summoned back into existence by him. The air above the estate was ablaze, visible from afar. Among them, one individual possessed the ability to extend his arm to an extraordinary length, reaching out 30 to 40 meters to grasp a phoenix by its neck, attempting to drag it down. Yet, with a twist of its wings, the phoenix lifted him higher and higher into the air. Terrified, he quickly released his grip, fortunately being caught by the throng below. However, just as he was secured, the flames from the phoenix erupted upon his chest. These superhumans unleashed their own fiery breath, and an array of bizarre weapons soared through the air, alongside various chaotic objects from the courtyard, all fiercely assailing the phoenixes. Within the cage, the girls, battered and bloodied, stood frozen in fear. Some curled into themselves, while others remained dazed in place. They were acutely aware of the peril surrounding them, yet found themselves unable to escape, as the iron bars of the cage were thick and laced with high-voltage electricity. Among these extraordinary individuals, 2 stand out for their remarkable offensive capabilities. One of them is Abraham, a tall and slender figure, who also serves as one of Beck's foremost subordinates. His offensive power is exceedingly formidable, as he wields a massive iron ball nearly a meter in diameter. This iron sphere soars through the air, relentlessly assaulting the Fire Phoenix. Each strike sends the Fire Phoenix flying a considerable distance, and after just a few blows, he manages to slay one of them. Under his supernatural control, the iron ball moves with the grace of a feather, yet its attacks possess an overwhelming force. The other individual is a young Caucasian man, of modest height and slender build. Known only by the moniker Lightning, he is another trusted aide of Beck, with his true name remaining a mystery. He continuously unleashes bolts of lightning from his hands. The Fire Phoenix launches several waves of attacks against these 2, but their defensive and offensive prowess proves to be exceptionally high. Each assault from the Fire Phoenix is effectively repelled. Particularly, Abraham's iron ball dances chaotically in the air, shattering any concentrated efforts of the Fire Phoenix. Meanwhile, the courtyard is strewn with numerous corpses, as the 2 Fire Phoenixes that had been battling in the bar have also arrived, accompanied by compatriots from their homeland. Chapter 49, Ascending 2 Levels in Truth. The individuals from the homeland did not accompany the 2 Fire Phoenixes to Baker Manor. The assault by the Fire Phoenixes on Baker Manor has spread across the internet. Perched atop a mountain, the manor was engulfed in flames, visible from afar. Nearby residents had captured videos and shared them online. Some audacious individuals even connected their phones to telescopes to live stream the chaos. The people from the homeland harbored a profound resentment towards these Fire Phoenixes. Upon arrival, they immediately unleashed their laser vision, launching a fierce attack against the Fire Phoenixes. Now at level 12, the Fire Phoenixes could no longer be annihilated in an instant. However, the combat prowess of the individuals from the homeland remained formidable, and the Fire Phoenixes proved to be no match for them. Soon after, Stormwoman arrived on the scene. Though she set out slightly later than the individuals from the homeland, she charged directly towards Baker Manor without stopping at a bar, resulting in their arrivals being nearly simultaneous. The battle between the 12 Fire Phoenixes and the awakened beings within Baker Manor had reached a stalemate. Yet, with the intervention of Storm Woman and the individuals from the homeland, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The 12 Fire Phoenixes were swiftly vanquished. Li Shuai summoned another 12 Fire Phoenixes and continued to assault the manor, but his efforts were in vain. Although the new 12 Fire Phoenixes concentrated their firepower on a single target, they perished before they could eliminate anyone on the ground. Li Shuai remained seated on a large stone atop the mountain, opening the system panel to assess his gains for the day. In the bar's fierce battle, he had eliminated a total of 21 level 1 awakened beings, 15 level 2, 7 level 3, and 1 level 4, accruing a total of 115,000 experience points. Indeed, the awakened beings in the bar were merely small fry. The battle at Baker Manor, however, was markedly different, though it had been arduous and fiercely contested. The Fire Phoenixes had claimed the lives of 2 level 8 awakened beings, 1 level 9, and 2 level 10, earning a total of 298 million experience points. Adding the remaining experience from the previous encounter, Li Shuai now possessed a total of 344 million experience points. Without hesitation, he clicked the plus sign behind the Fire Phoenixes. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 13, consuming 2 million experience points. Remaining experience points, 44 million. Next upgrade requires 4 million experience points. Li Shuai recalled a particularly powerful awakened being who was now on the brink of demise, his health bar nearly depleted. Had it not been for the interference of the individuals from the homeland and Storm Woman, he would have already been defeated. With his Fire Phoenix now elevated a level, Li Shuai decided to strike again. He promptly summoned 13 Fire Phoenixes, which surged towards Baker Manor with great haste. Despite the significant loss of life that had already occurred within its confines, however, upon observing these individuals, there was not a trace of sorrow upon their faces. Instead, they exhibited an extraordinary excitement. Yes, we have triumphed. We have vanquished the Fire Phoenix. Thank you, compatriots. Thank you, Storm Woman. In the midst of their applause and cheers, there was not a hint of a smile on the face of the patriot. The anger simmering within him had yet to be unleashed. Unperturbed, the crowd remained oblivious to his discontent. They rushed towards him and the Storm Woman, eager to capture photographs together. Just moments ago, a formidable ability user had struggled to walk, supported by 2 others as they prepared to retreat indoors for healing. Suddenly, the patriot bellowed, Fire Phoenix. He spotted 13 Fire Phoenixes charging towards them. Instantly, he activated his laser vision, unleashing a barrage upon the approaching creatures. The Storm Woman promptly summoned lightning to assault the Fire Phoenixes fiercely. Abraham's enormous iron ball soared through the air, scattering the formation of the Fire Phoenixes. Yet, undeterred, they continued to soar, concentrating their firepower on the most vulnerable ability user. Goodness, they return. Are they truly capable of resurrection? How many are there? Strike. Quickly. In an instant, the ability users unleashed their powers. Flames, ice pillars, ice orbs, and an array of peculiar weapons were hurled at the 13 Fire Phoenixes. Nevertheless, even with the combined forces of the Patriot and the Storm Woman, and despite the alliance of around 50 individuals, it took them several seconds to subdue the 13 Fire Phoenixes. Yet, this delay was sufficient. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully eliminated a level 11 ability user, earning 2 million experience points. That should suffice. Should another attack occur, the odds of victory would be slim, especially against both the Patriot and the Storm Woman. Although the Patriot remained unaware of his own presence, caution was still warranted. Given the circumstances of today's battle, it would suffice to regroup and return tomorrow. Li Shuai promptly activated his invisibility and flew back to his hotel. Meanwhile, the Patriot was ablaze with fury, roaring incessantly, "Damn it! You cowards! Come at me!" He bellowed at the sky for an extended period before taking flight, pursuing the direction from which the Fire Phoenixes had come. As Li Shuai flew back, he caught sight of the Patriot, who remained oblivious to his presence. The Patriot, consumed by rage, soared towards the northern mountain. He was convinced that the Fire Phoenix's lair must be located there, and the nest previously destroyed by the military was likely a decoy or merely one of many. Though it was the dead of night, the Patriot was determined to continue his search. Fueled by unrelenting anger, he scoured the northern mountain with relentless intensity. Meanwhile, Li Shuai possessed an impressive total of 44 million experience points. Upgrading the Phoenix to the next level proved insufficient. Perhaps it would be more prudent to enhance another skill in hopes of obtaining a more favorable prize. Thus, Li Shuai repeatedly tapped the plus sign behind speed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated speed from level 6 to level 10, consuming a total of 446,000 experience points. You now have 2,994,000 experience points remaining. The next upgrade will require 500,000 000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully raised speed to level 10 and triggered the system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes, draw immediately. Congratulations, host. You have won a prize. A specified skill will be upgraded by 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? Excellent. This lottery is certainly easier than a direct upgrade. Li Shuai promptly selected to use it and chose the Phoenix. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Phoenix to level 14, consuming 0 experience points. You now have 2,994,000 experience points remaining. The next upgrade will require 8,000,000 experience points. Li Shuai closed the system panel, opting not to draw again. He had discerned a pattern from his previous lottery experience. Continuous draws often resulted in acquiring inexplicable items. Furthermore, the journey from level 5 to level 10 had consumed a considerable amount of experience points. Thus, he resolved to continue the lottery the following day. Chapter 50. Shattering the patriotic people's float. That night, the patriotic people were utterly exhausted. Out of sheer determination, he searched the northern mountains for a while before soaring into the sky, gazing in the direction of Baker Manor, hoping to catch sight of the Fire Phoenix returning once more. Afterward, he resumed his search. Meanwhile, Storm Woman remained at Baker Manor, assisting others in the wait for the Fire Phoenix. Despite the numerous deaths that occurred that day at the manor, there was not a trace of sorrow among them. Those who perished, whether gifted individuals or affluent magnates, were swiftly dealt with. One gifted individual, capable of spewing flames, incinerated the bodies by gathering them into a pile. This spectacle left Storm Woman momentarily speechless. You are merely cremating the bodies like this? Even without alerting the authorities, shouldn't the remains be returned? What if the families come searching? Abraham chuckled at Storm Woman, responding jovially. Oh, it's nothing. Everyone is aware of the battle that took place here today. Should any families inquire, I shall simply inform them that during the chaos, everyone scattered in an effort to save themselves. If they seek the missing, how would I know where they fled? It's best to dispose of them to avoid complications. Abraham and Lightning were particularly warm towards Storm Woman, ushering her into a lavish private room. They busied themselves serving her drinks and tea. Before long, a sumptuous late-night feast was laid out before her. Storm Woman, feeling no need for formality after a long night, indulged heartily in the meal. As dawn broke, the patriotic person returned, visibly irate. Abraham and Lightning had hoped to invite him for a fine meal, but upon seeing his furious demeanor, they refrained from approaching him. Instead, he called for Storm Woman, insisting they take flight immediately back to the headquarters of Water Company. The atmosphere at Water Company was exceptionally oppressive. Each staff member who caught sight of the patriotic person and Storm Woman scurried away as if they had encountered a plague. Upon reaching the Super 7 team's office, they found Maeve, Shinsei, Starlight, and Locomotive already present. Locomotive had merely made a brief visit to the bar, discovering that the battle was over, and returned promptly. Knowing that his presence would be of little assistance given the long distance to Baker Manor, the group appeared despondent, resembling wilted plants, languidly reclining in their chairs with their eyes closed. When the patriotic person and Storm Woman entered, they merely lifted their eyelids slightly before resuming their state of repose. Without uttering a word, both the patriotic person and Storm Woman seated themselves quietly, staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, Edgar and Ashley were in the office. Ashley was employing every persuasive tactic at her disposal to console Edgar, who was in a pitiful state, his face smeared and grimy. One of the lenses of the glasses has shattered. The beautiful tie has been torn off and carelessly discarded on the floor. The impeccably tailored shirt now has its buttons undone. He wears but a single shoe, the other has long since vanished into the unknown. His office, once a symbol of grand authority, now resembles a chaotic refuse heap. Not a single piece of furniture, be it desk or chair, stands upright. All are askew and disheveled. Edgar has wreaked havoc on everything within reach, leaving no object unscathed. To date, the most intact item in the room appears to be a large sofa, albeit tilted and improperly positioned. Edgar now sits angrily upon this sofa. Since his return last night, he has been in a destructive frenzy. During Edgar's furious outbursts, Ashley wisely keeps her distance. As dawn breaks, a silence envelopes the office. Ashley, having prepared 2 breakfasts, cautiously tiptoes in to present them to Edgar. Though his rage has somewhat subsided, his demeanor remains dismal. Finding a chair that still holds its ground, Ashley places it in front of Edgar and sets the breakfast upon it. Edgar stares blankly at the meal, speechless. Ashley crouches before him, saying, "Boss, it is not wise to remain this angry. Last night's events were indeed humiliating for us, but it is not solely our fault. The government bears an even greater shame. The general's medal from Rhodes was prominently displayed, yet he was compelled to remove it. We are all in the same boat, and no one is in a position to look down on another. This also underscores the formidable nature of those fire phoenixes. Relying solely on military firepower is utterly ineffective against them. We must depend on our own resources. I believe we can still negotiate with Congress. Given the enemy's overwhelming strength and the dire situation, we must unite to confront them. Edgar listens to Ashley's words, lost in thought. He forces a pained smile and adjusts his glasses, now with only one lens. Ashley, I recognize your composure, and you are not wrong. Yet, the situation is far more complex than it appears. For years, the government has tolerated us due to our undeniable strength. But now, things have changed, mark my words. The company's stock price will plummet today. Our authority has diminished, and negotiations will become exceedingly difficult. Alas, Edgar wearily reaches for the breakfast, prepared to eat. Suddenly, a frantic knocking on the door interrupts him. Before he can invite the intruder in, his secretary rushes in, flustered. Boss, trouble has arisen. The parade of the patriotic float was intended to last 3 days, but this morning I informed them that it would be cancelled. Yet, inexplicably, someone has vandalized the float. Moreover, there was a float, upon which a multitude of words had been spray-painted, proclaiming fraud. Additionally, someone had urinated upon a representation of the compatriots. All of this chaos was instigated by a few individuals with extraordinary abilities. Our personnel were utterly powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, Edgar, filled with rage, violently hurled his meal to the ground. Scoundrels! Dispatch someone immediately. Capture them. As he spoke, he delivered a fierce kick that sent a chair flying across the room. Startled, Ailey stumbled backward, inadvertently stepping onto a 3-legged chair and collapsing to the floor with a thud. The secretary, equally alarmed, dashed towards the exit in a panic. Yes, boss. I shall attend to it at once. However, in her haste and anxiety, she collided headlong with the door. Ignoring the pain from the impact, she flung the door open and bolted outside like a wild creature. Ailey, too, rushed out frantically, shouting, Secretary, wait. This matter must remain confidential. The compatriots must not be informed. Otherwise, it will lead to grave consequences. Chapter 51. The frantic patriotic man observing the disheveled state of the two individuals. Edgar seized a chair and hurled it with great force. Just as he threw the chair, Ailey dashed out and secured the door. The chair crashed violently against the door, startling Ailey, who lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ailey, despite her evident fear, remained remarkably diligent and responsible, scrambling to flee. Secretary, you must maintain discretion. We cannot allow the patriots to find out. Ailey was acutely aware of their temperament. Should they become privy to this incident, their wrath would surely unleash a massacre. The public sentiment towards Waters Corporation was already precarious, and a violent outburst from the patriots at this juncture would spell disaster. While Ailey shouted, she hurriedly pursued the secretary. In a fit of rage, Edgar seized another chair and smashed it onto the already overturned desk, then began to kick the desk's surface furiously. Damn it! Damn it! They're all bloody fools. Ailey quickly caught up with the secretary, who recognized the gravity of the situation and discreetly dispatched a team of mercenaries from Waters Corporation to address the crisis. This matter could have been contained, but the atmosphere in the office of the Super 7 was stifling, with no one daring to enter, let alone speak of such occurrences. It was precisely Ailey's terrified cries that drew the attention of the patriots. They had been contemplating how to navigate the current predicament, their pride and vanity compelling them to employ superhuman hearing to discern any disparaging remarks from their colleagues. Instead, they overheard Ailey's cries. Damn it! The patriotic man, infuriated, kicked the table in front of him, splitting it in two. The shattered fragments flew apart, one striking Maeve on the head and the other colliding with the train head. Although the wooden panels were thick and the impact was swift, neither Maeve nor the train head sustained injury, though they were both startled by the sudden turn of events. The occupants of the room quickly assumed defensive stances, fearing an assault by the Phoenix. Storm Girl's lightning crackled around her as she anxiously peered out the windows and at the door. Shinsei drew his twin blades, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Soon, with the train head and Maeve, they formed a protective circle, back to back. The patriotic man, observing his team as palpable tension, felt a complex mix of emotions that he could not articulate. His voice betrayed neither tears nor laughter, but perhaps it was laughter, albeit a sound more jarring than weeping. He paid little mind to his comrades and, with a swift turn, crashed through the window behind him, taking flight. The remaining individuals were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. In that moment, they realized that the threat was not an assault from the Fire Phoenix, but rather the wrath of their homeland's champion. The few of them exchanged bewildered glances, each uncertain of the circumstances. I shall investigate, Storm Girl declared, immediately taking flight in pursuit of their homeland's defender. The others stood before the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing aimlessly, perhaps merely simmering with frustration, just as the homeland's champion and Storm Girl soared away. A helicopter ascended from the rooftop of the water company. This helicopter, carrying 12 fully armed mercenaries, sped towards the site of the incident. The homeland's champion, gritting his teeth, flew erratically throughout the city, oblivious to the whereabouts of his float. What had gone awry? Yet, relying on his superhuman vision and extraordinary speed, he commenced a thorough search. Alternatively, This could be seen as an expression of his pent-up frustration. Before long, he spotted the water company's helicopter and the mercenaries within. The Homeland's champion immediately surmised that Edgar's secretary was likely responsible for dispatching these individuals to handle matters concerning his float. Consequently, he trailed behind the helicopter until they arrived at an automotive modification facility. It was here that his float had been crafted and stored. The parades were also managed by this establishment. Before he even descended, the Homeland's champion observed that the yard was in complete disarray, with floats vandalized beyond recognition. One float bore the scrawl of paint, declaring fraud. Even more infuriating was the sight of his own design, now lying on the ground, trampled and defaced. Its surface and face marred with spray paint. As he slowly landed, it became evident that his design had been ruined. Furthermore, he detected a distinct odor of urine, unmistakably indicating that someone had desecrated his creation. "Ah!" the Homeland's champion exclaimed, unleashing 2 beams of laser that incinerated his design to ash. This sudden outburst terrified the staff at the modification facility, sending them scattering in panic. The mercenaries, tasked with managing the situation, dared not land. Instead, they hovered above the facility in their helicopter. Indeed, today's chaos was wrought by superhumans. Following the recent incident at Anthony's nightclub, these individuals had been paralyzed with fear, secluding themselves at home. However, upon hearing of the Fire Phoenix's annihilation, they believed themselves safe and ventured into a nearby bar to revel for 2 days. Little did they know, the Fire Phoenix had reemerged. This time, they narrowly escaped with their lives. Unable to locate the Fire Phoenix, they redirected their pent-up grievances towards the Homeland's champion, convinced that he had deceived them. Yet, given their own capabilities, they dared not confront him directly. Thus, they redirected all their hatred onto the figure of the compatriots. These individuals, though audacious in front of the staff at the modification factory, were nonetheless fearful of death. After wreaking havoc for a time, they hastily fled. The compatriots, now driven to madness, gazed at the float adorned with the word fraud spray-painted upon it. Their anger intensified with every glance, as if the words had suddenly taken on a voice of their own. It felt as though a multitude surrounded him, shouting fraud. In a fit of rage, the compatriot unleashed a barrage of lasers upon the float, disintegrating it into countless fragments. Each shard of steel glowed a fiery red, igniting the fuel tank. Fortunately, the tank was swiftly severed by the compatriot, averting an explosion. However, a great blaze soon erupted. At that moment, a group of live-streaming bloggers rushed into the factory yard, eager to capture breaking news. Little did they know, they would collide head-on with the frenzied compatriot. Chapter 52. The rampage of the patriotic people. These streamers are audacious, often risking their safety to create various videos and conduct live broadcasts. In their pursuit of views, they have not hesitated to berate their fellow countrymen. However, today, as circumstances have shifted dramatically, the patriotic populace has gone berserk. As the streamers rushed into the courtyard, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The yard was ablaze, and wrecked vehicles littered the ground. The patriotic individuals howled while scanning the surroundings with laser-like intensity. For a moment, the streamers were rendered speechless. The patriots, too, were momentarily stunned. Just as the lasers in their eyes were about to fire, they hesitated, still clinging to a shred of rationality. Several streamers held up their phones, their live broadcast already in progress. No one could ascertain how many viewers were watching this unfolding chaos. Now was not the time for action, yet the streamers were thoroughly terrified. The patriotic individuals gritted their teeth, their eyes aflame with fury. No one knew when the lasers in their eyes would be unleashed. A few timid souls turned to flee, and as one ran, others followed suit. In the blink of an eye, most had scattered. Only a young girl in her 20s remained, phone aloft. Frozen in place, not from courage, but from sheer terror. Her legs quivered uncontrollably. She was utterly paralyzed by fear, trembling all over, her gaze vacant. The patriotic individual did not wish to indulge in a massacre before the eyes of countless online viewers. This particular streamer was a minor internet celebrity, her audience numbering only in the dozens. Nevertheless, the viewers were in a state of acute anxiety. Goodness, the patriotic people have gone mad. Is the streamer truly so bold? They should stop broadcasting. Hurry and run. Others chimed in, it's fine. The patriots 1T kill indiscriminately. To those who said this, I ask, why don't you go? I fear for my life. I look down upon you. The two remained locked in the standoff for nearly half a minute. The patriotic individual engaged in mental fortification, striving to stabilize their emotions while concocting a plausible explanation. Deep within, their resolve remained formidable, and gradually, a smile emerged, albeit an unnatural one. The patriotic individual slowly approached the young girl. Haha, you are quite brave. You are a true hero. The girl's body continued to tremble, her mind a blank slate. She could scarcely comprehend what the patriotic individual was saying. The patriotic individual continued speaking, addressing her or perhaps her camera. Today, we received an alert. Those fiery phoenixes have attacked here once again. I arrived just in time and successfully thwarted them. Thankfully, no one has been harmed. However, as you can see, the financial losses here are quite severe. I must now pursue them. You should leave quickly. It is dangerous here. With that, the patriotic individual took flight. The streamer watched as the patriotic person vanished into the sky. As her body weakened, she sank to the ground, overwhelmed by a sensation of having narrowly escaped death. As the viewers in her live stream seemed to regain their senses, they exclaimed, "What nonsense! Where's the attack by the Fire Phoenix?" Indeed, if there had been an attack, those workers would have fled, or at least recorded a video. Yes, evidence. The repair shop has surveillance. They must secure the proof. After a brief recovery, the host swiftly retreated to her vehicle. She had no intention of endangering her life. Nevertheless, she uploaded the recorded stream of today's broadcast online. Any news related to the Fire Phoenix instantly becomes the focal point of attention. Furthermore, the military and the CIA are closely monitoring any information regarding the Fire Phoenix. Both the military and the CIA promptly discovered this video, regardless of its authenticity. It was imperative to dispatch personnel to investigate. After all, it was a citizen of the nation who claimed an attack had occurred, and the footage depicted a scene engulfed in flames, suggesting signs of a struggle. Mallory from the CIA personally led a team aboard a helicopter, heading straight for the repair shop. General Rhodes had been occupied throughout the previous night, and, coupled with his foul mood, had since succumbed to sleep. The soldiers on duty dared not disturb the general. Colonel Susan had not left the command center since the previous night, and was currently dozing in a chair there. Report. Colonel Susan. Someone has uploaded a video claiming there was an attack by the Fire Phoenix. Susan sprang to her feet. Where? After reviewing the footage, she made a swift assessment. It was highly likely that the citizen had fabricated the story. Let us not disturb the general. We should investigate thoroughly first. Susan scrutinized the troop deployment. Drone 3 was nearby. Send Drone 3 to scout the area immediately, she ordered, while also instructing to search for the Fire Phoenix in the vicinity. Cheetah assault team, proceed to the scene at once. Meanwhile, the few superhuman individuals responsible for vandalizing the national float were desperately fleeing, fully aware that they had stirred trouble. However, what they should never have done was to desecrate the national emblem. This act not only enraged the citizens but also left behind numerous clues. The citizens, filled with rage and seeking an outlet, commenced a swift search in the area, knowing these individuals could not have gone far. They meticulously checked each vehicle. Soon, they spotted a black car speeding away, with the citizens soaring directly above it. Inside the vehicle, 3 individuals appeared exceedingly anxious. The citizens quickly intercepted them. The trio attempted to feign innocence. Citizens, here you are. Let us take a picture. The citizens regarded them with icy stares, simultaneously detecting a familiar scent. The 3 individuals scanned their surroundings, noting the desolate landscape, with only the occasional car speeding past. Already feeling guilty, the stark environment heightened their fear. Greetings, compatriots. We find ourselves in a dire situation. Before they could finish their words, 2 crimson beams of laser swept through their bodies. They collapsed like toppled blocks, their forms scattering across the ground. Their vehicle was also cleaved in twain by the laser. At that moment, a truck approached from the distance. The driver horrified by the scene unfolding before him. My heavens! The driver slammed on the brakes, yet still rolled over a portion of a corpse on the road. Oh, my heavens, I swear it was unintentional. The driver hurriedly exited the vehicle to inspect the situation. Compatriots, you can vouch for me, right? I truly did not mean to do this. As he spoke, the driver fumbled for his phone, dialing frantically. The compatriot seized the phone from his grasp and with a crunch, crushed it in his hand. The driver, now staring into the menacing eyes of the compatriot, quickly recognized the peril he was in. In a panic, he turned to flee to his vehicle. However, he was no match for the compatriot. With a swift motion, the compatriot grasped his neck. With a sickening crack, the driver's neck was broken. The compatriot discarded the lifeless body beside the truck. With a kick, he ruptured the truck's fuel tank, gasoline gushing forth in a cascade, mingling with the driver's blood. The compatriot stepped back a few paces, and with 2 beams of laser, ignited the gasoline. In an instant, the truck and the driver's corpse were engulfed in flames. Ha 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 ha. The compatriot gazed at the roaring inferno, erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. Chapter 53. Edgar slaps himself the helicopter from what company hovered in the distance. The mercenary captain was reporting the situation to Edgar's secretary, who was now drenched in cold sweat. The destruction of the automobile modification factory by the Homeland Forces was manageable, for what company had ample funds. However, the audacity of the Homeland Forces to commit murder and arson by the roadside posed a grave dilemma. Logically, she should promptly inform Edgar, yet he was currently engulfed in fury. The secretary, still shaken, dared not broach such matters at this volatile moment. Lena, what shall we do now? Shall we return? The captain anxiously awaited Lena's response. Suddenly, the helicopter jolted. The Homeland Forces had arrived. Inside the helicopter, a dozen mercenaries held their breath, fixated on the Homeland forces. The Homeland personnel pointed towards the raging fire on the distant road. You need to handle this. The Fire Phoenix attacked just now. Those people were killed by the Fire Phoenix. I was the one who eliminated the Fire Phoenix, understood? The mercenaries nodded vigorously, understood. With that, the Homeland forces departed swiftly. The mercenaries scrambled to comply with the Homeland forces directive, but as they landed, the Cheetah Strike team's helicopter arrived. The soldiers descended on ropes, swiftly encircling the two vehicles while deploying fire extinguishers to combat the flames, rendering the What Company mercenaries unable to approach. The mercenary leader quickly sought out the Cheetah Strike team's captain, mindful of the earlier instructions from the Homeland forces. Certain words must be conveyed. You have arrived at an opportune moment. The Fire Phoenix just attacked the automobile modification factory. For reasons unknown, the mercenary's sentence trailed off abruptly. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the Homeland forces landed beside him. They patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain silent. The mercenary leader quickly retreated a step, ceasing his speech. With a smile, the Homeland forces approached Captain Bart. Hello there, you are the true heroes. This morning, 2 Fire Phoenix units assaulted the automobile modification factory. Upon receiving the alarm, I promptly arrived and eliminated them. However, during my confrontation with the Fire Phoenix, I noticed several individuals behaving suspiciously. You see, I possess extraordinary hearing. I distinctly overheard their conversation. It became clear that this assault was guided by them. To this day, I remain perplexed as to their motives, or why the Fire Phoenix acted on their directives. When I attempted to confront them for answers, they unexpectedly attacked me, attempting to flee. In a moment of panic, I eliminated them. Alas, I regret my impulsiveness at that moment. I should apprehend them and hand them over to you for a thorough interrogation. It is possible that we may unearth some valuable clues. Captain Bart of the Cheetah Assault Team maintained a stoic expression as he gazed at the representative of the Homeland. The representative, while speaking, began to feel a twinge of awkwardness, for the soldier before him resembled a wooden figure, his demeanor unwaveringly serious. There was no interjection from the soldier. The representative finished his remarks without receiving a response. Embarrassed, the representative forced a smile, asking, "Are you all right, brother?" Captain Bart gestured towards the camera affixed to his chest. At that moment, within the military base, Colonel Susan was observing the representative through Captain Bart's camera while simultaneously listening to his justifications. In an instant, Colonel Susan discerned that the representative was lying. This might have been excusable for an ordinary individual, but not for him. He was a representative of the Homeland. How could these few individuals dare to launch an attack against him? Even if they were bold enough to do so, they could not possibly inflict any harm upon him. Was it worth resorting to such drastic measures? However, the matter was beyond remedy. A life had been lost, and only his word remained. Moreover, as a soldier, he was not a judge. The primary focus now was to investigate the scene. Consequently, Colonel Susan promptly picked up the microphone. Captain Bart, you must secure the area immediately and commence an investigation. Please ask the representative to leave. Yes, Captain Bart responded, saluting the representative. We are soldiers, and we must now investigate the scene. Our commander has already heard what you just stated. All right. The representative smiled awkwardly once more and turned to wave at the mercenaries from the Walter Company. Let us return. We shall not hinder the soldiers in their investigation. The representative ascended into the air, observing the soldiers conducting their examination below. He smirked coldly, aware that his fabricated tale was not entirely convincing. Yet, he remained indifferent. He cared little whether the soldiers believed him or not. Meanwhile, Mallory, leading her CIA team, arrived at the automobile modification factory. They too secured the area and commenced a meticulous investigation. As Mallory surveyed the scene, she began to form her own conclusions. Based on previous records of the Phoenix fire attacks, these assaults were typically executed from the air, unleashing flames downwards. If the representative had engaged with them, the vehicles on the ground should not have been left in such disarray. Furthermore, the various traces left at the scene indicated that the representative's laser had been fired parallel from the ground. Mallory instructed her subordinates to conduct a thorough examination and take detailed photographs. Upon returning to the Super 7 team's office, the representative found Edgar in a meeting with several other team members. It was the first time he had witnessed Edgar so enraged. Although Edgar had since freshened up, changed his attire, and donned a new pair of glasses, his appearance suggested his hair was almost standing on end. 2 eyes, bloodshot and filled with veins. When speaking to them, a grimace of clenched teeth was ever present. The shame. What utter disgrace. These detestable fire phoenixes have made us lose face before the entire nation. This is akin to a public slap across our faces. The company's reputation, my dignity, yours, all utterly tarnished. Edgar exclaimed, striking his own cheek with a resounding slap. The sound was particularly crisp, indicating that Edgar was genuinely enraged. He no longer cared for appearances or gentlemanly decorum. This time, we must not relent. Patriot, Tempest, Starlight. You must exert every effort to swiftly eradicate these fire phoenixes. Their current target has been locked onto Baker Manor. I believe they will continue their assaults there in the near future. Therefore, the three of you must proceed to Baker Manor without delay. Should those fire phoenixes return, you must annihilate them without hesitation. Patriot, if those fire phoenixes strike again, your foremost task is not to engage in combat, but to locate their lair. Based on past assaults, these fire phoenixes do not deploy all at once. They arrive in waves. Once the battle ensues, you need not participate. Your primary objective is to trace their paths and search for their stronghold. I care not whether these creatures are numerous or capable of resurrection. This time, you must locate their lair and eliminate them. Chapter 54. The peculiar waiter, the Patriot, Stormwoman, and Starlight hastily returned to the Beck Manor. Upon their arrival, the manor was still engulfed in a whirlwind of revelry, a stark contrast to the recent battle they had endured, having just been assaulted by the Fire Phoenix. In the courtyard, two scantily clad young women continued their fierce struggle within a large iron cage. It appeared they had been fighting for quite some time. What should have been their youthful, fair, and rosy bodies now bore the marks of blood and violence. Their faces were smeared with crimson, rendering them unrecognizable. Yet, despite their battered state, they continued to roar defiantly, launching lethal attacks against one another. In such contests, only one could survive within the confines of the cage. The onlookers, clad in a variety of attire, some resplendent, others in the nude, watched with rapt attention. A few had adorned themselves with peculiar designs painted in vibrant hues upon their skin. Regardless of their appearances, they were all exuberantly fixated on the cage, chanting encouragements. Yes, yes, finish her. Go on. Haha, that's right. Bite her. A handful of individuals were even placing bets at a nearby table, exchanging bills with fervor. Suddenly, a voice rang out, the Patriot. Everyone turned toward the source of the shout as the Patriot descended gracefully, embracing Starlight, while Stormwoman landed beside them. The crowd promptly abandoned the brutal spectacle, rushing to greet the trio. Haha, the Patriot. Stormwoman. Starlight. You are my favorites. Come, let us take a photograph together. Starlight. Have you released a new song recently? Stormwoman. Do you have a new film debuting soon? The Patriot. Do you frequent this place? I've never seen you here before. The locomotive, however, I see often. We are quite close. As Abraham rushed out of the building, he bellowed with excitement. Ha ha ha, the Patriot, Stormwoman, Starlight, you've graced us with your presence. Come, come. Please enter. The Patriot merely waved, silent, before approaching Abraham. Abraham was beside himself with joy, exclaiming, Ha ha, the Patriot, Stormwoman, Starlight, you are rare guests. Come, come. Our boss has reserved a private room just for you, never allowing any other patrons to enter. He also mentioned that for anyone from your illustrious Super 7, all expenses are waived. The Patriot offered a wry smile to Abraham, replying, We did not come here to indulge. Last night, the Fire Phoenix attacked this place. Given their nature, once they have set their sights on a location, they are likely to return. They will not rest until this place is reduced to rubble. Thus, we have come to see if we can be of assistance. Excellent. That is splendid news. Abraham, while speaking, guided three individuals into a room on the third floor. This room appeared to be over 300 square meters, adorned with extravagant decor. It featured not only a massive dining table, but also plush sofas and an enormous screen, suggesting it served both dining and karaoke purposes. In one corner of the room, there was even a small swimming pool. Starshine glanced at Abraham and shrugged, indicating that the compatriots had made their intentions clear. They were not there to indulge in extravagant expenditures. Such a lavish room. Abraham quickly interjected with a sycophantic smile. Oh, it's nothing, really. The owner specifically instructed that this room be kept available and unused by anyone else. Your presence is a privilege for us. Rest assured, all your expenditures will be charged to our boss's account. Storm, with a gracious demeanor, settled comfortably onto a sofa. Haha, this place is quite impressive. Since your boss has been so courteous, we cannot refuse such hospitality. Upon hearing Storm's words, Abraham's face lit up with delight. Haha. Wonderful. Your visit truly brings us honor. Would you care for a drink? We have everything you could desire, from exquisite coffee to fine red wine. At that moment, Lightning entered, bustling alongside Abraham to attend to the three guests. They brought forth an array of red wines, over a dozen varieties, and several types of coffee, placing multiple glasses in front of each of the compatriots. This is our boss's cherished red wine, aged over 50 years. Here we have the 1982 Lafite. And this is our boss's private coffee reserve. The compatriots, particularly Starshine and the others, exchanged glances that conveyed their reluctance. We are here solely to fulfill a mission. There is no need for such formality. However, Storm was different. She savored the red wine with delight. Do try some. It truly is exceptional. Soon after, Abraham and Lightning exchanged knowing looks. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon us. With that, the two discreetly exited the room. Within 10 minutes, 4 service staff members entered, a quartet of middle-aged women, each between 40 and 50 years of age, with similar physiques. Each of them carried an assortment of dishes, placing them upon the table before standing uniformly at the entrance. The compatriots observed the servers, growing increasingly uneasy as the women's faces became hauntingly familiar, though they could not recall where they had encountered them. All the while, the servers maintained cheerful smiles directed towards the compatriots. Suddenly, a sense of discomfort washed over the native. He promptly gestured to the few individuals present, signaling them to carry on with their tasks. Moreover, he instructed them to inform Abraham that their provisions were sufficient. Upon hearing this, the attendants hastily exited the premises. Xinguang observed these individuals intently, feeling an unsettling familiarity, yet she could not recall where she had encountered them before. Nonetheless, a vague sense of unease began to stir within her. In such an upscale establishment, one would expect the attendants to be youthful and attractive maidens, not middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s, all bearing a striking resemblance to one another. How peculiar. Meanwhile, Storm Woman relished her steak and sipped her red wine, appearing thoroughly indulged in the moment. They were enjoying both sustenance and amusement, basking in a life of comfort. The day passed with remarkable tranquility, and before long, night fell. Li Shuai, having satiated his hunger and thirst, soared back to the small hill from the previous day. Resuming his perch upon the large stone, he gazed at the brilliantly illuminated Beak Manor in the distance. To Li Shuai, this place was indeed a treasure. The abundance of high-level superhumans was staggering, offering an inexhaustible supply of experience points. With a mere flicker of his intent, 14 fire phoenixes surged forth like lightning, darting towards Beak Manor. Chapter 55. The battle at Baker Manor. The courtyard of Baker Manor is abuzz with excitement, as a new thrill has been discovered. The large iron cage designated for combat has had its high-voltage power switched off. Atop it, 2 girls sit unclad, their legs spread apart. 20 meters away, 2 men stand, equally undraped. Other gifted individuals are divided into 2 teams, positioned on either side of these 2 men. 2 others hold masts aloft, signaling the impending action. Ready, brothers? This is our last chance. The 2 men nod solemnly, affirming their readiness. The crowd chants in unison, prepare. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reaches 1, masks are swiftly placed upon the men's faces, and they surge forward. Just as they begin to run, the Fire Phoenix arrives. The girls perched on the cage are the first to notice, their voices rising in panicked cries. Ah, the Fire Phoenix. The excitement below drowns out their words. The crowd is too enthralled by the spectacle. Haha, fear not. My brother is precise. Yet, before his words can settle, he is engulfed by flames. Holy smokes. The Fire Phoenix. They're back. Attack. Many in the throng, lacking ranged abilities, hastily retreat into the building, shouting warnings of the Fire Phoenix's return. Those remaining are all endowed with long-range powers and begin to retaliate. Meanwhile, the Patriotic Man, Storm Woman, and Starlight languish in their luxurious suite. The day is unnervingly calm and exceedingly dull, inducing a state of drowsiness. The Patriotic Man is particularly restless, preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming awards ceremony. Just as he drifts into slumber, the commotion outside disrupts his sleep, awakening Storm Woman and Starlight as well. Startled, the Patriotic Man leaps to the window. Outside, a fierce battle rages on, with the Fire Phoenix casting flames across the courtyard. One gifted individual stands out distinctly. Though roughly 5 feet tall, his girth exceeds that measurement. Resembling a human ball. Seizing an opportunity, he expels a stream of green liquid from his mouth. Despite his size, the liquid travels an impressive distance, striking the Fire Phoenix directly. As the green substance transforms into a mist, the Fire Phoenix appears unscathed. However, as the mist ascends, the other gifted individuals are not so fortunate. The droplets sizzle upon contact with their skin, releasing clouds of steam that elicit cries of pain. One significant splash lands upon the iron cage, causing the steel beams to hiss and writhe in agony. After the white mist dissipated, he severed 2 steel rebars, each as thick as a finger. Some debris fell onto the wooden floor of the iron cage, instantly scorching large holes into the planks. The openings were charred black. In a blink, numerous individuals suffered burns at his hands. Some jumped in place in agony, while others clutched their faces, screaming in terror. Paichio, whom are you attacking? Cease this madness. Paichio appeared quite embarrassed, stammering. Paichio, you cannot harm the Phoenix. You can only injure us. Retreat. The citizens took refuge behind the window. He had no intention of assisting. His mission was to locate the Phoenix's lair. Meanwhile, Storm Woman and Starlight had all ventured into battle. Abraham and Lightning also joined the fray. Abraham's massive iron ball, seemingly conjured from thin air, soared through the air with a gust of wind. Lightning was equally formidable, wielding powers almost identical to Storm Woman's, albeit slightly less potent. With the addition of these 4 fighters, the Phoenix quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Regrettably, host, your Phoenix has been slain by a superhuman. In an instant, 2 Phoenixes had perished. Li Shuai promptly commanded one Phoenix to target Paichio, who was now leisurely making his way back, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. Having only covered a mere 10 meters, suddenly a phoenix attacked him from behind. Paichio screamed in pain, yet he could not flee. Reluctantly, he turned to confront the threat. A stream of green liquid erupted forth once more. This was precisely what Li Shuai had been waiting for. As the liquid sprayed, the phoenix dodged swiftly, causing the green substance to soar 40 to 50 meters into the air before cascading down like raindrops. The superhumans raised their heads to strike at the phoenix as the green droplets splattered onto many faces, sizzling upon contact. What is this substance? Damn it, Paichio. It must be you. Get away. We are desperately fighting the enemy, and you are recklessly harming us. Congratulations, host. Your phoenix has successfully slain a level 9 superhuman, earning 500,000 experience points. Even Storm Woman's battle attire had been torn, leaving a gaping hole. It hurts, she gasped, turning just in time to see a phoenix attacking Paichio. Lightning immediately locked onto the phoenix. Paichio, now too frightened to retaliate and too slow to escape, curled up on the ground, rolling away instead. This maneuver proved faster than running. Lightning cast a furious glance at Paichio, relentlessly zapping the phoenix with electricity. Abraham clutched his shoulder, exclaiming, Paichio. He swiftly turned, his iron ball rolling beside Paichio, propelling him rapidly towards the shelter of the house. Congratulations, host. Your phoenix has successfully slain an 11-level superhuman, earning 2,000,000 experience points. Soon, 6 fire phoenixes met their demise. Li Shuai promptly summoned another 6 fire phoenixes, heading straight for the Becker Manor. Observing from within the confines of the house, the Patriot exclaimed, Excellent. The fire phoenixes have returned. He swiftly opened the window and soared into the air. The Patriot's mission was not to intercept the fire phoenixes, but rather to locate their lair. Thus, he followed the trajectory of the fire phoenixes as they ascended northward. Seeing that the Patriot was not lending assistance, Lightning took flight without hesitation, exclaiming in disbelief, Hey, Patriot. Yet, the Patriot had already vanished into the night sky. Abraham appeared equally perplexed. Storm Girl, what is the Patriot up to? While intensifying her assault on the fire phoenixes, Storm Girl replied, Do not concern yourself with him. He is in search of the fire phoenix's nest. Our objective is to eradicate them completely. Regrettably, host, your fire phoenix has been slain by a superhuman. Storm Girl and Lightning had successfully eliminated one fire phoenix. They were poised to attack the remaining fire phoenixes. However, the conversation between Storm Girl and Abraham was relayed through the fire phoenixes, reaching Li Shuai's ears. By the heavens! Before Li Shuai could fully express his astonishment, the Patriot darted overhead. However, he did not venture far, coming to a halt just over 100 meters away from Li Shuai, scanning the surroundings intently. Chapter 56, Altering Plans. After the Homeland personnel halted, Li Shuai felt a surge of tension. Fortunately, he had remained concealed, and the Homeland agents had not detected his presence. He was prepared to summon the Fire Phoenix immediately should they discover him, allowing him the opportunity to escape. In truth, the agents had not discerned the origin of the Fire Phoenix. This was the last hill on the outskirts of the city. Beyond lay the vast mountains. Although the hill was modest in size, it boasted considerable elevation. If the Fire Phoenix were to return, the Homeland personnel would certainly spot it from afar. Moreover, they lingered here, inexplicably sensing that someone was nearby. Yet, upon careful scrutiny, they found nothing. The agents stood beneath a large tree, fixated on the northern mountains. The battle at Becker Manor was still fierce. Confronted by so many skilled adversaries, the Fire Phoenix was struggling. 7 more of them had already perished. The most troubling aspect was that the Homeland personnel were situated near Li Shuai. Although they had their backs turned to him, summoning the Fire Phoenix could still expose him. In such a scenario, Li Shuai would find himself in peril, even if he managed to escape using his level 10 invisibility and the Fire Phoenix's diversion. It would ultimately be futile. More critically, their search and defense efforts were concentrated on the northern mountains. If the Fire Phoenix were to appear here unexpectedly, their strategy would undoubtedly shift, complicating Li Shuai's future maneuvers. Simultaneously, 3 F-35s had taken flight from the base. General Rhodes' second drone was scouring the vicinity of Becker Manor. Convinced that the Fire Phoenix would return, the battle had only just commenced when the drone made its discovery. Now, General Rhodes and Colonel Susan were in the command room, while 3 F-22s had just launched. Another trio of F-35s was on the runway, preparing to arm themselves with missiles. The CIA and the Department of Homeland Security had also received reports, yet their personnel remained inactive, aware that deploying their helicopters would likely render them sitting ducks. Li Shuai had anticipated this outcome. In the blink of an eye, 3 more Fire Phoenixes had been shot down. He pondered, now that you have united this one do. I cannot face both factions alone. However, separating them was not an insurmountable task. If the Fire Phoenix were to launch an assault on the Walter Corporation, the latter would inevitably bolster their defenses. At the very least, the Homeland agents, Stormwoman and Starlight, would have to remain entrenched at the corporation. Without their support, Li Shuai could operate freely at Becker Manor, with numerous high-level individuals possessing abilities in the area. Once they were cleared out, the Fire Phoenix's level would rise significantly. By then, they would be ready to confront the Super 7 head-on. Yes, that is the plan. However, it was likely that the Walter Corporation was already deserted. The Fire Phoenix merely caused some destruction without significant consequence. Tomorrow morning, once everyone has arrived at work, he plans to assault the office of the Super 7. Li Shuai has made up his mind, taking off quietly with deliberate slowness. As he ascends gradually, he observes the movements of the compatriots below, who remain completely oblivious, fixated on the direction of Beishan. As Li Shuai reaches several hundred meters in altitude, he begins to accelerate gently, returning to the city. After the last Fire Phoenix was brought down, a portion of the individuals, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from their brows while gasping for breath. Others, however, in excellent physical condition, leaped and shouted, "Yes, we have triumphed. Fire Phoenix, come again." Storm Girl, equally exhilarated, called out to the heavens, "We VE1. We VE1. Abraham and Lightning, both drenched in sweat, approached Storm Girl and Starlight, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you so much. Today's Fire Phoenix seemed even more formidable than the last. Everything is fine now. Why don't you two come inside for some coffee?" Storm Girl and Starlight were also fatigued, ushering Abraham back to their private room. The three of them took a moment to enjoy their coffee and rest. Meanwhile, Lightning remained busy outside, with 2 casualties today. He directed his subordinates to place the 2 bodies on adjacent large barbecue grills. Soon, 2 ability users arrived and unleashed flames upon the corpses, which quickly turned to ash. Once the bodies were dealt with, Lightning waved to the others, exclaiming, "All right, all clear. Let the festivities continue." Over half of the ability users, laughing and chatting, returned to their private rooms. Yet, many lingered in the courtyard, where service staff brought forth copious amounts of food and drink. They resumed grilling meat on the grills that had just incinerated the bodies. Additionally, 2 men and 2 women climbed into the large iron cage used for combat earlier and began to perform a lively dance. Li Shuai returned to his hotel room and reopened the system panel. Having gained 2.5 million experience points today, he realized it would still be insufficient to upgrade the Fire Phoenix. He decided to enhance other abilities and perhaps try his luck with a lottery. Li Shuai clicked the plus sign behind the energy shield repeatedly. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the energy shield from level 5 to level 10, consuming a total of 482,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 5,012,000. Next upgrade requires 500,000 experience points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the energy shield to level 10, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately?" "Yes, draw immediately." "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a random skill upgrade of 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately?" "Yes, use it immediately." "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded hearing to level 6, consuming 0 experience points. Remaining experience points, 5,012,000. Next upgrade requires 32,000 experience points. Let us go again." Li Shuai clicked the plus sign behind vision. Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating their vision from level 5 to level 10, consuming a total of 482,000 experience points, leaving a remaining balance of 4,530,000 experience points, with the next upgrade requiring 500,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing their vision to level 10, triggering a system lottery. Would the host like to draw immediately? Immediate draw. Congratulations to the host for drawing a specified skill upgrade by 1 level. Would the host like to use it immediately? Finally, it has arrived. Li Shuai promptly clicked to use it immediately and selected the Fire Phoenix. Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating the Fire Phoenix to level 15, consuming 0 experience points, leaving a remaining balance of 4,530,000 experience points, with the next upgrade requiring 16,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the Fire Phoenix to level 15, triggering another system lottery. Would the host like to draw immediately? Immediate draw. Congratulations to the host for drawing a random skill upgrade by 1 level. Would the host like to use it immediately? As expected. Immediate use. Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating the attack to level 6, consuming 0 experience points, leaving a remaining balance of 4,530,000 experience points, with the next upgrade requiring 32,000 experience points. Well, time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we shall launch an assault on Water Company. Chapter 57. The Retribution action the following morning, After partaking in breakfast, Li Shuai stood before the window of his hotel, lighting a cigarette. It was then that he realized his vision had improved to level 10, an astonishing transformation. The walls of the hotel appeared almost transparent. He could even discern the activities taking place within the building across the street. The skin, blood, bones, and even the marrow of the people within were all vividly visible to him. This was indeed remarkable. With such acuity, the scenery was exceptionally splendid. He could see every component of the vehicles traversing the road, along with their intricate workings. Particularly, Li Shuai gazed through the street to observe the underground sewer system, a sprawling network connecting various corners of the city. This was truly advantageous. Although Li Shuai had resolved to attack Water Company, he did not wish for the military or Water Company to realize that the Fire Phoenix was not in Beishan. Should they witness the Fire Phoenix materializing out of thin air, they would undoubtedly alter their strategies. While it might not lead them directly to Li Shuai, future operations could potentially encounter unforeseen complications. Fortunately, the Fire Phoenix could now navigate through the sewers, affording an exceptional level of concealment. Li Shuai promptly opened the hotel window, concealed himself, and soared out. He sought a secluded spot and discovered an entrance to the sewer. Summoning forth 15 Fire Phoenixes, they swiftly delved into the underground network. Li Shuai then secured the sewer cover and ascended to the heights above, guiding the Fire Phoenixes towards Water Company. The Fire Phoenixes did not rely on wings for flight, enabling them to traverse even the narrower branches of the sewer system. Thus, their speed of movement was remarkably swift. By 9 a.m., the personnel at Water Company had arrived for work. The office of the Super 7 was desolate, occupied only by Maeve and Xiansei. The Patriot, Storm Girl, and Starlight had yet to return. The previous night, the Patriot had failed to locate the lair of the Fire Phoenix, leaving him rather despondent. The three had resolved to remain stationed at Baker Manor for some time. The Patriot, gritting his teeth, vowed to unearth the nest of the Fire Phoenix. The engine had also made his way to Baker Manor early in the morning, as he was a frequent visitor there. Now, he had a legitimate excuse for his presence. The Patriot and his companions had toiled through the night without daring to close their eyes, uncertain if the Fire Phoenix would make another appearance. Only with the dawn did they manage to consume a meager meal and prepare for a brief respite. The engine, upon observing this, found it even more opportune. After engaging in a few casual exchanges with the Patriot, he stepped out, claiming to be on duty, yet in reality, he entered another room to gamble with some fellow superhumans with whom he shared a good rapport. Meanwhile, Maeve was diligently reviewing a draft in the office concerning the recent awards ceremony, which had rendered Water Company rather vulnerable. The Public Relations Department had devised a speech for Maeve, aiming to restore some semblance of reputation. The focus of everyone's attention was directed towards Beishan, including that of the military. General Rhodes positioned 3 drones near North Mountain and Baker Manor. At 9:10 a.m., the parking lot of Water Corporation buzzed with the comings and goings of staff. Suddenly, a manhole cover in the parking lot soared into the air, and 15 phoenixes erupted forth. A few individuals present caught sight of this astonishing spectacle. "What on earth is that?" they exclaimed, retreating in alarm. 2 quick-witted individuals swiftly took refuge behind a car. One keen observer immediately recognized the creatures as phoenixes. Although they had never witnessed a phoenix in person, they had become well acquainted with them through countless videos they had seen. Phoenixes. Truly phoenixes. What are they doing here? Run. The 15 phoenixes, undeterred, charged towards the office of the Super 7 team. With his vision at level 10, Li Shuai had already pinpointed the location of their office. Maeve, languidly rising with her notes in hand, lamented, "This presentation will likely be arduous. Our arguments may not persuade anyone." With a resounding crash, a phoenix shattered the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. All 15 phoenixes flew into the office. "Phoenixes," Maeve shouted, instinctively retreating to the wall and hurling her notes at the creatures. The paper ignited instantly. Xiansei reacted swiftly, leaping from the desk and drawing his twin blades as he landed. Meanwhile, blue flames began to engulf the entire room. The office erupted into flames, with desks and chairs igniting. The screen on the wall caught fire, and the plastic insulation of the wires melted away, sparking dangerously. Although the Super 7 team's office was spacious, the influx of 15 phoenixes filled the room to capacity. The ensuing blaze triggered the fire alarm, activating the sprinkler system. It was as if a torrential downpour descended upon the room. However, the flames of the phoenixes remained unaffected by the deluge. Maeve and Xiansei found themselves surrounded by flames. Suddenly, Xiansei leaped into action, striking one of the phoenixes with his blade. The clash produced a shower of sparks, and with his formidable weaponry, he managed to deplete a fifth of the phoenix's health with a single blow. Continuing his aerial assault, Xiansei relentlessly slashed at the phoenixes. Maeve, feeling the urgency, leapt as well, mounting one of the phoenixes and delivering powerful punches. Both of them had previously suffered significant losses to phoenixes, but circumstances had changed. The confined space of the office prevented the phoenixes from soaring high. In mere seconds, they had vanquished 2 phoenixes. However, The room was now filled with thick smoke. The haze choked Maeve and Schwanza, causing them to cough incessantly. Yet, they dared not flee. Having faced the Fire Phoenix before, they understood its remarkable speed. In this confined space, they still had a fighting chance. However, should they find themselves in an open area, the Fire Phoenix could ascend to a significant height, leaving them vulnerable to its assaults. Nevertheless, the exertion of battle was increasingly taxing for the two. It was not their stamina that faltered, but rather the suffocating smoke that overwhelmed them. Maeve coughed violently, tears streaming down her face, blurring her vision. Schwanza often found his strikes missing their mark. The Fire Phoenixes, on the other hand, appeared unaffected. After several of them had been vanquished, their movement became even more unrestrained. These Fire Phoenixes darted swiftly about the room. And regardless of their maneuvers, the flames they emitted unfailingly scorched Maeve and Schwanza. As the fire alarm was triggered, the building's staff commenced evacuation procedures. 2 employees, while fleeing, caught a glimpse through the charred entrance of the Super 7's lair, witnessing a most bizarre scene. Heavens! Fire Phoenixes! How did they get here? Run! Sound the alarm! Maeve and Schwanza can barely hold on. Chapter 58. The urgent mobilization of Rhodes. As 2 staff members rushed outside, they frantically called Ailey. At that moment, Ailey was equally bewildered, joining the throng of personnel fleeing the scene. Upon receiving the report from the 2 workers, she immediately dialed the numbers for Guagua and Edgar. Edgar, however, was absent from the office that day, while Guagua had only just succumbed to slumber. Upon answering Ailey's call, Guagua erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it," as he roused Storm and Starlight from their sleep. "Those Fire Phoenixes have invaded our office." Schwanza and Maeve are barely holding on, rubbing the sleep from their eyes. Storm and Starlight gazed at Guagua in disbelief, still unsure if they were caught in a dream. Yet Guagua, now in a state of exasperation, wasted no time. He seized Starlight's arm and, without a moment's hesitation, crashed through the window, soaring into the open air. He had no patience to open the window. He simply broke through. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Storm quickly followed suit, launching herself into the sky. Meanwhile, at Baker Manor, Abraham and Lightning had succumbed to sleep after an exhausting night of activity. However, a number of superhumans continued to revel in the yard, indulging in their leisure until fatigue claimed them, only to awaken and resume their merriment. Their cycle persisted until their funds were depleted, prompting them to devise means to acquire more money to continue their indulgent escapades. In another room on the first floor, the locomotive was happily gambling with several superhumans. Blissfully unaware of the chaos that had erupted, Guagua chose not to inform him, knowing full well that his assistance would be futile. The locomotive remained oblivious to the magnitude of the situation. At the Watt Company, Maeve and Schwanza had managed to escape from the Super 7's office. Overwhelmed by the dense smoke that filled the air, the fire suppression systems had activated throughout the floor, dousing everything as if it were raining. Numerous large holes marred the concrete walls. Yet, as soon as they had fled, regret washed over them. With the Fire Phoenixes now enjoying ample space to maneuver, the 2 found themselves unable to strike back, relegated to the role of passive victims. Desperate, they attempted to break through walls, seeking refuge in narrow rooms. However, the Fire Phoenixes were not foolish. They created gaping holes in the walls and unleashed flames from outside, ensuring that they remained out of reach. The 2 were ensnared in a position where they could only endure the onslaught. Gradually, fatigue set in. Schwanza swung his dual blades with diminishing speed and strength. His armor charred and battered. Maeve fared even worse. Lacking the full body armor that Schwanza possessed, she had transformed into a shadow of her former self. Her once beautiful long hair had been singed away, leaving her in a state of despair. Through the discerning eyes of Li Shuai, it became evident that the health bars of the 2 individuals had diminished by half. At that moment, however, the Patriot and Starlight arrived. Although the Patriot was accompanied by Starlight, he maintained an impressive speed. Upon entering, the duo immediately launched an assault on the Fire Phoenixes. After all, both possessed formidable ranged attack skills. Shortly thereafter, Storm Girl also arrived, and the remaining Fire Phoenixes stood little chance against the trio. Despite failing to eliminate Maeve and Schwanza this time, Li Shuai had achieved his objective. He commanded the Fire Phoenixes to fight to the bitter end before discreetly retreating to his hotel room. Soon after, all the Fire Phoenixes were eradicated. Nevertheless, the entirety of that office floor was nearly reduced to ashes. The construction of the Watt Company building was remarkably robust. While most rooms and walls bore the scars of battle, the structure remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of destruction. With such a significant incident unfolding at Watt Company, the news spread like wildfire. Numerous photographs and short videos circulated online, proclaiming, "Breaking news. The Fire Phoenixes have attacked Watt Company." Indeed, the attack seemed directed at the Super 7's office, as it appeared they were targeting specific individuals. The situation inside remained unclear, and speculation abounded, especially considering the formidable prowess of those within the Super 7. As the news was still unfolding, reactions varied. "What is happening? Why did the Fire Phoenixes target the Super 7? Revenge. This is an act of retribution. Indeed. I heard that last night the Patriot and his team assisted in defending Baker Manor, which likely provoked the Fire Phoenixes. I had predicted the resurrection of the Fire Phoenixes. They have exacted revenge on the Super 7. Let us see if the Patriot and his team dare to return to Baker Manor after this. The gravity of the situation reached military bases, the CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security, all of whom were on high alert. Tension ran particularly high for General Rhodes. Upon receiving the report, General Rhodes hastily buttoned his uniform and rushed to the command room. Had forgotten. He immediately issued the order for a state of heightened combat readiness. The soldiers in the command room were well acquainted with General Rhodes, having served alongside him for many years. It was the first time they had witnessed him in such a state of agitation. The military personnel swiftly relayed General Rhodes's orders to various departments. In a near frenzy, Rhodes shouted into the microphone, "All fighter jets, take off. All fighter jets, immediately ascend and patrol the surrounding airspace. All combat units, prepare to engage in aerial defense." Colonel Susan, utterly exhausted, had intended to rest in her quarters. Upon receiving the report, she hurriedly made her way to the command center. What predicament has General Rhodes encountered? Are we to provide support to the water company? After issuing his orders, General Rhodes remained acutely vigilant, scrutinizing the various screens within the command room. Support the water company? Has it not yet dawned upon you? The Phoenix's assault on the water company is a calculated act of vengeance. It is undoubtedly in retaliation for the assistance rendered by our compatriots in defending the Baker Manor last night. I never anticipated that these creatures would resort to such retribution. If they are willing to avenge the water company, they may very well turn their sights upon us. We have witnessed their combat prowess firsthand. Should they indeed come for us, it will surely result in a bloody confrontation. Chapter 59. Unnecessary vigilance upon hearing the news. Colonel Susan felt an immediate surge of anxiety, both she and her companion fixated on the large screen. Soon, every fighter jet station at the military base ascended into the sky, circling in proximity to the facility. Meanwhile, all anti-aircraft weapons within the base had been activated, their radar systems closely monitoring the movements surrounding the installation. General Rhodes, observing the readiness of his forces, promptly dialed the defense minister's number. Minister Andrew was already well aware of the situation concerning the water company. He had refrained from contacting General Rhodes, fully cognizant of the general's meticulous preparations. He understood that a call at such a critical moment could potentially disrupt Rhodes's strategic arrangements. Given the likelihood of a retaliatory strike by the Phoenixes, Andrew wasted no time in dispatching 9 fighter jets from a nearby military base to urgently assist Rhodes. He remained by the phone, waiting. As soon as the phone rang, Andrew answered without hesitation. "General Rhodes, how are things on your end?" Although tension enveloped Rhodes, he remained composed, responding in a low yet resolute tone. "Minister, there are currently no signs of an attack from the Phoenixes. My military base is fully prepared for combat." Hearing this, Andrew let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his brow. "Rest assured, General Rhodes, I have dispatched 9 fighter jets, and they are en route to your base at full speed. In light of the current circumstances, these jets will remain at your facility for a while. Additionally, the Defense Department possesses 4 state-of-the-art laser cannons. Though still in the experimental phase, their power is formidable. I have issued orders, and they will soon arrive at your base to bolster your defenses." "Thank you, Minister." General Rhodes felt a slight easing of his tension. "Please do not worry. We are fully prepared for combat. Currently, the Phoenixes have only been sighted at the water company. No traces have been found elsewhere." With a soft sigh, the defense minister expressed his concern. General Rhodes and Minister Andrew had known one another for over 20 years. And this was the first time Rhodes had ever heard Andrew sigh. "General Rhodes, our adversaries this time are quite peculiar. We are entirely unfamiliar with their combat strategies. There are rumors that they emerged from the sewers. Have you verified this matter?" "Minister, I can confirm that they indeed emerged from the sewers. I have also retrieved the most recent satellite imagery, yet I have failed to ascertain the entry point of their underground passage. These Phoenixes are indeed exceedingly cunning. Their combat prowess is formidable beyond measure. This adversary is the most challenging I have encountered since my enlistment." The defense minister listened intently, sensing General Rhodes' despondency. He promptly remarked, "General Rhodes, focus solely on preparing for battle. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your requests." "Thank you, Mr. Minister," Rhodes replied before disconnecting the call. Colonel Susan approached General Rhodes cautiously. "General, do you truly believe those Phoenixes will assault our military base?" Rhodes shook his head in resignation. "We must remain vigilant. Since they have retaliated against Water Corporation, we must assume they will seek vengeance upon us as well." "Yes," Colonel Susan responded, though her demeanor suggested she was hesitant to elaborate. General Rhodes smiled at her. "Colonel Susan, I am aware of your thoughts and what you wish to express. Our analysis indicates that these Phoenixes have not harmed ordinary people. Nevertheless, they are birds. I cannot place too much faith in their moral compass. At present, we cannot predict how these creatures perceive us in comparison to Water Corporation, or those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yes, General. This time, Colonel Susan's resolve solidified. She continued to gaze intently at the array of screens in the command room. Meanwhile, as the Phoenixes launched their assault on Water Corporation, CIA Director Berg and Mallory were convening in their office. An aide rushed in with alarming news. Director, we have a situation. The Phoenixes have unexpectedly attacked Water Corporation. We suspect this is a retaliatory strike. A retaliatory strike? Mallory's expression shifted to one of anxiety. Director, these Phoenixes are capable of vengeance. Will they turn their attention towards us? Director Berg remained remarkably composed, chuckling. Not at all. The Phoenixes' targets are undoubtedly Water Corporation and those with extraordinary abilities. Our recent analyses suggest that they have shown a keen interest in the latter. As for ordinary citizens, they exhibit no interest whatsoever. If they were to seek revenge against us, we would stand no chance. They are elusive and unpredictable. Moreover, we have not offended them in any way. Mallory relaxed slightly. Indeed, the director is correct. Since the emergence of these Phoenixes, we have merely conducted our investigations without engaging in any direct conflict with them. Thus, we should be safe. In truth, the most tense situation was unfolding at Baker Manor. When the Nationals suddenly surged out of the windows, someone promptly informed Abraham and Lightning. The two were bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. However, the frantic evacuation of the Nationals undoubtedly signified a matter of considerable significance. Subsequently, they came across news online regarding the Fire Phoenix's assault on Water Corporation. This revelation terrified them, an act of retribution. These Fire Phoenix entities were retaliating against Water Corporation. This was dire. From the footage, it was evident that they had caused considerable chaos at the corporation. If this continued, would the Nationals and Storm Woman still dare to assist us? With their support, we could manage, but without them. As Abraham spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Lightning, bearing a troubled expression, declared, I must contact the boss immediately. We need to summon all our experts here. Chapter 60. Beck's plan. As Lightning spoke, he swiftly dialed his boss Beck's number. Beck was at one of his grand estates, a towering man in his 40s, standing over 2 meters tall, reminiscent of a basketball player. He reclined beside his outdoor swimming pool, where 2 young women were administering a full-body massage. Meanwhile, he casually browsed various videos on his mobile device, exhibiting no sense of urgency as he answered Lightning's call. Boss, have you seen the news online? The Fire Phoenixes have attacked Water Company. I fear our compatriots may hesitate to assist us this time. If those Fire Phoenixes return, we could be in serious trouble. It would be prudent to send us additional support. Upon hearing this, Beck chuckled heartily. Lightning, how could you be so mistaken? Where do you think the most superhumans are congregated? Surely, it is at Beck Manor. Inform our guests that if they assist us in defending the estate against the Fire Phoenixes, all their expenses will be waived. Those who slay a Fire Phoenix will enjoy a week of complimentary services. Those who vanquish 2 will receive 2 weeks, all with the finest treatment. Lightning pondered for a moment, blinking thoughtfully. Boss, that is indeed a clever strategy, but it will require a substantial expenditure. Beck laughed cunningly. What is the cost of this small sum? After all, this money was originally given to us by those superhumans. Moreover, these Fire Phoenixes are exceptionally formidable. To this day, we remain unaware if they can resurrect or if they come in great numbers. Even our compatriots and the military have failed to uncover their secret lairs. Who knows how long these creatures will engage us in battle? We must conserve our strength for now. Those superhumans who come to our estate possess impressive combat abilities, and they can handle this type of fight. If they perish, so be it. It matters little. However, if our subordinates die, we are obligated to provide their families with substantial compensation. It makes perfect sense to use them for combat. Upon grasping this, Lightning finally understood. Haha, the boss is brilliant. I shall convey this message at once. After hanging up with Abraham, Lightning immediately gathered all the superhumans at Beck Manor into the courtyard. He announced loudly, Our boss has spoken. Here, you may revel freely. There is no place safer than this. Moreover, those who assist us in defending the estate will have all their expenses waived. Anyone who slays a Fire Phoenix will enjoy a week's complimentary service. 2 Phoenixes slain will grant 2 weeks, with no upper limit. The superhumans, upon hearing this, were ecstatic. Okay. Thank you, Boss Beck. Thank you, Lightning. Thank you, Abraham. As long as those fiery Phoenixes dare to come, I shall single-handedly take down 10. Ha ha ha. I shall fell 20. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, boasting with bravado. However, those with no ranged abilities could only stand helplessly at the back, watching. Abraham promptly stepped forward and addressed the assembly. I understand that some of you lack the capacity to strike the fiery Phoenixes, but fret not. You may revel here freely. We shall ensure your safety. Upon concluding his words, a few scattered voices chimed in. Okay. Abraham clapped his hands enthusiastically, declaring, "All right, everyone, let us commence the festivities. All those capable of ranged attacks shall enjoy complimentary access from this moment forth." The crowd erupted in elation, jumping with glee and exclaiming, "Okay. Thank you, Boss Baker." As noon approached, Edgar finally returned to the company. He stood in the office alongside several members of the Super Seven, surveying the dilapidated walls. Edgar was at a loss for words, his body trembling uncontrollably. The once mighty superheroes now appeared diminished, heads bowed as they lingered by the wall. Particularly striking was Maeve, who, clad in alluring armor, had once looked splendid, but now appeared nearly bald. The burns inflicted by the fiery phoenixes had nearly healed, yet patches of charred skin starkly contrasted with her pale complexion. Shinsei remained in his tattered armor, looking exceedingly disheveled. The locomotive had also received word and returned. Acutely aware that he had missed the most critical battle of the day, he positioned himself towards the back, attempting to blend into the corner, refraining from speaking to avoid inciting the ire of the Patriot and the boss. Although they had repelled the fiery phoenix, the Patriot, Storm Girl, and Starlight were all smeared with grime. Storm Girl's hair bore a singed patch, her cloak was reduced to tatters, and her battle attire was marred, revealing patches of white skin. Now, she and Maeve resembled two spotted hounds. Starlight fared slightly better, though a large hole marred the abdomen of her battle attire, and her eyebrows had been singed away, leaving her with a starkly bare appearance. The Patriot, while intact in hair and brows, was likewise coated in dust, seething with indignation. The Patriot had already dismantled several walls in the office prior to Edgar's arrival. Since morning, his eyes had been bloodshot, not from the intent to unleash laser beams, but from the fury boiling within. His face trembled with suppressed rage, lips twitching, and his entire being quaked with unrest. The pent-up fury within him had no outlet. Since the establishment of Waters Corporation, and particularly with the formation of the Super Seven, they had basked in glory, undefeated and unchallenged. In this instance, the Fire Phoenixes not only repeatedly challenged them, but also caused considerable chaos within their company, transforming their office into a state of disarray. The individuals from the homeland attempted to intervene several times, successfully vanquishing numerous Fire Phoenixes. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon persisted. Did these Fire Phoenixes possess the ability to resurrect? Or were they simply abundant in number? If they were indeed numerous, to what extent did their population extend? Why was it that they could never be completely eradicated? Furthermore, an unsettling premonition lingered in the minds of the homeland's people, suggesting that these Fire Phoenixes were growing increasingly formidable. During their initial assault on Maeve and Schwanza, the homeland's forces easily dispatched them. However, with each subsequent encounter, the Fire Phoenixes exhibited a notable increase in strength. Today, although the homeland's forces managed to eliminate some of them, they narrowly avoided injury. If this trend were to continue, the homeland's people dared not contemplate further. Chapter 61. The final battle commences. While everyone was momentarily stunned, the Patriot suddenly let out a loud shout and soared into the air, racing towards North Mountain at an astonishing speed. "Fire Phoenix, if you possess the courage, come forth and engage me in a battle to the death." Following closely behind, Storm Girl also ascended, and together they scoured North Mountain. Edgar plopped down on the ground, gesturing towards Maeve, Schwanza, the locomotive, and Starlight. "Find someone to attend to the office repairs." They promptly descended to seek out Eiley and enlist workers for the restoration of the office. The Patriot and Storm Girl spent an entire day circling North Mountain, utterly exhausted yet finding not a single feather of the Fire Phoenix. It was only when dusk enveloped the sky that they returned to the company, dejected. They sought another office, and none of them returned home, sitting in silence, their spirits low. Meanwhile, Li Shuai began to take action once more. He opened the system panel, noting that he still possessed 453 million experience points. Perhaps I should draw another prize. He swiftly clicked the plus sign behind the attack attribute. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded your attack from level 6 to level 10, consuming 466,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 4,064 million. Next upgrade requires 500,000 experience points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded your attack to level 10, triggering the lottery system. Would you like to draw immediately?" "Yes, draw immediately." "Congratulations, host. This time you have drawn a skill that can only be upgraded by one level. Would you like to use it immediately?" "Splendid. My luck today is indeed favorable. Use it at once." "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded Fire Phoenix to level 16, consuming 0 experience points. Remaining experience points, 4,064 million. Next upgrade requires 32 million experience points." Li Shuai continued to click the plus sign behind the hearing attribute. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded hearing from level 5 to level 10, consuming 482,000 experience points. Remaining experience points, 3,582 million. Next upgrade requires 500,000 000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded your hearing to level 10, triggering the lottery system. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes, draw immediately. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a random skill that can be upgraded by 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? Sighing, Li Shuai shook his head. One cannot draw consecutively, otherwise, one often ends up with undesirable items. Nevertheless, use it immediately. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded Fire Phoenix to level 17. Consuming 0 experience points. Remaining experience points. 3. 582 million. Next upgrade requires 64 million experience points. Haha. I told you, my luck today is splendid. Indeed. It is remarkable. Well then, Fire Phoenix is now at level 17. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Li Shuai concealed himself and soared from the hotel, making his way to the hillside north of Baker Manor. At this moment, the courtyard of Baker Manor remained bustling with activity. Not only in the courtyard, but also atop the Beck Manor, numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities reveled in song and dance. These were those gifted with long-range attacks, who frolicked while simultaneously keeping watch for the Fire Phoenix, eager to be the first to spot it. Each one harbored the hope that downing a Fire Phoenix would grant them a week of free indulgence. Such a delightful prospect was not one they could easily overlook. Li Shuai remained perched upon a small hill, summoning a level 17 Fire Phoenix, which surged forth towards them. The sudden appearance of 17 Fire Phoenixes thrilled the onlookers. The Fire Phoenix has arrived. Brothers, our fortune awaits. Let's take them down. All the extraordinary beings unleashed their powers in a frenzied assault on the Fire Phoenixes. In the house, Abraham and Lightning, upon hearing the commotion, rushed outside. Abraham's massive iron ball continued to soar through the air, while Lightning unleashed bolts of electricity. Despite their overwhelming numbers and fervor, their strength was insufficient to contend with the might of the level 17 Fire Phoenixes. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 11 extraordinary being, earning 2 million experience points. Congratulations, host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 13 extraordinary being, earning 8 million experience points. Before Li Shuai, notifications of experience gains flickered incessantly. After a brief skirmish, the extraordinary beings recognized the dire situation. This is bad. These Fire Phoenixes are too powerful. Run. Escape. A throng of extraordinary beings began to flee. One of them, in a moment of confusion, sprouted wings and took to the sky, mistakenly thinking that he could evade the Fire Phoenixes by soaring above. However, a Fire Phoenix seized him mid-flight, gripping his wings and ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The frigid temperatures and lack of oxygen soon overwhelmed him. The Fire Phoenix, undeterred, continued its ascent until the extraordinary being succumbed to asphyxiation, at which point the Phoenix released him and dove back towards Beck Manor. Initially, around 40 to 50 extraordinary beings at Beck Manor engaged fiercely with the Fire Phoenixes, managing to slay a few. Yet, Li Shuai quickly summoned more Fire Phoenixes to continue the onslaught. His Fire Phoenixes were endless, while the extraordinary beings gradually faltered, their numbers dwindling as more chose to flee. A few Fire Phoenixes, however, remained vigilant, pouncing on any solitary extraordinary beings that ventured out, attacking them with ferocity. Those who fled, isolated and vulnerable, were swiftly dispatched by the Fire Phoenixes. Despair engulfed the extraordinary beings. Fleeing would only hasten their demise. They resolved to stake everything on a final stand against their formidable foes. Meanwhile, news of the fierce battle at Beck Manor reached both the military and the What Company. General Rhodes' military base has returned to a state of heightened alert. All aircraft have taken to the skies, and the air defense systems are fully prepared. They have not proceeded to Beck Manor, fearing an assault by the Fire Phoenixes on the military installation. Meanwhile, the compatriots and Storm Woman exchanged glances, pondering their course of action. What should they do? Should they offer support? Silence enveloped the room as each individual contemplated seriously. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, one of the compatriots rose and declared, "We cannot delay. We must assist Beck Manor and eliminate those Fire Phoenixes. If we remain passive, should they destroy Beck Manor, we shall undoubtedly be their next target. We cannot afford to be idle." Indeed. Storm Woman immediately stood as well. Let us depart at once. Chapter 62. The demise of Storm Woman. Although the Patriots and Storm Woman ultimately resolved to assist the Beck Manor, their hesitation proved to be excessively prolonged. By the time they arrived, only a handful of individuals remained to valiantly endure the siege. Upon their arrival, the Patriots and Storm Woman promptly joined the fray. The level 17 Fire Phoenix, while still unable to vanquish the Chinese, posed a formidable challenge for the Patriots who sought its destruction. However, with their arrival, Li Shuai refrained from further bolstering the Fire Phoenix. The Patriots, Storm Woman, Abraham, Lightning, and the remaining dozen or so superhumans spent a grueling 7 to 8 minutes to subdue the 17 Fire Phoenixes. When the last of these formidable foes fell, only 5 members remained in their ranks. Although they had emerged victorious, the exhilaration of past triumphs was conspicuously absent. They each found a spot to sit in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Abraham and Lightning bore numerous injuries but busied themselves preparing sustenance for the Patriots and Stormwoman. Dejected, Lightning continued to make calls to his superior. Boss, your strategy has misfired. A multitude of Fire Phoenixes launched a fierce assault. We were fortunate that the Patriots and Stormwoman arrived to assist. Dozens have perished in this battle. Upon hearing this, Beck was instantly incensed. Damn it, I'm on my way, he exclaimed, rallying 10 elite superhumans to hasten to Beck Manor. Meanwhile, although Li Shuai did not further reinforce the Fire Phoenix, he remained occupied atop the mountain, meticulously tallying the day's gains. The battle had unfolded with remarkable success, yielding substantial experience points for Li Shuai. He now possessed a total of 98 million experience points. Without hesitation, he proceeded to augment the Fire Phoenix further. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the Fire Phoenix to level 18, consuming 64 million experience points, leaving a remainder of 34 million. The next upgrade requires 120 million experience points. Li Shuai continued to scrutinize the system panel. The experience required for the Fire Phoenix's next ascension was exceedingly high. Today had been fortuitous. Perhaps he should attempt to upgrade other attributes as well. Thus, he rapidly clicked to enhance speed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded speed from level 10 to level 15. Consuming 5 million experience points, leaving a balance of 5 million. The next upgrade requires 16 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated speed to level 15, triggering a system lottery. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes, draw immediately. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a designated skill upgrade of 1 level. Would you like to use it immediately? Huh. I knew today was my lucky day. Li Shuai promptly clicked to use it immediately, selecting the Fire Phoenix. Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating the Fire Phoenix to level 19. Consuming a total of 0 experience points with 5 million experience points remaining. The next upgrade requires 240 million experience points. Li Shuai continued to tap the plus sign behind the energy shield. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the energy shield from level 10 to level 15, consuming 5 million experience points, with 3 million experience points remaining. The next upgrade requires 16 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the energy shield to level 15, triggering a system lottery. Would the host like to draw immediately? Draw immediately. Congratulations to the host. This time you have drawn a random skill level up by 1. Would the host like to use it immediately? Li Shuai rubbed his hands together, hoping to continue his streak of good fortune. Use it immediately. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Fire Phoenix to level 20, consuming 0 experience points. With 3 million experience points remaining, the next upgrade requires 480 million experience points. At this moment, the patriotic individual instructed Storm Girl and Abraham to continue guarding the Baker Manor. He flew alone to the North Mountain, continuing his search to see if he could locate the Fire Phoenix's lair. Meanwhile, Li Shuai summoned 20 Fire Phoenixes, heading straight for Baker Manor. This time, the power of the level 20 Fire Phoenix had significantly increased. Now, the patriotic individual resumed his search in the North Mountain, while only Storm Girl, Abraham, and Lightning remained. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the level 20 Fire Phoenixes, in the blink of an eye, the remaining few superhumans were all defeated. Storm Girl continuously called for the patriotic individual via the communicator, but upon entering the North Mountain, he could not receive any signals. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Storm Girl took flight, preparing to escape. In her haste, she was promptly captured by 8 Fire Phoenixes. 4 of the Fire Phoenixes grasped Storm Girl tightly, simultaneously unleashing flames upon her while lifting her into the sky. Storm Girl desperately unleashed lightning and fought back with punches and kicks against the Fire Phoenixes. However, their claws were as unyielding as steel hooks, firmly gripping her as they ascended higher and higher. Through the perspective of the Fire Phoenixes, Li Shuai could see the earth below transform into an elliptical shape. At this moment, Storm Girl's entire body was encased in ice. Congratulations to the host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 18 superhuman, earning 240 million experience points. Simultaneously, Abraham and Lightning, under siege by the other 12 Fire Phoenixes, could no longer hold out. Congratulations to the host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 15 superhuman, earning 32 million experience points. Congratulations to the host. Your Fire Phoenix has successfully slain a level 17 superhuman, earning 120 million experience points. Following this, the Fire Phoenixes charged into the buildings. Those superhumans lacking ranged attacks were now utterly terrified. They all hid within the structures, believing that being inside would render them safe from the Fire Phoenixes, which had never before ventured indoors to attack them. But how could that possibly be the case? The structure of reinforced concrete is, to the level 20 fire phoenix, more fragile than tofu. Once these fire phoenixes charge in, they unleash a frenzy of destruction. The system notifications before Li Shuai have become overwhelming. Meanwhile, those with extraordinary abilities attempting to flee find themselves trapped. A few individuals dashed into the mountains in desperation, only to be dispatched by the fire phoenixes. When Baker, accompanied by 10 skilled fighters, arrived at Baker Manor, the estate lay in ruins, utterly flattened. What in the world happened here? Baker roared, leading his companions into the courtyard. However, just as they burst into the yard, 20 fire phoenixes erupted from the debris of shattered concrete, launching a fierce assault upon them. Though Baker's newly recruited elite were formidable, they stood no chance against the level 20 fire phoenixes. Soon, they were all vanquished. Yet, Baker proved to be quite formidable himself. His extraordinary ability was that of explosion. Whenever a fire phoenix approached to attack, he would unleash a devastating blast, propelling the creatures back dozens of meters with immense force. Chapter 63. The final chapter. The Patriot scoured the northern mountains but found nothing. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Should those fire phoenixes return, it would spell danger. Ascending to the skies, he surveyed the scene at Baker Manor. To his dismay, the manor had been reduced to rubble, accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions. The Patriot understood that Baker was engaged in a fierce battle with the fire phoenixes. He cursed Baker vehemently. "You fool! Are you not aware of your own powers? While you obliterate the fire phoenixes, you may also annihilate others." With urgency, the Patriot raced towards Baker Manor at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Li Shuai had altered his strategy. A dozen fire phoenixes seized Baker and soared into the heights, quickly reaching several hundred meters above ground. Suddenly, another explosion erupted, sending the fire phoenixes tumbling away for hundreds of meters. However, Baker's ability had a significant flaw. After an explosion, he would regenerate on the spot, yet required several seconds to gather energy before the next blast. This vulnerability was the Achilles heel of his skill, one that Li Shuai had astutely noted. The fire phoenixes promptly regrouped, awaiting his revival. Once Baker restored himself, they seized him once more and ascended to the sky. Again, he detonated, and as he regenerated, the fire phoenixes continued their ascent. This cycle repeated itself seamlessly. From a distance, the Patriot spotted the fire phoenixes carrying a person skyward. Li Shuai too noticed the Patriot. Should he attempt to rescue, complications would arise. Therefore, he commanded the remaining fire phoenixes to circle above Baker Manor before swiftly darting towards the city. Realizing the impending disaster, the Patriot exclaimed, "This is bad. The fire phoenixes have entered the city. Are they targeting our company?" As for Baker, he had no ties to the Patriot, who continued his pursuit of the fire phoenixes. 2 of the phoenixes sped towards the city, while the rest engaged the Patriot. Though formidable, the Patriot struggled against the level 20 fire phoenixes. At that moment, Li Shuai's fire phoenixes were nearing the threshold of outer space with Baker in tow. "Congratulations, host. Your fire phoenix has successfully eliminated a level 19 ability user, earning 480 million experience points." Fantastic. Li Shuai promptly opened the system panel. After this chaotic series of events, he now possessed a total of 1.5 billion experience points. He swiftly clicked the addition sign behind the fire phoenixes. "Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the fire phoenix from level 20 to level 22, consuming 1.48 billion experience points, leaving a balance of 20 million experience points." Li Shuai then recalled all the fire phoenixes and summoned 22 new fire phoenixes, each at level 22. The people of the motherland are engaged in a fierce struggle with these fiery phoenixes, yet, quite inexplicably, the phoenixes vanish into thin air. How peculiar. The inhabitants of the motherland appear utterly bewildered, attempting to ascend higher in the sky to discern the whereabouts of these elusive creatures. Suddenly, a large flock of phoenixes re-emerges from the northern part of the city, soaring back with purpose. Li Shuai directs them straight towards the urban center. With a formidable level of 22, these phoenixes surpass the speed of the inhabitants of the motherland. Li Shuai separates 10 of the phoenixes to continue the skirmish, while the remaining 12 hasten towards the water company. Within the water company, Edgar, Maeve, the Black Phoenix, the Locomotive, and Starlight are all gathered in a makeshift office. Their spirits dampened and silence enveloping them as they await news of the inhabitants of the motherland and Storm Woman. Just as the atmosphere thickens with despair, the walls are suddenly breached by several large holes, through which the 12 phoenixes burst in. Upon entry, the phoenixes collide with Edgar, resulting in his untimely demise. Despite being the esteemed owner of the water company, Edgar is merely an ordinary man. A gentle bump from a phoenix proves fatal. When Maeve, Starlight, and the Black Phoenix confront the fiery adversaries once more, they are taken aback. They had been unaware of the phoenix's upgrades. What has rendered these phoenixes so formidable? Have they grown stronger, or has their elite battalion been deployed? Uncertainty looms, yet action must be taken. Alas, it is too late. Li Shuai has discerned the method to command these phoenixes in their assault. The previous failure to capture Maeve in the Black Phoenix stemmed from the lower level of the Phoenixes at that time. Any close engagement would result in being flung away with a mere punch. Now, faced with the level 22 Phoenixes, the trio is powerless. The locomotive, hoping to escape with its super speed, finds itself ensnared by 3 Phoenixes the moment it reaches the ground, lifted high into the sky. Meanwhile, Maeve, the Black Phoenix, and Starlight are also captured by the Phoenixes. Now, 3 Phoenixes seize one individual, taking them straight towards outer space. However, Li Shuai keenly observes an intriguing phenomenon. The health bar above Starlight's head is yellow, indicating a state of being killable yet not rewarding experience points upon demise. Perhaps it is best to let it be? Li Shuai's heart softens. He promptly commands the 3 Phoenixes to release Starlight, who, bewildered by the sudden change, stands in a daze, unsure of what to do. After setting Starlight down, the 2 Phoenixes immediately seek out the inhabitants of the motherland. At this moment, the inhabitants are locked in a heated battle with the remaining 10 Phoenixes, the outcome still uncertain. The inhabitants of the motherland, weary of the conflict, find themselves unable to escape, as the speed of the Phoenixes has now surpassed their own. Not long after, Maeve, Xuanzi, and the locomotive had succumbed to the harshness of the high altitude, falling victim to the suffocating lack of oxygen and biting cold. The 9 Fire Phoenixes soon came to seek out the citizens of the homeland. Now, the homeland's defenders found themselves outmatched, facing a staggering 22 Fire Phoenixes of level 22. Utterly overwhelmed. Before long, they were captured and unceremoniously dispatched into the vastness of outer space. Although formidable, the citizens of the homeland could not withstand the frigid vacuum devoid of oxygen, and they too met their demise. At this moment, Li Shuai sat atop a mountain, quietly lighting a cigarette. He reflected that his work was nearly complete. Within his system's domain lay an abundance of diamonds, a bounty that warranted a celebration of life. Should any other superpowered individuals arise to stir up trouble in the future, his Fire Phoenixes would unleash carnage once more.